के अंदर 2 सीटें हासिल हुई थी आम आदमी पार्टी को। उस पर अब बीजेपी एक बार फिर से आम आदमी पार्टी पर हमलावर है। उनका साफ तौर पर यही कहना है कि जो चुनाव हुए उनमें पैसों का जो इस्तेमाल हुआ है वो वहां पर किया गया। दिल्ली में जो शराब घोटाला हुआ 2020 के अंदर, जब ये कोरोना की पहली वेव आई थी, उस दौरान जब लगातार कोरोना के मामले सामने बढ़े थे, उस वक्त नई पॉलिसी जो है वो तैयार की जा रही थी दिल्ली के अंदर और कई करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हुआ। आपको याद होगा स्नेहा, जब पहली बार एक्साइज पॉलिसी दिल्ली में लागू हुई थी, उस वक्त सरकार की तरफ से ये कहा गया था, खासतौर पर डिप्टी सीएम मनीष सिसोदिया की तरफ से भी कहा गया था कि जो नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी होगी उसमें शराब माफियाओं पर लगाम लगेगी, सरकार को लगभग 8 से 10 हजार करोड़ रुपए का मुनाफा होगा। लेकिन पॉलिसी लागू होने के 3 महीने के बाद ही कई सारे वेंडर्स जो है वो बैकफुट पर आ गए थे। उन्होंने अपने जो लाइसेंस थे वो सरेंडर करने शुरू कर दिए थे और महज 6 महीने के अंदर ये पूरी तरीके से जो पॉलिसी है पूरी तरीके से बैक पर आ गई थी। यानी अगर कहा जाए तो पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर थी पूरी पॉलिसी में और कई सारे वेंडर्स जो है वो छोड़ के जा चुके थे। ऐसे में सरकार को ये बड़ी अगर कहा जाए तो घोटाला जो नुकसान है सरकार को राजस्व का वो हुआ। विधानसभा के अंदर खुद बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि 3000 से ज्यादा करोड़ रुपए का राजस्व का जो नुकसान है वो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के दौरान जो है वो दिल्ली की जनता को हुआ है और लोगों को परेशानी जो है वो हुई है। ऐसे में सरकार को नैतिकता के तौर पर इस पूरे मामले पर इस्तीफा जो है वो देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो पॉलिसी को लेकर के लगातार आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही थी कि पॉलिसी बहुत अच्छी है, लोगों को फायदा मिलेगा, लगाम लगेगी, सरकार का राजस्व बढ़ेगा, लेकिन राजस्व बढ़ा नहीं बल्कि सरकार को राजस्व का घाटा हुआ। साथ ही साथ अगर बात की जाए तो दिल्ली के अंदर कई सारे जो एरियाज हैं वहाँ पर एक के साथ एक शराब की बोतल जो है वो दी जाने लगी। तो ऐसे में इस पूरे मामले पर बीजेपी जो है वो आम आदमी पार्टी पर लगातार खुलासे जो है वो कर रही है और लगातार इसमें प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है वो की गई। बीजेपी के कई बड़े नेता, अनुराग ठाकुर हों, कई बड़े प्रवक्ताओं ने इस पूरे मामले पर खुलासे किए, किस तरीके से आम आदमी पार्टी के तार जो है वो जुड़े हुए थे कई अलग अलग विधायकों के साथ। इस पूरे मामले पर जो है लीकर पॉलिसी और लीकर वेंडर्स जो है वो जुड़े हुए थे। इन खुलासों को लेकर के पूरा पिछला चुनाव जो है वो देखने को मिला था, लेकिन अब एक बार फिर से कहा जाए तो जैसे ही ईडी की ये पूरी बात सामने आई है कोर्ट में, एक बार फिर से बीजेपी जो है वो हमलावर हुई है और इस पूरे मुद्दे पर अब मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल के इस्तीफे की मांग जो है वो बीजेपी कर रही है।
जी बिल्कुल। In this Delhi liquor scam, the BJP is holding protests right now. These are pictures in fact coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters office in Delhi city, where BJP leaders are holding protests against the Delhi Chief Minister, demanding his resignation, saying that the Chief Minister has been involved and he's hobnobbed with the accused in this case, and that there is enough evidence and more to show his involvement. The BJP says the Chief Minister of Delhi must step down. Meanwhile, the Delhi Chief Minister has called this fiction because the allegation is that kickbacks were received by Vijay Nair and the beneficiaries were AAP netas and the AAP government. Then were involved in this scam in which kickbacks were received. The Delhi government to begin with says there is in fact no scam and that agencies are being misused by the BJP to settle political scores. Pictures of the BJP protesting outside the AAP headquarters in Delhi. These are pictures of the police trying to bring the situation under control. सुशांत continues to be with us. सुशांत, इस समय सिचुएशन के बारे में बताइए, किस तरीके से अथॉरिटीज, पुलिस जो है वो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को अंडर कंट्रोल लाने की कोशिश कर रही है?
देखिए स्नेहा, फिलहाल बीजेपी की जो प्रोटेस्टर्स है वो अब धीरे धीरे करके यहाँ से जाना शुरू हो गए। पुलिस ने कई सारे रूट्स जो है वो आम आदमी पार्टी दफ्तर की तरफ जाने वाले जो रास्ते हैं उनको फिलहाल जो है वो खोला है। सिचुएशन फिलहाल अंडर कंट्रोल है, क्योंकि लगातार यहाँ पर जो प्रोटेस्टर्स थे अब वो धीरे धीरे अपने घरों की तरफ वापस जा चुके हैं। लेकिन पुलिस की तरफ से भारी बंदोबस्त जो है वो यहाँ पर बैरिकेडिंग करके जो है वो किया गया था, क्योंकि बीजेपी का प्रदर्शन काफ़ी ज़्यादा आक्रामक था और कई बड़े, अगर कहा जाए बड़ी संख्या में कार्यकर्ता जो है वो यहाँ पर बीजेपी के पहुंचे थे ताकि प्रदर्शन जो है वो किया जा सके। अभी आपको तस्वीरें दिखाएंगे कि किस तरीके से तमाम जो रूट हैं उनको फिलहाल यहाँ से अब खोला गया है, क्योंकि बड़े लंबे वक्त से अगर कहा जाए तो यहाँ पर बीजेपी इस वक्त यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन जो है वो कर रही थी। फिलहाल अभी आगे की तरफ एक बैरिकेडिंग जो है वो और लगाई गई है, क्योंकि बीजेपी को था, पुलिस को ये उम्मीद थी कि कहीं बीजेपी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो आगे की तरफ जो है वो ना बढ़ जाएं पार्टी दफ्तर के। तो पिछले कई दिनों से लगातार जिस तरीके से बीजेपी प्रदर्शन कर रही है, बीजेपी का प्रदर्शन काफ़ी आक्रामक है और कई बार कार्यकर्ता जो है वो बैरिकेड तोड़ करके जो है वो आगे की तरफ बढ़े और ऐसे में फिलहाल अब पुलिस की तरफ से कई सारे रूट्स जो है वो फिलहाल यहाँ पर खोले गए हैं। अभी भी कई सारे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर जमा है। कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि जल्द से जल्द कार्यकर्ता यहाँ से जाएं ताकि इस पूरे रूट को जो एक बार फिर से खोला जा सके।
जी बिल्कुल, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। सुशांत is getting us all of those details as far as the protest being held by the BJP right outside the AAP office in Delhi over the liquor gate scandal is concerned. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. Most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
A newbie in the world of financial intelligence. Based in New York and named after the German airship that blew up in 1937. Hindenburg has smacked the net worth of Gautam Adani, Asia's richest man till Monday. India Today, the country's first network to locate the short seller's registered address in the United States. 631W, 207th Street, New York.
This really looks like a residential premises and not a commercial one. We came here hoping that if this is the address, the office of Hindenburg Research, we might be able to talk to Mr. Anderson and get some comment, some response from him on the report that he published last week on his website.
Launched in 2017 by this man, Nathan Anderson, a Connecticut native, formerly a data company worker, Hindenburg shot to limelight in 2020. That was when its accusations of fraud against an American electric truck maker led to its founder's conviction in the US.
There is no way of ensuring right now or verifying for that moment that Mr. Anderson is actually in this premise or he lives here or he comes here. So this attempt at clearly reaching out to him has not gone as intended. In the meantime, we are constantly trying to contact him through social media, through the email ID registered on Hindenburg Research's website. But so far, we've not got a response from him.
Hindenburg's reputation has grown as a bloodhound for financial wrongdoing. The short seller has issued critical reports on various companies and startups, leading to a drastic fall in their stock value in the past. The Adani Group has rejected Hindenburg claims about it as baseless and a calculated attack on India.
At this point of time, it's important to understand from Mr. Anderson what more he can add to substantiate all that he has mentioned in this report. This is Hiral Sachti for TV Today from New York City, New York.
are watching India Today.
Well, as Pathan draws, the box office director Siddharth Anand has hit out at the protesters, claiming that the agendas of boycott gang have fallen flat. Pathan's director Siddharth Anand thanked the audience for showering love on the film, as Pathan created history at the box office by minting over 700 crores worldwide in just a week. Siddharth Anand said that although he knew that there was nothing offensive in the film, he was a little worried ahead of the release. Whereas the widespread protest broke out ahead of the release of the film, he said he was concerned whether the true message of the film would reach the audience or not. While the film shows no signs of fatigue, really, the film director also has urged protesters to go and watch the movie to understand that there was nothing in this film that would hurt anybody's sentiments.
इस फिल्म में कुछ ऐसा है नहीं जो किसी को उत्तेजित करेगा, बट डर था कि ये ऑडियंस तक बात कैसे पहुंचाएं हम, कि उन्होंने पिक्चर देखी नहीं है। ये डर था कि ऑडियंस एक बार देख ले तो खुद जान जाएगी कि पिक्चर में कुछ उत्तेजित नहीं है, कुछ ऑफेंसिव नहीं है। बट ऑडियंस एंड में जीत गई, ऑडियंस ने हमें जिता दिया। उन्होंने देखा, उनको बहुत मजा आया, और जो हार गए हैं वो वही बॉयकॉट वाले हैं जो उनका वो सफल नहीं रहा, उनका एजेंडा सफल नहीं रहा, गलत एजेंडा था उनका। तो वो भी मैं चाहता हूँ आके देखें पिक्चर और देखें कि इसमें कुछ नहीं है जो उन्हें बुरा लगेगा।
Okay, that brings us to the end of this edition, but we're leaving you with these lovely pictures of bride-to-be Kiara Advani, who's reached Jaisalmer. Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani's wedding festivities have started in Jaisalmer. Manish Malhotra with Kiara at the airport. Sid Kiara wedding is a 2-day affair. They are going to be tying the knot in Jaisalmer on the 6th of February.
You are watching India Today.
Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's next it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, with New Year, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. According to India Today sources, the most anticipated wedding of 2023 will take place in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan in the first week of February. Sources further reveal that the couple is going all out to ensure they have a lavish Punjabi wedding. The wedding ceremonies will take place over 2 days. There will be Sangeet and Haldi on the same day, and the next day is Peras. A lot of their common friends and family members have already started shopping for marigold and yellow-themed outfits for the Haldi. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Radha Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. Reports suggest that the guest list will include immediate family and industry friends like Karan Johar, Varun Dhawan, Katrina Kaif and Rakul Preet Singh. And after the wedding, the couple will also be hosting an elaborate reception in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Mr. G, what I do want you to do, since we are at this iconic facility, if you could just tell us what's happening around us, because there's so much movement, you can just give us a rough idea. How do these 55 acres of this facility, how does it operate, and how do you manage to make it efficient and truly scale up the volumes and increase business via this facility?
Yeah, this is only one factory. As I told you, we have two factories. It is not, surprising its own. This is only one factory.
Yeah.
In this factory, we are producing refrigerator about 2 million sets per year. Only this factory. And then RAC about 1 million sets. And then washing machine front loader also we are producing here almost 6 lakh quantity, and also TV also. So this is one of the general production site of LG India here. So now most of them is we are digesting in local domestic markets. So that's why we say, India has a most potential country of global.
These are all good things to hear, Mr. G. But lastly, just one thing I want to understand is, when you consider LG's India business and you compare it to markets around the world, how does it rank compared to far more developed markets?
No. Maybe it will be very surprised if you heard what I'm saying is, India is world ranking number 2. India business size of LG India, right after USA market.
Okay.
Globally, USA ranking number 1, India ranking number 2. Others, number 3, we have very big gap with number 3. That's why we LG also have a very proud of business with India here.
And we hope that you do visit the Pune facility more and come and visit us in the Tech Today studio in Mumbai.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll show you around and you can tell us a little bit more about your gadgets.
Why not? Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm just waiting for you.
Thanks so much for joining us on
Thank
Tech
you very
Today.
much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
With so much happening in the technology world, it's only natural for your favorite technology show to come to the heart of India's tech capital, Bengaluru, and stand right outside an iconic structure. The Opera House, nearly a century-old monument, which has now been restored by a tech company named Samsung. It's kind of interesting because this is classic, the OG. There used to be all sorts of plays and songs and dances and operas here in the British cantonment era. And now, in 2023, it's home to some of the biggest product launches from tech giant Samsung, also home to Samsung Galaxy Unpacked. And that's why we're here in Bengaluru, to find out what the new S23 lineup is all about. Are they launching any other thing? Is there a one more thing moment at Galaxy Unpacked? I'm your host, Ayush Alavadi. You're watching your favorite technology show, Tech Today, and it's time to unpack.
Well, it's that time of the year again, Samsung Galaxy Unpacked. If you're talking about flagships, I think it's all packed in this neat little box, which comes with my name on it. So that's a very inviting offer. And of course it says, share the epic. That seems to be the hashtag that they're working with. And much in line with the sustainability theme, the color is well camouflaged, a lot of recycled materials used in this particular device. But most importantly, move over iPhones. If you grip it beside an S22 Ultra, one of the better camera devices of 2022, automatically the grip basis the shape is a lot better. But then this is just 2022, move over to 2023. The color looks great. Of course, it comes with S Pen support, much like the last year, because now we don't have any more Note devices, but we do have this particular device. Now, why should we give all the attention to the Ultra? We also have the S23 and the S23 Plus. Great triple rear camera setups at the back, all set up for us. And boy, oh boy, Christmas has come early on Tech Today. But these obviously come in these standard colors. This one also comes with a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 customized chipset. Now, what does that mean? It means improved performance, and most importantly, something we haven't seen on other Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 phones happens to be ray tracing, something which was announced in Hawaii when you were tuned in to Tech Today. Ray tracing is coming to the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. And there's also a big focus on gaming with this particular device. Also, it has better cooling tech than before, which means maybe 20 to 22% better battery life. And the camera being a key focus on this device, because that, in the flagship segment, to take on a phone like this, you need an ultra amazing camera. And that's what the S23 Ultra promises, a much improved camera setup. Well, of course, this can now shoot 8K 30 FPS, which means lesser lag. More pixels mean a lot more details, and a 200 megapixel sensor with adaptive pixels. So that means a lot more AI capabilities in the S23 Ultra. Most importantly though, the front camera now comes with HDR and 60% faster dual-pixel autofocus. Well, let's hope that means better low-light portraits. Just to have a quick look at the camera, and we're doing a nice little selfie. And what we want to do is go against the light and let's see how the phone performs. It's done a fairly decent job with its HDR, actually managing to block out all the bright light behind me. And I think there's going to be a lot more extensive testing that we need to do on Tech Today with this device. Well, let's talk pricing. The Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra starts at 1,25,000 rupees, and the top-end 1TB variant can set you back by nearly 1,55,000 rupees. Samsung's very own Galaxy Z Fold 4 costs about just that much. So the real question is, has Samsung gotten it right with pricing? And of course, let the infighting begin. Of course, a lot of those things that I told you about come across the lineup. So the S23 Plus, the S23, and of course, the latest and greatest iPhone 14 Pro Max competitor, the S23 Ultra, here in the flesh on Tech Today. If I had to pick one keyword for 2023, it would be ecosystem. And yes, we're used to the Apple ecosystem of things, and other tech brands are building on it in several ways. But with the plethora and the diverse sort of devices that Samsung has in their ecosystem, let me give you a little bit of a walkthrough in terms of what they've been planning. Here we have the all-new Galaxy Book 3 Ultra, the latest and greatest flagship in the Samsung line. Then the Tab S8 Ultra, brilliant display, fantastic tablet to use. And then, of course, on the IoT side, the S23 Ultra, then the Watch 5 Pro, which we've reviewed on the show, and the Buds 2 Pro. Now, if you were to connect all of these in a Samsung ecosystem, how would that make your life a lot easier and give you seamless connectivity? Let me show you. So if you take the S23 Ultra, of course, with the S Pen that comes with it, you could use this as a connected device to your Book 3 Ultra and to the Tab S8 Ultra as well. If you want to use the Watch 5 Pro and you want to put up maybe a presentation in office, you could use this remotely as a pointer as well. And then, of course, with the Buds 2 Pro, much like the AirPods now, you can connect to all these devices, and then, like handoff, it will be connected whenever you use this. You could be watching content over here, then attend your Zoom calls over here, and then listen to music over there. What you need to do is make sure that it's connected to the same Wi-Fi network. Samsung Pass makes it happen, a lot like iCloud. I'll give you a little bit of a demo. If you go to the S8 Ultra, swipe down right here, go on the options and select second screen. Right, what do you want it for? Well, if you want for drawing, video playback, these are things you can mention, but more importantly, you head to the Book 3 Ultra, and then this is the device we want to connect to. In a matter of seconds, just like that, the two are connected. Now, if you open something over here and you realize that you need a little bit more screen real estate, seamlessly you can transfer right there. Even if you open something like a Notes app and you're typing something, hit copy over here, hit paste over there. This is what makes the ecosystem on the iPhone and the iPad so alluring, so appealing. If you can do that now with the Samsung Galaxy ecosystem of things, it could be a game changer.
So much talk of ChatGPT over the past couple of weeks. Questions about whether it will take away your job, will it replace Google? Look, those are big questions, and for good answers, what I need is a cup of coffee. And to find one of the best places for coffee in Bengaluru, I didn't use ChatGPT. I used good old-fashioned Google, and it's brought me here to IDC. So there's a bunch of questions that you want answers for, and then I have some questions of my own, but all of that will happen inside this coffee shop. Okay, so I have good news and good news. The good news is that I found one of the best cups of coffee here in Bengaluru. And the other good news is the fact that I'm using ChatGPT, and it might replace Google, but it's not going to take away my job on Tech Today anytime soon. That's because I asked it to write the script for the next episode of Tech Today. I've gotten all sorts of weird responses, but we don't script the show. So that's the good news here for ChatGPT. But more importantly, can it replace Google? That's what we want to find out. Here's a Tech Today special.
ChatGPT, OpenAI's latest breakthrough, has taken the world by a storm. It has over 13 million unique visitors every day, and the platform has varied use cases, from debugging code to writing recipes. Moreover, people over the internet claim that it's the next big thing and might soon replace Google as the destination for all your questions. So do you also think that? Do you think ChatGPT can actually replace Google when it comes to answering your questions? Moreover, how accurate are the answers given by ChatGPT? Well, if you have all those questions, don't worry, because Tech Today is going to give you the answer for them. We asked ChatGPT as well as Google that I have 102 temperature, what do I do? As you can see, Google gives me links to various websites like the Mayo Clinic, the Cleveland Clinic, WebMD, etc., trying to define my symptoms and trying to point out what answer could be, what the reason behind these symptoms could be, and it also specifies a few medicines. ChatGPT, on the other hand, gives me a varied and a detailed list of things what I should do. It tells me I have to stay hydrated, I have to rest. It tells me a few medicines as well. Moreover, ChatGPT also has a disclaimer that although it's giving me these answers, this cannot be replaced, or this cannot be a replacement to professional help. And this is something I'm not seeing on Google, because Google is just giving me links to other websites which might have the answer to my question. Our next question is a little bit interesting. We tell Google as well as ChatGPT that we have X, Y, and Z ingredients. What can we make out of this? What dinner can we make for ourselves? So whereas Google gives us links to various websites or videos where these ingredients have been used in the recipes, ChatGPT gives us specific details, and it gives us 4 recipes where these ingredients, potatoes, onions, flour, and salt, have been used. So as you can see, ChatGPT is giving us specific answers to all our questions which are tailor-made for us, whereas Google is leading us to various sites where we could probably find the answer to our questions. Next, we ask ChatGPT as well as Google to suggest us some gifts which we can buy for our friends, and we've also told them the specific likes and dislikes of our friends. So I've asked them, tell me some tech-related gifts for my friend who likes mountaineering and trekking. So ChatGPT goes ahead and tells me specific gift ideas like an action camera, a portable Bluetooth speaker, a portable solar charger, etc. Whereas Google just leads me to various links, and it's not even specific to mountaineering and trekking. Whereas ChatGPT has all these answers and suggestions which are specific to mountaineering and trekking. Well, like you just saw, searching for answers for your questions on ChatGPT as well as Google is a contrasting experience. Google, which is basically a search engine, will lead you up to various websites where you may or may not find the specific answer to your query. Whereas ChatGPT, which is a chatbot, will try to give you a tailor-made answer for your exact query. We gave it specific ingredients, it gave us a specific recipe. We gave it specific hobbies, it suggested specific gift ideas. So like you can see, this is where the difference lies. So that was our attempt in trying to contrast searching for answers on ChatGPT as well as on Google. What are your views? Do you really think ChatGPT can dethrone Google? Do let us know in the comment section. Furthermore, we have a message for you from ChatGPT. It's going to cue in right now.
Well, I don't know much about unpacking galaxies and replacing Google with an AI chatbot, but one thing I do know for sure is that we want this to be a blockbuster Bengaluru episode. How do we do that? We got to add the blockbuster to Tech Today, and that's what's coming in the second half of the show. Stay tuned.
Once a quintessential next-door boy with his heart on his sleeve,
अगर ये तुझे प्यार करती है तो ये पलट के देखेगी। तो मुझसे प्यार करती हो?
सबसे ज्यादा।
मुझ पर भरोसा है?
खुद से ज्यादा।
is now a badass agent on a mission to protect his country.
एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है।
Shah Rukh Khan took over 30 years to become a full-fledged action hero. But no complaints. It was all worth the wait. And the response from his fans says it all.
हमने मोहब्बत करनी है, हमने मोहब्बत की है, इस दिल के अलावा किसी से भी ना हमने इजाजत ली है.
Pathan fever has not only gripped the nation but also the world, in fact to an extent that now even Maratha Mandir, the single-screen cinema hall in Mumbai, which has been screening Shah Rukh's Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge ever since it released in 1995, is simultaneously showcasing his latest outing. That's right, even Pooja Dadlani, Shah Rukh Khan's manager, took a moment to share this picture from outside Maratha.
Let's start this segment with a little bit of a pop quiz for you. I'm shooting on camera A and now I have turned to camera B. Could you tell which one is which? Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your favorite host Ayush Alavadi and let me reveal the answers to that pop quiz. This is a professional DSLR camera. We use this in the Tech Today studio ever so often. This is an iPhone 14 Pro Max on cinematic mode. I'm guessing the color reproduction is absolutely stellar. See, that's the thing. Smartphone cameras have gotten so good now that they're replacing a lot of our broadcast cameras. And it's the same for filmmakers in Hollywood and Bollywood. I'll tell you why. Pathan, the recent blockbuster, has some sort of a connection with Christopher Nolan's IMAX movies. What is that connection? Well, I can tell you that the Tech Today team has been doing a lot of research, and I'll tell you one more thing, that Pathan was not shot on an IMAX camera, but you are enjoying it in a true blue IMAX experience. How's that so? Tech Today brings you a special report.
SRK's Pathan has dominated social media for the last 1 week, and rightly so. The film has shattered several box office records and even registered the biggest one-week haul in Bollywood history. The film is also now the fastest Bollywood movie to enter the 300 crore club. While this spy thriller takes you around the world in 146 minutes, did you know that most of the movie was shot in Mumbai? Well, let's break this down for you in Tech Today style. Pathan might be a blockbuster hit, but there's also technology play that makes it as close to a Christopher Nolan flick as Bollywood can get. Nolan is usually known for his unique storytelling using the 70mm IMAX cameras. But if you've watched Pathan on an IMAX screens and enjoyed the show, it is because the filmmaker has used a technology called IMAX DMR. IMAX DMR is a post-production process used for converting traditional 2D films into IMAX's proprietary format in order to show the film in IMAX theaters. This means the film has increased resolution, contrast, and color accuracy as compared to the original shoot. So while Pathan may not be a true IMAX experience, this process ensures you're in for a visual spectacle either way. A majority of the movie was shot during the pandemic when strict restrictions were in place all over the world. Yash Raj Films actually used a massive green screen digital set in Mumbai and put it all together in post-production. Like several Hollywood movies, CGI or computer-generated imagery has been used to create backgrounds and special effects in Pathaan 2. Pathaan is also an ICE certified movie. ICE stands for Immersive Cinema Experience, combining LED panels on an auditorium sides to create an immersive panoramic viewing experience. It happens to be the first Indian film to be released in ICE format. For now, only 2 cinemas support this sort of format and are both to be found in Delhi NCR. The use of CGI, IMAX shots and even IC technology in Pathaan gives the film its distinct look and feel, a hidden reason behind its success. Over to you, Ayush.
Okay, so now you know all about the technology used to make this movie a blockbuster hit. But what if I told you that there's one more thing? Big confession before we proceed with the show. I haven't been to a cinema hall to watch a movie since early 2020 for obvious reasons. But are you like me, the minority, or the majority who ended up in the cinema halls watching this film and making it an absolute blockbuster success? Well, that's the question I want to pose to you, the Tech Today community. So here, let's find out whether you chose to watch this film or watch films like this in the cinema hall, or you'd prefer to wait it out and wait for it to come on an Amazon or a Netflix or what have you. Well, let's find out.
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan has been rocking at the movie theatres. It is in fact being touted as the best action movie of recent times. But is it true? What does the Tech Today community think about it? Are the tech sequences worth watching the movie in the movie theatre, or will the Tech Today community wait to watch it on OTT? Let's try and find out. Where will it be, in the cinema theatre or on OTT?
Cinemas. SRK in cinemas.
Movie theatre. OTT.
Will you be watching it in an IMAX or in a regular theatre?
IMAX for sure.
Yeah, that is really heavy, great VFX, and even John Abraham also, I like him, and Shah Rukh Khan especially.
I have heard a lot about it, how it has a parallel from a Christopher Nolan ka movie, and the technologies that they've used the same, so I want to explore that.
Not interested in watching in a movie theatre.
Is there any reason why you're averse to going to a movie theatre?
I feel more relaxed watching it at home.
Yes, if it releases on Amazon or Netflix, otherwise not.
Actually, we went to the cinema hall yesterday. I almost wanted to watch it, but my wife said we'll watch it on OTT.
Be it Bombay or Bangalore, Pathaan or Tech Today, one thing we can promise you is this is always going to be a blockbuster, action-packed episode. We hope you've enjoyed our unpacked coverage and our little tryst with ChatGPT. Do let us know in the comment section below. Also, do write into us on our social media handles. Until next week, this is your host Ayush Alavadi saying we've enjoyed putting this episode together for you from our Namma Bengaluru moment here in the heart of the city. Now I want to go and enjoy it a little bit more. So until next week, adios.
Diet sodas, sugar-free tablets, artificial sweeteners. Do all of these give you a sense of assurance that you are staying away from sugar and that these are healthy alternatives? Well, it is not that simplistic as you think it is. Each of these artificial sources of sugar are unhealthy. Let us break this down for you. Diet soda is a go-to for people who love the taste of regular soda but can do without the sugar and calories. An average can of regular cola may contain a whopping 37 grams of sugar, and consuming too much sugar is linked to outcomes like obesity and poor heart health. So it makes sense that you may seek out a sugar-free alternative. But while drinking diet soda does help people reduce their sugar intake, this simple act can also expose a person to other ingredients that may be linked to some other health problems. The acidity in certain types of soda can lead to tooth erosion. Drinking excessive amounts of diet soda made with caramel coloring may result in teeth turning yellow. Some research suggests that artificially sweetened drinks are associated with a greater risk of obesity. If you opt for diet soda that contains caffeine, you may have trouble getting some much-needed shut-eye at night. Diet soda is void of calories and sugar. Certain varieties can contain phosphorus in the form of phosphoric acid. This mineral, though important, can play a positive role in bone health, but consuming copious amounts of phosphorus can negatively impact the calcium-phosphorus ratio in your body.
When the sugar increases in the blood, that means when the blood glucose increases, then it leads to many comorbidities like obesity, diabetes, fatty liver, then risk of cancer, heart attack also.
You are watching India Today.
Hello there, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha. A quick check of the top stories first. Infighting between the AIADMK and BJP is now out in the open before key road polls. BJP proposes unity in OPS-EPS factions. AIADMK has said, stay out of our party affairs. Hacking, spoofing, fake letters. Karnataka Congress under digital attack ahead of elections. Official website vanishes, spoof appears. Terms Congress committee as communal criminal. Congress has approached the cyber police. Delhi liquor case dangal has exploded. BJP stormed streets of national capital seeking Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. Showdown after ED charge sheet said Arvind Kejriwal was in touch with the accused. After Uttarakhand's Joshimath, houses in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda developed cracks. 21 houses, one mosque cracked, 19 families shifted to safer locations. Kashmir administration is assessing the cause. Second Chinese spy balloon spotted over skies of Latin America. Pentagon says assessing surveillance balloon. Blinken has postponed his trip to China. Amid tussle between AIADMK and the BJP over OPS-EPS factions, OPS has issued a statement says, don't want to be the reason for stalemate. Don't want to be the reason of two-leaf symbol getting frozen. We'll work towards victory of the AIADMK. We'll support whoever is contesting under AIADMK symbol. Shilpa Nair has more details on that. Shilpa, this is a big development. What is it that OPS is now trying to get at? Explain this to us.
Well, clearly this Supreme Court order has come as a huge setback for OPS because what the Supreme Court essentially said is that as an interim arrangement and for the purpose of this by-election alone, the Erode East by-election alone, the General Council members of the AIADMK will decide on the candidate. Now, the General Council members have been given an affidavit by the Presidium Chairman of the AIADMK seeking support for KS Tennarasa, and he is a candidate who has been fielded by the EPS camp. Now, with EPS having the majority support from the General Council members, it is most likely that KS Tennarasa will be fielded as the AIADMK candidate. And now, of course, just a short while back, senior leaders from OPS camp addressed the media and they said that, they do not want to be the reason why the AIADMK symbol, the two-leaf symbol gets frozen, and for that reason, they are ready to support whoever the General Council decides to support. So clearly this shows that they are open to supporting the candidate fielded by EPS. And just a short while back, the BJP leaders, of course, also, in fact, Tamil Nadu BJP Chief K. Annamalai made it clear that they are also ready to support the candidate fielded by EPS, and they had requested OPS
to also extend his support. So clearly now what is happening is that EPS, of course, is getting the support. It looks like EPS's candidate, KS Tennarasu, will get the support from BJP and even OPS, considering the fact that the General Council is going to support him. So this, of course, is now the state of affairs as far as the AIDMK is concerned.
Yes,
slowly and steadily, the confusion that was prevailing all these days, it seems like it's all getting cleared at this point in time.
Thanking you, Shilpa Nair, for getting us up to speed with that. And what really has happened? As the bipoles of eroded, draw closer, war of words have intensified, with the BJP wading into the ongoing tiff in the AIADMK. Now, the IT Wing Secretary, Singai Ramachandran, has hit out at the BJP for what they say is dictating terms. What should the AIADMK be doing? Lampooning BJP's state election performance, Ramachandran said the Saffron Party shouldn't tell AIADMK, the party that has ruled Tamil Nadu for 30 years, on how to run it, saying that the BJP should not be interfering unnecessarily. Also has warned the Karnataka BJP leader to stay in his limits. The AIADMK IT Wing Secretary's statement comes close on the heels of CT Ravi's call for unity. Earlier, BJP pitched for a joint fight with the AIADMK against the DMK in the elections in a road. The two factions for the time being, one led by Edapadi Palaniswamy and another by O. Paneerselvam, have fielded separate candidates.
We have told O. Paneerselvam Anna also that the intention of this whole thing is to make one candidate win, stand behind that candidate, put our whole effort so that this huge anti-incumbency gets translated and reflected in the votes that gets polled in on February 27. So later, our National General Secretary, C.T. Raviji, came here and he met the press people. He has read a prepared statement also to you that he has mentioned a unified ADMK for the election, meaning that a single ADMK candidate who is getting the symbol should contest. And BJP doesn't take any stand into other parties' internal functioning. And I have been consistently making it clear as the state president, party president here, that we don't advise nor do we interfere between two leaders to tell them how they should run their party. It is their business. So I hope and pray something good happens today, comes out today, and thereby the best candidate wins against the candidate put up by the Congress DMK coalition party.
I did not like the fact that someone else is suggesting how we should run our party, because we have our leader and he knows what to do it. And I also believe it is good for any party member to just stick to their own party affairs and not good to interfere in other party affairs, I suggest, because we are a party who have ruled for more than about 30 years in Tamil Nadu. And when they defined what is the Shakti, and that's why Purachi Talaivar started the party, and then Amma has done, and these are the things we should do to win DMK. DMK has done all these things. But see, these are things we knew it like for ages. And I don't think we need anyone external to come and tell. They are in the alliance, of course, but I think there should be a line which no one should cross.
Kovai Satyam of the AIADMK is now joining us. Thank you for your time. Are you really upset with the BJP for telling you all on what to do? Whether your factions, these warring factions, should unite or not? What's really going on, sir?
Every party has Lakshman Rekha. It is better the other party doesn't breach that.
Okay.
If we can have 1,000 advisors for BJP, we can tell BJP unity is good for the welfare of the state. Our job is to step down, let Uddhav and Eknath Shinde join together and run the state in a prosperous way. Will they take the state?
Okay.
Will they buy the statement? Everybody has Lakshman Rekha, leader. Everybody knows how to run the party. He is from the party and he knows how to run. And we don't need advisors. Nobody asks for it. I think the Lakshman Rekha is not. If the BJP, state BJP understanding is that there are two factions, then they should be more educated on what politics is all about.
Okay. All right, Mr. Satyam, I'm going to thank you for joining us. So you heard from AIADMK spokesperson Kovai Satyam. They're saying that they don't need advice from the BJP and it's unsolicited. Some news just coming in. Union Minister Anurag Thakur has slammed the opposition over Adani. Says we've nothing to hide. Opposition is making noises running away from discussions. Congress says Mitrakal instead of Amritkal under Modi. Demanding answers of the government. The House has not been functioning. Let's listen to what has been said by the minister first.
SBI, LIC, वित्त मंत्री, RBI सबने इस पे अपनी बात कह दी है और बड़ा स्पष्ट कर दिया है। विपक्ष चर्चा से भाग रहा है और राष्ट्रपति भाषण और बजट पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। चलिए।
All right, Anurag Thakur, the minister there, is in Jammu and Kashmir, and Sunil Jibat is getting us more details. This, in fact, is a retaliation there from the minister, who's obviously saying that the opposition is stalling the parliament, demanding answers on Adani when the government really has nothing to say. The regulators have been looking into this matter, Sunil.
Absolutely, Sneha. Union Minister Anurag Thakur is in Jammu today, and during his press conference, he was asked these questions about the ongoing controversy over Adani's companies, and he clearly said that opposition is not playing a constructive role. Opposition is trying to derail the current budget session of the parliament, and opposition is creating a controversy out of nothing. So clearly, Union Minister Anurag Thakur has hit out at the opposition. And as of now, the opposition has sensed an opportunity to corner the government, because for a very long time now, the opposition is looking for an issue so that they can, take on the government. This current controversy over the Adani companies has somehow, given ammunition to the opposition. And that's why Union Minister Anurag Thakur is pointing blame at the opposition. He has alleged that opposition is not playing a constructive role, and instead it is trying to derail the ongoing budget session of Parliament.
Okay, I'm going to thank you, Sunil Jibat, for getting us up to speed with that. Well, it has been a tumultuous run for the Adani Group ever since the Hindenburg report accused the group of stock manipulation and accounting fraud. While the Adani Group is half as valuable as it was just 7 trading days ago, a sharp rebound in 4 of the Adani Group shares, including Adani Enterprise and Adani Ports, bounced back on Friday after facing heavy dropping of late. But the rout continues after the S&P Dow Jones indices removed Adani Enterprise from its widely used sustainability indices with effect from the 7th of February. Meanwhile, the central bank has allayed investors' fears over the rout, stating that the banking sector remains resilient and stable. RBI maintains it is going to keep a constant vigil on the Indian banking sector. The political war over Adani is escalating, with the opposition parties launching an attack on the centre over this issue.
अत्यंत क्रूर पद्धतीनं राजकारण चालू आहे, निर्घृण पद्धतीनं राजकारण चालू आहे, फक्त विरोधकांचा आवाज दाबण्यासाठी. आता इतका मोठा हिंडनबर्ग घोटाळा झालेला आहे, झालाय ना. ईडी सीबीआय तिकडे जात नाहीये का? तिथे 30 तास काय 30 मिनिटं चौकशी करून दाखवा.
Delhi's Dangal Gate and the Liquor Gate scandal is exploding. Days after Arvind Kejriwal's name appeared in the charge sheet filed by the ED in the excise policy scam, the BJP staged a massive protest outside AAP headquarters in Delhi and demanded Arvind Kejriwal's resignation as the chief minister. The workers of the Saffron Party raised slogans against the chief minister, accusing him of corruption. The protest came after the ED said that Aam Aadmi Party used the money generated from the alleged liquor scam for election campaigning in Goa. According to the ED, cash payments amounting to 70 lakh rupees are made to the volunteers as part of AAP's survey teams. The probe agency said AAP's communications in charge, Vijay Nair, told certain persons involved in the campaign-related work to receive the payments in cash. Arvind Kejriwal has responded to the ED charge, said it was completely fictional.
संघर्ष हमारा काफी समय से है. हम ये बात बार बार कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल आम आदमी पार्टी शराब घोटाले में लिप्त है और वो चोरी इनके सामने आ रही है. विजय नायर जेल में बंद है, बाकी लोगों के भी अब अरविंद केजरीवाल नाम का जो नाम आया है ये नाम की जो दीमक है दिल्ली के विकास को 2015 से चाट रही है। मेरा मानना यह है अरविंद केजरीवाल नैतिकता को स्वीकार करें और इस्तीफा दें, दिल्ली को छोड़ दें।
जो आप एफआईआर की बात कर रहे हैं, चार्जशीट की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल का नाम कहीं पर नहीं है। इसको लेकर के
उन्होंने सीधा सीधा कहा है कि जो व्यक्ति, जो अरविंद का बयान है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर में मैं गया, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, और कैसे नाम आता है जी? ऐसे ही नाम आता है कि जो वो आरोपी है सीधा सीधा नाम बता रहा है कि मुझे अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, उनके ऑफिस में मुझे बुलाया जाता था, वहां बैठ के डील होती थी, और नाम कैसे आता है? तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
Akshay Dongre is getting asked more details on that story. Akshay, it's evident the BJP isn't certainly going to let this issue die down.
Well, absolutely. In fact, now with the ED filing its second charge sheet, this is for the first time that Arvind Kejriwal's name has come up as far as the allegations by the ED and the investigation is concerned. Though Arvind Kejriwal has not been named an accused in this case as far as the charge sheet is concerned, and even Manish Sisodia's name as an accused has not come up in the second charge sheet, whereas he was made the accused number 1 in the earlier charge sheets that were filed in the excise policy case. Meenakshi Lekhi yesterday held a press conference where she spoke on a lot of issues related to the excise policy, where she claimed that there was a proper cartelization that was planned by the Aam Aadmi Party government, and then the entire Aam Aadmi Party was to benefit from the corruptions in the excise policy. Now these are the allegations that are coming in from the BJP. BJP also held a protest outside the AAP office as far as these allegations are concerned, and now we are seeing that Aam Aadmi Party is countering the allegations that have been raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, clearly this issue has become political. The Enforcement Directorate has in fact filed a second charge sheet. Now the matter is sub judice as well. It remains to be seen that what exactly the court decide, but as far as the allegations and the counter allegations are concerned, on one hand the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that it is because of the Bharatiya Janata Party's threats that they made from the very beginning of the new excise policy implementation. The state government has suffered a lot of loss to the exchequer, whereas it is the BJP that is saying that it is because of corruption that there has been loss to exchequer. But one thing is clear, that there has been loss to the exchequer, there has been loss to the taxes to the public, and public income has been impacted as far as the entire changes and the rolling back of the new excise policy is concerned. So it remains to be seen that who exactly is guilty as far as that loss is concerned.
Undoubtedly. I'm going to thank you, Akshay, for the moment, for getting us up to speed. With that, remains to be seen what finally is the outcome of that investigation. Joshimath-like crisis has struck Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Total of 21 structures have developed cracks, including 19 houses, 1 mosque, 1 religious educational institution at the Nai Basti village in Thatri area of Doda. One of the houses that developed cracks has collapsed. 19 families whose houses developed cracks have already moved to safer location. Most of them say they are staying at their relatives' houses. Locals are protesting against the administration for not ensuring their rehabilitation. Doda district magistrate claimed the cracks had started to increase and that the area was gradually shrinking. He said that the government was trying to find a solution as soon as possible. Team of geologists and senior officials from the district administration who visited the spot have said they were ascertaining the causes behind these cracks and asked locals not to worry.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं ज़िला डोडा के ठाठरी के मुकाम पे, जो कि नई बस्ती है। यहाँ पे 3 दिन से यहाँ पे मकानों में दरारें आने शुरू हो गई थी और कल रात से इसमें काफ़ी शिद्दत पैदा हुई है और कल रात को 6 मकान टोटल डैमेज हो चुके हैं, जो गिर चुके हैं। इसके अलावा 15 जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आ चुकी हैं। तो उत्तराखंड की जो शिमत की तरह यहाँ पे भी मकानों में आहिस्ता आहिस्ता दरारें आनी शुरू होगी और उसके बाद काफ़ी ज़्यादा दरारें आ गई हैं। तो हम दिखाना चाहेंगे आपको कि यहाँ के जो हालात अभी हैं, ये देखिए एक मकान बिल्कुल टोटल गिर चुका है। उसके अलावा इस इलाके में बाकी भी जो मकान है वो भी गिर चुके हैं और लगभग 15 मकान ऐसे हैं जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आई हुई हैं, जिसकी वजह से पूरे इस इलाके में लोगों में एक खौफ है। जैसे जो इन घरों में रहते थे वो यहाँ से शिफ्ट हो चुके हैं।
कुछ वैज्ञानिकों का दल उसके अध्ययन हेतु आया है। जिला प्रशासन ने जहाँ 19 भवनों की बात थी उनको खाली करा लिया गया, सुरक्षित स्थानों पर रख लिया गया है। मुझे लगता है कि कुछ ज़्यादा हाइप क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। पूरी तरह से पैनी नज़र प्रशासन की है और जो भी बेस्ट पॉसिबल होगा वो किया जाएगा।
रिलीफ कैंप इस्टेब्लिश्ड है, जैसे हम कल से ही बता रहे हैं। मेरे एसडीएम ने, तहसीलदार ने, एसएचओ ने मिलकर और बाकी भी जो बाकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उन्होंने मिलकर रिलीफ कैंप इस्टेब्लिश कर दिया। वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग पीपल कि वो वहाँ आ जाएं। मोस्टली जिन लोगों ने अपने ये घर वेकेट किए हैं वो अपने रिलेटिव्स या अपने जान पहचान वालों के साथ रह रहे हैं, बट वी आर इन फुल प्रिपेयर्डनेस।
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, the second Chinese spy balloon has now been spotted over skies in Latin America. Pentagon has said it is assessing surveillance balloon. Blinken has postponed the trip to China.
You are watching India Today.
A corporate museum called The Journey has got everyone talking. This museum showcases the origins of the DS Group, its struggling era, initial phase of establishment, the downfall followed by rejuvenation of family members, revival of business, and reincarnation of the belief of the founder, Sri Satyapal Ji. It's actually the art of storytelling, which involves a wide range of media and multimedia tools backed by context-driven, strong narrative that has made the outcome truly an undulating one. It took 2 years for this museum to be completed.
I took over the business and I used to see the files of my father, the records and other things. So I came to know that what was the hard work he put in. And in 50s and 60s, where there was no brand consciousness, he used to work hard. We got those handmade designs and other things. Creating brand where trademark and branding was not known to anybody. So then we started collecting them, and there were huge bundles of papers and other things. So we started developing a biography on him.
Okay.
So in 2014 we launched his biography, and वो इतना डाटा कलेक्ट करते करते हमारे को मतलब ये लगा कि अब हमारे को ये म्यूज़ियम के लायक सामान है, तो फिर हमने म्यूज़ियम पे काम करना शुरू करा. And so that from my grandfather's time to father and the next generation and whatever development is going on, all is depicted in the museum.
RRR is on a record-breaking spree. It has been an eventful time for the makers of RRR as the film won 4 nominations at HCA Film Awards. The official Twitter handle of RRR shared the happy news and wrote, "The nomination spree continues. RRR bags 4 nominations at the HCA Film Awards. Thank you so much, jury, for recognizing RRR movie." While S.S. Rajamouli won a nomination in the Best Director category, the film was nominated in 3 others, including Best Picture, Best Action Film, and Best International Film. And recently, adding to the list of awards and recognition, the LA Film Critics Association Awards was conferred to the Naatu Naatu music director M.M. Kiravani for Best Music Score Original.
What is Naatu? పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిత్త దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు గిర్రు సెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు మర్రి సొట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు కూడినట్టు ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన మిరప తొక్కు కలిపినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు.
He beat Pavel Mikietin for EO to bag this award. Unfortunately, S.S. Rajamouli could not bag the Best Director award and missed it by a whisker to Todd Field, who won it for Tar. However, he did win the New York Film Critics Circle Award for the Best Director. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
are watching India Today.
We have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's exclusive to India Today. Big statement that the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has made amid the Adani crisis. Sitharaman says India's position is not affected. Says FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well. India's image and position have not been affected amidst the Adani issue, is what she said on a question that India Today posed to her. FPOs have been withdrawn rather in the past as well. So there's much ado about nothing in terms of a lot of chatter on India's credibility affected. Says this is not something that is going to affect India in the sense that there has been no impact on India's position in the world market, is what the Finance Minister has said on questions being asked of her on the Adani crisis and how this affects the credibility of India in the global market. Nirmala Sitharaman has said that India's position has not been affected. FPOs have been withdrawn as well, is what she says. This has not led to an impact on India's image, is what Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, has said on being asked a question on the Adani crisis affecting India and India's credibility. Amidst fears about credit warnings, the Finance Minister has said that this is not going to have an impact, an adverse impact on India's credibility. FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well. The Finance Minister reacting to the Adani crisis. She in fact spoke to my colleague Dev Kotak, who's now joining us. Dev, take us through the specifics of what has been said by the Finance Minister.
The question was addressed to the Honourable Finance Minister in her budget outreach program in Mumbai, where she met traders and industrialists and several stakeholders. When India Today posed the question if India was looking at any kind of weakening of its position in the global financial markets, she said there's nothing of that sort that is happening, despite the fact that there are rumours that have been floating around. In fact, in the last 2 days, more than 8 billion worth of foreign exchange reserve activity has also been recorded. She said, clearly stating and clarifying the fact that had India been in a vulnerable position in the wake of the whole Adani issue and the distrust amongst the several stockholders amidst...
They will just come back to you in a moment from now. Let's listen to what the Finance Minister had to say when they put that question to her.
आप इसमें कंपनी का डेट को सरकार दे रही है, ये सही है कि नहीं, और एक प्रेसिडेंट बन जाएगा, बाकी सब फ्यूचर में ऐसे कंपनी आएगा उसको ऐसे ही ट्रीट करेंगे। इस रास्ते पर आगे आपके प्रश्न सही है, मगर वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग में थोड़ा गलती है। मैं हम्बली कह सकती हूँ कि प्लीज उनका डेट को हम नहीं दे, वो जो सरकार को देना, हाँ, वो सरकार को जो देना है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चलते वो सब होने के बाद और कैबिनेट के अप्रूवल लेने के बाद आप कंपनी हमें जो हमारी ड्यू है वो दे नहीं पा रही हो इस कगार में, इसीलिए हम कंपनी का शेयर ले रहे, मतलब कंपनी में हिस्सेदार हो गए हैं, जिससे वह कंपनी हमारी बढ़ेगी, हमारे अपने भी मिलेगा, यही तो हो रही है।
Story brings us to the end of this edition. You can find that and much more up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the app. News continues. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Once a quintessential next-door boy with his heart on his sleeve,
अगर ये तुझे प्यार करती है तो ये पलट के देखेगी तो मुझसे प्यार करती हो
सबसे ज्यादा, is now a badass agent on a mission to protect his country. Shah Rukh Khan took over 30 years to become a full-fledged action hero, but no complaints. It was all worth the wait. And the response from his fans says it all. Pathan fever has not only gripped the nation but also the world, in fact to an extent that now even Maratha Mandir, the single-screen cinema hall in Mumbai, which has been screening Shah Rukh's Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge ever since it released in 1995, is simultaneously showcasing his latest outing. That's right, even Pooja Dadlani, Shah Rukh Khan's manager, took a moment to share this picture from outside Maratha Mandir, which has put up the posters of both Pathan as well as Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. Along with this post, she wrote, and we quote, "Between these two pictures, all of us have had a journey to cherish. Shah Rukh Khan's journey, and just in case you don't get tickets for Pathan, you know what to watch." This post of Pooja was showered with immense love and even left fans with a feeling of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the craze around Pathan also brought back the magic of SRK in almost 25 single-screen theatres across India, which were previously shut. Now, if you jog your memory, much to the delight of fans, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge was re-released in 2022 in theatres on November 2nd to coincide with Shah Rukh Khan's birthday. It was and still is regarded as one of the finest films of his career. In fact, this 1995 romantic drama was also a YRF blockbuster, just like Pathan is.
जो पठान मेरी जान महफिल ही लुट जाए दे दे जो जुबान मेरी जान उस पे मर मिट जाए.
And even at 57, nothing has changed for Shah Rukh Khan.
हाँ तू सामने बैठी रहे मैं तुझे देखा करूं. हुनर है ये भी इश्क का किसी किसी को आता है जान लुटा के दुश्मन की हमने हिफाजत की है.
He was and still is the epitome of success.
बात करते हैं हजारों है तजुर्बा हम यारों.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Hello and welcome to the Policy Bazaar show. As the need for health insurance is growing, insurance companies are also revolutionizing their policies by introducing newer and innovative coverage benefits. These innovative benefits promise an all-round protection. One such benefit that's increasingly becoming available in many plans is global coverage. This coverage removes the geographical barriers in health insurance plans and makes them more relevant as well as extensive. Many affluent Indians prefer to go abroad for treatment, especially when afflicted by a critical ailment. Given the high cost of medical treatment in developed countries, they should buy a health insurance policy that covers treatments abroad. Let's understand what global coverage is all about, its importance, and why you should opt for the same. This brings us to the topic of today's show, boosting your protection cover with global health insurance. And joining me to discuss this, we have Siddharth Singhal, Business Head of PolicyBazaar.com. Siddharth brings with him years of experience across insurance, marketing and strategy. He puts a strong emphasis on growth, cross-disciplinary teams of sales, operations, compliance, digital and business intelligence. Pleasure having you with us here, Siddharth. And also, besides Siddharth, joining us on the Policy Bazaar show is Arun Kaushik, National Head, NBFC and Online Online Partner Sales Head of Affinity Global Health, Manipal Cigna Health Insurance Company Limited. Arun is a seasoned professional with rich and diverse experience spanning over 17 years across life and health insurance, with a strong acumen for accelerating growth, business strategic planning and multi-channel physical and digital distribution. Welcome, Arun, to the Policy Bazaar show. Thank you to both of you. Siddharth, if I can begin with you. When it comes to healthcare, sometimes exploring even the best options within the country is not enough, and one clearly needs to look to options overseas as well. So can you tell our viewers how health insurance can come to their rescue in such a scenario, in such a circumstance?
Sure. First of all, thank you, Akshata, for having me on your show. You're absolutely right that even after advancement of medical treatment within India, there could be scenarios where one needs to access the medical treatment outside India. We have all heard of, celebrities, affluent Indians, Sonali Bendre, Sanjay Dutt, Yuvraj Singh going abroad for their cancer treatment or any kind of treatment. But the question is, how does a common man afford this best of the treatment, right? So basically what global health insurance plans do is they basically enable access to such treatments and drugs which are currently may not be available within India. So they provide you access to, hospitals such as John Hopkins in US or, other hospitals in UK, Canada, etc. So, what we know is that the treatment there can be prohibitively expensive. Hence, a need was felt by the insurance companies to offer plans that enable access to such treatments at an affordable cost so that a normal common man can afford it. So basically, the global plans launched by different companies cater to this need so that any Indian can, avail best of the treatment available, anywhere in the world. So I think it's a very great move, and it kind of provides that opportunity to a regular Indian.
Let's face it, Arun, if I can bring you in on this, these plans aren't really a common choice as of now in India. So can you elaborate for our viewers on how global healthcare plans actually work and how they are different from the regular health plans?
Primarily, I believe there are two factors. One is the lack of awareness of availability of such plans in India. And second is about questions among clients. Do I really need this? So let me first address the need factor. In addition to what Siddharth highlighted, the need of accessing international healthcare can be judged by a simple fact. The top 50 hospitals are not in India, and the names like MD Anderson, Mayo Clinic, John Hopkins, Cleveland Clinic are testimonial to that. You'll be surprised to know that even today, some of the most advanced treatments and drugs are still not available in India. Some treatments like advanced CAR T-cell therapy, new types of immunology, and other targeted drugs which are precision oncology, which are now being called the best new weapon to defeat cancer, are still aloof here. So the global plan actually makes it possible to access them, and that too in the best facilities across the world as per choice. If you look around, you will see many individuals are opting for such international treatments because when it comes to the healthcare, they would like to go to the territory where you have highest possible survival ratio. Now let's understand how a global plan really works from a basic lens. In a global health insurance, one can easily go abroad and access the best available treatment for covered ailments anywhere in the world as per choice. All are on a cashless basis, wherein the insurance provider on behalf of the client actually arranges a GOP, which in insurance terms called guarantee of payment to the hospital for the covered medical conditions. The advantage of going abroad through an insurance provider is to avail negotiated network discounts, thus allowing full treatment stay and complete recovery in the same facility. But as we dive into a deeper understanding, a good international health insurance plan works on a modular nature. There are 5 major levers in any global health insurance. The number one is AOC, which is called area of cover, which means whether I want my plan to cover in Singapore, in Europe, in USA, or outside USA. Medical conditions covered, some illness or all illnesses or large illnesses, plan construct, which is the third lever, whether it's an individual or a corporate plan or a family floater. And fourth and fifth would be depth of plan, basically only the hospitalization or wellness and travel vaccinations, emergency services like medical evacuation. So all of above in together with the eligibility of the plan, whether it is for resident Indian, is it for NRI, expatriate, makes a full global health stack. Now, in case of a regular domestic health plan, one can get medical expenses covered for a treatment that has been exercised within the Indian geography. Whereas a global plan allows not only to cover treatment within India, but it also covers the treatment that has been taken abroad for the covered medical conditions under the policy.
Very interesting. Just taking off from what you've said, Arun, my next question as a follow-up essentially, Siddharth, is whether we can really know more about what these plans cover, what kind of diseases or pre-existing conditions are covered under these plans. And also, if you could throw more light on who should ideally opt for these global healthcare plans.
Okay, so let me address the first part. The pre-existing disease, just like any other normal regular plan, these plans also cover the pre-existing diseases. Depending on plan to plan and insurance company to insurance company, that pre-existing disease waiting period could be from 2 years to 4 years. What it means is that after serving this waiting period, your pre-existing disease can also be covered, through any kind of a global plan. What kind of illnesses are covered? So different plans have different list of illnesses, but most of these illnesses are, in the category of major illnesses such as cancer, or, if somebody needs a heart bypass surgery or kind of angioplasty, or, in the range of kidney transplant. So I think these are the major illnesses which are covered in these plans. So a person, looking, obviously, looking to purchase such a health insurance plan should opt for the cover which has the highest list of such illnesses, so that you have a end-to-end coverage, a complete comprehensive coverage. So anybody can buy these plans. Obviously, they come at a certain extra cost, because obviously they give you a global health coverage and access to the best of the treatment across the world. So typically, who's not a person who's looking to kind of enhance their coverage and want to kind of ensure best treatment for themselves and their families, and it's not, mindful of paying a little bit of extra premium, should definitely look at these plans.
I'm going to come into how much the premium is in just a bit. But Arun, from all that you and Siddharth told me, there's a lot of similarities to travel insurance, in the sense that travel insurance also covers, when a person is abroad and faces some health emergency. How different is a global coverage plan to that?
I think this is a wonderful question, considering the difference between a global health insurance and travel insurance is a source of confusion for many people. Although both are intended to cover people abroad, but the intended purpose of each product is a little different. Not understanding the difference may lead to financial outflow towards medical expenses, and very importantly, healthcare not accessible in the need of the hour. Now, travel insurance essentially is designed to cover flight delays, trip cancellations, loss of luggage, and emergency medical treatment only. It does not allow planned or pre-existing disease treatment internationally by choice. You're not buying a health plan by buying a travel. You're actually getting into an emergency only plan that serves the purpose of patching you up, addressing your emergency medical treatment, and getting you back home into your domestic health plan as soon as possible. And if you have one, the travel coverage ends once you are back home. Also, travel insurance does not cover long-term medical treatment, ongoing treatments, preventive care, and much more. Hence, the cost of travel insurance is quite low in comparison to any global medical plan. Whereas a global health insurance is designed to cover planned treatments of a covered medical conditions abroad, it also covers prolonged care, cancer treatments, advanced treatments, mental care, and pre-existing conditions. It also provides flexibility in terms of choice of hospital, anywhere within the region to cover on a cashless basis, and that too without any deductible.
Siddharth, the question that I wanted to ask you earlier when you mentioned the issue of premium, I'm sure our viewers are extremely curious to know how the premium actually is determined for global healthcare plans. Are they more expensive than the plans that are offering domestic coverage, and how so? I think you more or less answered my second half earlier.
Yeah. So, Akshita, the premium for these global plans typically, depend on a couple of factors. One is like just what Arun said, is on the geography, or I would say the area of coverage. So there are certain plans which give you the coverage worldwide. That is, anywhere in the world, you can be it US, UK, Canada, Australia, Singapore, you can access the treatment. So there are certain plans which exclude certain countries, specifically US and Canada, because the cost of treatment there is much higher. And since the cost of treatment is much higher, the premium is also higher. So I think the first and the foremost is the geography, which determines the premium of the plan. The second is the list of illnesses that are covered. So of course, if it's a cancer treatment which is covered in a plan, that could be a slightly more expensive to cover other illnesses, because the cancer treatment in US, let's say, can anywhere range between 1 crore to 4 crore or even more in Indian rupees term. So I think that's the second thing. The third thing is whether the plan enables you to go only for planned hospitalization, or it can cover emergency hospitalization as well. That is, you are traveling there and there is an emergency just in case. So does that help you? And the fourth is it's a small point, but it's definitely a very important point, is the global network of hospitals that the insurance company provides. So the larger the network, of hospitals, I think the larger, ability for the insurance company to negotiate the rates with the, hospitals, and that could reflect in slightly lower premium. So I think these are the couple of factors which kind of define the premium, and there are multiple choices available to a customer to choose from plans and customize them according to their need.
And customization, let's talk about that with Arun as well. One of the plans by Manipal Cigna, Lifetime Health Global Plan, Arun, comes with the option to customize one's coverage. So can you let us know more about how policyholders can actually personalize their policy with this plan? What level of personalization are we talking about?
Yeah. So Akshita, actually in today's world, consumer behavior has undergone a tectonic shift. Today's consumer want experiences solutions that are tailored to their requirement and demand hyper personalization in insurance as well. Now, coming on to the Manipal Cigna Lifetime Health Plan, this is a very unique solution and is one of the most comprehensive plan that one can find in the Indian market. Its inherent modular nature allows multiple levels of personalization in the hands of a proposer. For example, the Lifetime Health has 2 modules, India only and India plus global cover. Why the Lifetime Health has 2 modules? Because the Lifetime Health plan's incubation was aided by our established global health benefit solution, which is a preferred choice across countries via our JV partner, which is Cigna Global. It is known as corporate GHB in Indian market. Now, coming back to the Lifetime, both modules have respective levers of personalization as per need. For example, in global module, one can customize the area of cover by choosing the treatment geography, being worldwide including USA or worldwide excluding USA. You can further choose ailments to be covered for global treatment, whether to cover only the cancer or all of the major 27 critical illnesses, including cancer, heart-related, organ transplant, brain and neurosurgery, Alzheimer or Parkinson, and so on and so forth. The sum insured is also available from 50 lakh to 3 crore for respective modules, which essentially means you have an access to high coverage value up to total of 6 crores. Now, this is important. Knowing the cost of international treatment is very high due to its advanced nature, care quality, and currency conversion. As a reference point to our viewers, the average cost of cancer treatment in the USA can anywhere be around 2.5 crores to 4 crores INR, depending on the type and the stage of cancer. Similarly, a bypass surgery of heart costs 3 to 5 times more in US when compared to India. At an overall plan level, one has to opt to cover emergency services like air ambulance, evacuation. Also, you have a choice to cover medical devices like CPAP machine and wheelchair as well. The personalization continues with the choice of room, suite or non-suite. Now, Indian module is an independent and comprehensive domestic health insurance and covers chronic, non-chronic, critical, non-critical, and other built-in benefits like unlimited restoration, health checkup, premium wear, no sublimits, and it also provides coverage to the pre-existing disease after 24 months, subject to underwriting. Now, Lifetime is a highly personalized, all-inclusive health insurance plan, whether one is looking for a domestic cover or global cover or both. It has a unique packages like Health Plus, Global Plus, and Women Plus, that allow further curation and annual access to women-specific cancer screenings. And lastly, my personal favorite aspect of a Manipal Signal Lifetime Health is that there is no mandatory condition of India diagnosis or Indian doctor reference, and there is no copay whatsoever or reimbursement only kind of deterrent that many global health insurance plan in the Indian market has today.
I'm sure our viewers found that very, very helpful. Arun, Siddharth, just stay on with me. It's time for us to slip into a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back on the Policy Bazaar show.
हाय
हाय
ये तो फुल लाइन मार रही है मुझ पे क्या बोल रही हाय
From wacky one-liners to some light-hearted cheesy dialogues.
वाला हाय था
Looks like Ranbir Kapoor is all set to charm his way into his fans' hearts courtesy his new rom-com Tu Jhooti Main Makkar, the trailer of which went viral in no time.
लवेबल हम्बल रिस्पेक्टफुल रोमांटिक प्यारा
प्यारा और लवेबल सेम होता है
मैं दोनों हूँ हिंदी में भी
With healthy dose of intimacy, the film stays true to its name and also manages to stick to the genre. This Love Ranjan directorial also stars Shraddha Kapoor, making it her first collaboration with the filmmaker as well as Ranbir Kapoor.
एकदम अच्छी ड्राइव है मजे करेंगे
गाड़ी खराब हो गई और होटल में सिर्फ एक कमरा हो तो मैं जमीन पे नहीं सोऊंगा
तू बिस्तर पे सो जाना मैं जमीन पे सो जाऊंगी
Ahead of the trailer launch, the star cast including Ranbir Kapoor, Shraddha Kapoor and filmmaker Love Ranjan were seen posing for the cameras. During the same, Ranbir was also seen adding a piece of heart to the puzzle.
किसी मासूम के दिल से खेलने का नतीजा क्या होता है
Tu Jhooti Main Makkar is all set to roll out in cinemas on March 8th.
खेलते हैं
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कदर ही नहीं रह गई दुनिया में प्यार की मेरा तो दिल कर रहा है कूद के मर जाऊं इतने फ्रिवलेस हो चुके हैं लोग छी
Welcome back to the Policy Bazaar show. We are discussing boosting your protection cover with Global Health Insurance. Here with Siddharth Singhal, Business Head of Health Insurance, policybazaar.com, and Arun Kaushik from Manipal Signa. So let's continue where we left off. Siddharth, I'd like to resume with you. While it's great really to know that health insurance in India is evolving to offer overseas treatment coverage as well, we'd also like to know about the exclusions that the customer should be mindful of.
Sure. I think that's a very important thing to know, Akshata. See, I'll just take that question into one, what is excluded and what the customer should definitely look for in a global health insurance plan. See, I think there are majorly two things. One is, there are certain plans which are obviously global in nature, but they also have condition that the diagnosis must happen in India. And there are plans, which are, which don't have such condition. So first of all, the customer should definitely, understand this, that even though they can avail global treatment, but the diagnosis must happen in India, whether this plan that they are opting for, does it have that condition or not. Second major thing I would say is the person should definitely understand, even though I have a global health plan, does it cover only cashless, that is planned treatment, or does it cover emergency treatment as well? I think that's very two important things to definitely know. And what I would also recommend is, while if you're opting for a global health insurance plan, definitely look at the sum insured. A sum insured of 10, 15, 20 lakhs, which might be enough in India, would definitely not be enough, outside.
When opting for treatment outside the country, Arun, there is obviously a great deal of logistics, travel involved as well. So to what extent do these plans actually cover such overhead costs?
You're right, Akshita. Inpatient hospital treatment is a major expense, but it is one of the many related heads. Going for international treatment starts with a second opinion, repeated doctor consultations, hospital appointments, and travel and stay expenses for self as well as for companion. It may involve multiple sessions and pre-post hospitalization expenses as well. Well, we have got it all covered under the Lifetime Health Plan to ensure smooth access to global treatment and recovery. The Global Plus package of the plan actually pays a lump sum amount of 5 lakh rupees to cover travel, stay, and any other out-of-pocket expenses related to the treatment abroad. It also has miscellaneous expenses coverage up to 25,000 per day under the hospitalization cash, apart from the hospitalization actual expenses. We also understand that there would be additional and high expenses if one is to undergo chemo and radiotherapy abroad. The plan will further support by 25,000 INR per session, apart from covering the actual hospital cost of therapy. The package also covers outpatient expenses abroad if related to the opted illnesses.
Okay. Before we conclude our discussion, Arun and Siddharth, I'd like to hear from both of you if there are any helpful tips for our viewers before they really finalize a global healthcare plan. Siddharth, if I could begin with you.
Sure. I think we live in exciting times, and we see a lot of innovation coming in, especially the health insurance sector. And now there are plans which are tailor made to the needs of the consumers to address what the consumers need. I think a global health plan is definitely a very good proposition for the customers, and especially customers who are looking to ensure best of the treatment for themselves and their family across anywhere in the world. One should definitely look for a very high sum insured, which could be obviously a meaningful sum insured. What I would also recommend, just like I said earlier, secondly, to understand the plan, what are the key exclusions, what it will cover, what it will not cover, and how is it different from a travel insurance. It's definitely different from a travel insurance. I would recommend the customers to understand, which keys, geographies they would like to cover, and, how accordingly the premium changes. And definitely what I would also recommend is to, understand the features, in different plans that are available in the market. Whether you want only an in-hospitalization plan, which just covers the hospitalization costs in the, abroad, or does it cover, apart from hospitalization, it could be pre and post hospitalization or air ambulance or anything. So I think, customers at their disposal have a lot of options now available in the market. They should definitely look at all the propositions, understand thoroughly, and then make the right choice for themselves.
Okay. Arun, your pointers to our viewers.
Yeah, Akshita. We always would like to buy the most qualitative and advanced product that one can afford for self and the family for every identified need. The same goes true while evaluating a health insurance plan. And it is very much possible that the best care or the more advanced treatment is available anywhere else in the world. So don't let the treatment cost or geographical boundary limit you. One must weigh and buy a high sum assured global health plan like Manipal Cigna's lifetime plan. Below 5 levers should be your evaluation parameters. 1, AOC, which is area of cover. Point 2, which is a sum assured value. A high sum assured value will help you have an international treatment smoothly. Number of medical conditions covered and PED coverage. 4th would be any mandatory condition while availing the international treatment is there in the plan. And most importantly, international claim expertise and experience of the insurance service provider. So I believe let's go ahead and make the world accessible to you.
Okay, and at that note, we've come to an end of this very, very insightful discussion. Thank you very much, Siddharth Singhal and Arun Kaushik, for taking the time out and joining us today. It was an absolute pleasure having you both on the show. That's all for this week. Thank you for tuning in. Keep watching the Policy Bazaar show.
It's a new fad in India. Chai shops listing the owner's educational qualifications. Meet engineer chaiwala from Uttarakhand's Haldwani. Pankaj Pandey, a 28-year-old diploma holder in mechanical engineering, is a hit in the town.
मैंने मैकेनिकल से पॉलिटेक्निक किया हुआ है गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक गरूर से, तो उसके साथ साथ मैं अपनी जेई के लिए तैयारी भी करता रहता हूँ, जूनियर इंजीनियर के एग्जाम्स के लिए। और जो मेरा मेन जो विजन है वो इसी को आगे लेके जाना है, इंजीनियर चाय वाले को।
Pandey used to work at a call center in Noida earlier. While he is proud to run a tea shop, he is also attempting to clear entrance exams for further education.
अपकमिंग जो भी जेईई के एग्जाम्स होंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मैकेनिकल के लिए, उनकी तैयारी कर रहा हूँ। और लेकिन मैकेनिकल की तो वैसे वैकेंसी निकलना बहुत कम हो चुका है, कई सारे डिपार्टमेंट तो बहुत बिल्कुल ख़त्म ही कर दी है वैकेंसी, लेकिन फिर भी एक उम्मीद है।
Pandey's chai is popular among locals and tourists alike.
कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है, अच्छा कर रखा है उनने, यहाँ पे चाय की दुकान खोल दी है और बहुत बढ़िया चाय अच्छी लग रही है, टेस्ट बहुत बढ़िया।
बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर आजकल, इसलिए भैया ने अपना खोल लगा छोटा मोटा काम, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है यहाँ पर इनका। रेगुलर लगाते हैं सर, सुबह 4 से 9 बजे तक लगाते हैं।
Pankaj Pandey opens his tea stall every evening for 2 hours. Bureau Report, India Today.
are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. This is Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Finance Minister Sitharaman's big statement amidst Adani row in an India Today exclusive. Finance Minister says no effect to India's position, highlighting FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well.
कंपनी में हिस्सेदार हो गए हैं, जिससे when कंपनी हमारी बढ़ेगी, हमारे अपने भी मिलेगा.
Infighting between AIADMK and BJP out in the open before key erode polls. BJP proposes unity in OPS-EPS faction. AIADMK slams the Bharatiya Janata Party, says party should stick to their own affairs. Hacking, spoofing, fake letters. Karnataka Congress under digital attack ahead of the polls. Official website vanishes. Spoof appears. Terms Congress committee as communal criminal. Congress lodges complaint with cybercrime unit. After Uttarakhand's Joshimath houses in Jammu and Kashmir, Doda developed cracks. 21 houses in one mosque cracks. 19 families shifted to safer locations. Jammu and Kashmir admin assessing case of the cracks. Second Chinese spy balloon spotted over skies of Latin America. Pentagon says assessing surveillance balloon. Blinken postpones trip to China. Breaking news coming in. Assam Chief Minister's massive crackdown on child marriage. 2,211 people, including 57 qazis, priests, have been arrested. 4,074 child marriages reported from across Assam. Assam Chief Minister says identified 8,134 people as accused. Listen in.
যে আমি বৰ্তমান 4,074টা কেছ ৰেজিষ্টাৰ কৰিছিলোঁ আৰু ইয়াত সৰ্বমুঠ 8,134 জন ব্যক্তিক আমি অভিযুক্তৰ শাৰীত ৰাখিছোঁ। ইয়াৰ কিছুমান ব্যক্তি এনেকুৱা আছে যি হয়তো বিবাহত আবদ্ধ হোৱা ব্যক্তিসকলৰ পিতৃ-মাতৃ, তেওঁলোকলৈকে চৰকাৰে নটিচ দিব, তেওঁলোকক পঞ্চাতে গ্ৰেপ্তাৰ কৰা নহ'ব।
It's a massive crackdown on child marriages. You heard Himanta Biswa Sarma right there talk about the crackdown that the government is doing on child marriages in Assam. That's the big breaking story at the top of this hour. 2,211 people, including 57 qazis, and priests arrested. Afrita Hussain joins us from Guwahati. Afrita, first tell us what is this problem of child marriage in Assam and how the crackdown is going on, because the Chief Minister has been quite insistent on cracking on this crackdown and has identified many accused as well.
Yes, this massive crackdown which is taking place in Assam, where the total number of arrests have increased to 2,211. It's a massive crackdown actually, because this child marriage which is prevalent, especially among a particular population, that is a Muslim population, alleged immigrant Muslim population, specifically in Upper Assam. But then also, it's not like that only this particular community is being targeted, whereas already the 52 priests and Kajis were got arrested. This is the major crackdown actually. And Assam Chief Minister had directed the police to carry out a probe as he got inputs about the child marriage being rampant in the state, and total of 4,074 cases has been registered till now in Assam regarding this child marriage.
Thank you for joining us with the very latest details. Big statement coming in by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the Adani crisis. The minister said that India's position or image has not been affected by the Adani crisis. She further said that FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well and assured that all measures are being taken by the regulator. While her colleague Anurag Thakur slammed the opposition, which has been creating uproar in the parliament and demanding discussion on the issue in the House, he said that opposition has no other topic, which is why they're disturbing the House. It has been a tumultuous run for the Adani Group ever since the Hindenburg report accused the group of stock manipulation and accounting frauds. While the Adani Group is half as valuable as it was just 7 trading sessions ago, a sharp rebound in 4 of the Adani Group's shares, including Adani Enterprises and Adani Ports, bounced back on Friday after facing heavy drubbing of late. Meanwhile, Central Bank has allayed investors' fears over the Adani rout, stating that the banking sector remains resilient and stable. RBI maintains it will keep a constant vigil on the Indian banking sector.
आप इसमें कंपनी का डेट को सरकार दे रही है, ये सही है कि नहीं, और ये प्रेसिडेंट बन जाएगा, बाकी सब फ्यूचर में ऐसे कंपनी आएगा उसको ऐसे ही ट्रीट करेंगे। इस रास्ते पर आगे आपके प्रश्न सही है, मगर वो अंडरस्टैंडिंग में थोड़ा गलती है। मैं हम्बली कह सकती हूँ कि प्लीज उनका डेट को हम नहीं दे, वो जो सरकार को देना है, हाँ, वो सरकार को जो देना है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चलते वो सब होने के बाद और कैबिनेट के अप्रूवल लेने के बाद आप कंपनी हमें जो हमारी व्यू है वो दे नहीं पा रही हो इस कगार में, इसीलिए हम कंपनी का शेयर ले, मतलब कंपनी में हिस्सेदार हो गए हैं, जिससे when कंपनी हमारी बढ़ेगी हमारे अपने भी मिलेगा, यही तो हो रही है।
SBI, LIC, वित्त मंत्री, RBI सबने इस पे अपनी बात कह दी है और बड़ा स्पष्ट कर दिया है। विपक्ष चर्चा से भाग रहा है और राष्ट्रपति भाषण और बजट पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। चलिए।
As the road by polls draws closer, war for words intensifies after BJP wades into the ongoing tiff in AIADMK. AIADMK's IT wing secretary Singai Ramachandran lambasted the Bharatiya Janata Party, lampooning BJP's state election performance. Ramachandran said the Saffron Party shouldn't tell AIADMK, who has ruled Tamil Nadu for 30 years now, how to run it. Not only that, Ramachandran warned Karnataka BJP leader to stay in his limits. Meanwhile, BJP has made it clear that they are not interfering in AIADMK's internal issues. OPS too affirmed that they do not want any stalemate and will support whoever will contest from the AIADMK party. The war of words comes closely on the heels of BJP pitch to contest together with the AIADMK against the DMK in the Erode East by-poll in Tamil Nadu.
We have told O. Pannirselvam Anna also that the intention of this whole thing is to make one candidate win, stand behind that candidate, put our whole effort so that this huge anti-incumbency gets translated and reflected in the votes that gets polled in on February 27. So later, our National General Secretary, C.T. Raviji, came here and he met the press people. He has read a prepared statement also to you that he has mentioned a unified ADMK for the election, meaning that a single ADMK candidate who is getting the symbol should contest. And BJP doesn't take any stand into other parties' internal functioning. And I have been consistently making it clear as the state president, party president here, that we don't advise nor do we interfere between two leaders to tell them how they should run their party. It is their business. So I hope and pray something good happens today, comes out today, and thereby the best candidate wins against the candidate put up by the Congress DMK coalition party.
என்பது உங்களுக்கும் தெரியும், மக்களுக்கும் தெரியும், எங்களுக்கும் தெரியும். நாங்கள் எச்சரிக்கையாக இருக்கிறோம்.
தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி இப்ப இருக்குதா உடைஞ்சிருச்சா? தேசிய முற்போக்கு கூட்டணிங்கறத பயன்படுத்தி இருக்காங்க.
உள்ளாட்சி தேர்தலிலேயே பிஜேபி தனியா தான் நின்னது. இந்த கேள்விக்கே பொருள் இல்லை.
அதிமுக ஆபத்து நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
என்னங்க?
பாஜக
I did not like the fact that someone else is suggesting how we should run our party, because we have our leader and he knows what to do it. And I also believe it is good for any party member to just stick to their own party affairs and not good to interfere in other party affairs, I suggest, because we are a party who have ruled for more than about 30 years in Tamil Nadu. And when they defined what is the Shakti, and that's why Purachit Talaivar started the party, and then Amma has done, and these are the things we should do to win DMK. DMK has done all these things. But see, these are things we knew it like for ages. And I don't think we need anyone external to come and tell. They are in the alliance, of course, but I think there should be a line which no one should cross.
Every party has Lakshman Rekha. It is better the other party doesn't breach that. If we can have 1,000 advisors for BJP, we can tell BJP unity is good for the welfare of the state. Our job is to step down. Let Uddhav and Eknath Shinde join together and run the state in a prosperous way. Will they take the state?
All right, Shilpa Nair is now joining us for the latest. Shilpa, get us all the drama that is happening right there, the tussle between BJP and AIADMK before the polls in Tamil Nadu.
Well, it all started with Tamil Nadu BJP Chief K. Annamalai and State in charge C.T. Ravi going in meeting EPS and OPS yesterday at their residences in Chennai. And after that meeting, both the leaders, they addressed the media wherein they said that what they want is a united AIDMK because they say unless the OPS and EPS factions work together, they are not going to be able to defeat the DMK. And that is the reason why the BJP said a united AIDMK is the need of the hour. But this proposition, of course, did not go down well with several AIDMK leaders. Some of them, of course, have openly voiced their opinions. We just played out the reaction from AIDMK IT Wing Secretary Singai Ramachandran, wherein he said that, yes, the BJP and the AIDMK are in an alliance, but the BJP should not cross a certain limit, or they should not cross a certain line and interfere in the affairs of the AIDMK, because they have a leader who is capable enough of taking decisions pertaining to the party matters, and the BJP should only look into their own party affairs and not really interfere into what is happening in the AIDMK. But clarifying on that, of course, later today, Annamalai held a press conference wherein he said that the BJP stand as far as the leadership tussle in AIDMK is very, very clear, that they are neutral, they do not want to take sides and they do not want to interfere in the party affairs. And he, of course, disclose the details of the meetings that they held with EPS and OPS yesterday, wherein Annamalai said that BJP has made it clear that they will not be contesting the Erode by-election, but they will support the candidate from
Thank you, Shilpa, for getting us those details right there. Now, the Delhi Dangal gate is exploding. Days after Kejriwal's name appeared in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the excise policy scam, the BJP staged a massive protest outside the AAP headquarters in Delhi and demanded Kejriwal's resignation as the Chief Minister. The workers of the Saffron Party also raised slogans against the Delhi Chief Minister and accused him of taking corruption. The protests come after the ED said that the Aam Aadmi Party used the money generated from the alleged Delhi liquor scam for election campaign in Goa. According to the ED, cash payments amounting to almost 70 lakh rupees were made to the volunteers who were a part of the Aam Aadmi Party survey teams. The probe agency said AAP's communication in charge Vijay Nair told certain persons involved in the campaign-related work to receive payments in cash. Meanwhile, Kejriwal responded to the ED's charge, saying it was completely fictional.
ये संघर्ष हमारा काफी समय से है। हम ये बात बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल आम आदमी पार्टी शराब घोटाले में लिप्त है और वो चोरी इनके सामने आ रही है। विजय नायर जेल में बंद है, बाकी लोगों के भी अब अरविंद केजरीवाल नाम का जो नाम आया है, ये नाम की जो दीमक है दिल्ली के विकास को 2015 से चाट रही है। मेरा मानना यह है अरविंद केजरीवाल नैतिकता को स्वीकार करें और इस्तीफा दें, दिल्ली को छोड़ दें।
जो आप एफआईआर की बात कर रहे हैं, चार्जशीट की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल का नाम कहीं पर नहीं है। इसको लेकर के
उन्होंने सीधा कहा है कि जो व्यक्ति जो अरविंद का बयान है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर में मैं गया, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, और कैसे नाम आता है जी? ऐसे ही नाम आता है कि जो वो आरोपी है सीधा नाम बता रहा है कि मुझे अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, उनके ऑफिस में मुझे बुलाया जाता था, वहां बैठ के डील होती थी, और नाम कैसे आता है? तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
Joshimath-like crisis strikes Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Total 21 structures have developed cracks, including 19 houses, 1 mosque and 1 religious educational institution at Nai Basti village in Thatri area of Doda district in Jammu and Kashmir. One of the houses that have developed cracks collapsed. 19 families whose houses developed cracks have already moved to safer locations. Most of them are staying at the relatives' houses. Distressed locals are protesting against the administration for not providing rehabilitation or taking any action. Doda district magistrate claimed that the cracks had started to increase and the area was gradually sinking. He said that the government was trying to find a solution as soon as possible now. A team of geologists, senior officials from the district administrations who visited the spot said they were ascertaining the reasons behind the cracks and asked the locals to not worry.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं ज़िला डोडा के ठाठरी के मुकाम पे, जो कि नई बस्ती है। यहाँ पे 3 दिन से यहाँ पे मकानों में दरारें आने शुरू हो गई थी और कल रात से इसमें काफ़ी शिद्दत पैदा हुई है और कल रात को 6 मकान टोटल डैमेज हो चुके हैं, जो गिर चुके हैं। इसके अलावा 15 जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आ चुकी हैं। तो उत्तराखंड की जो शिमत की तरह यहाँ पे भी मकानों में ऐसा दरारें आनी शुरू होगी और उसके बाद काफ़ी ज़्यादा दरारें आ गई हैं। तो हम दिखाना चाहेंगे आपको कि यहाँ के जो हालात अभी हैं। ये देखिए, एक मकान बिल्कुल टोटल गिर चुका है। उसके अलावा इस इलाके में बाकी भी जो मकान है वो भी गिर चुके हैं और लगभग 15 मकान ऐसे हैं जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आई हुई हैं, जिसकी वजह से पूरे इस इलाके में लोगों में एक खौफ है। जिसे जो इन घरों में रहते थे वो यहाँ से शिफ्ट हो चुके हैं।
कुछ वैज्ञानिकों का दल उसके अध्ययन हेतु आया है। जिला प्रशासन ने जहाँ 19 भवनों की बात थी उनको खाली करा लिया गया, सुरक्षित स्थानों पर रख लिया गया है। मुझे लगता है कि कुछ ज़्यादा हाइप क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। पूरी तरह से पैनी नज़र प्रशासन की है और जो भी बेस्ट पॉसिबल होगा वो किया जाए।
Coming up, second Chinese spy balloon spotted over the skies of Latin America. Pentagon says assessing surveillance balloon. Blinken postpones trip to China this morning. Moments from now, stay with us on India Today as we head into a very short commercial break.
You are watching India Today.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
Days after land subsidence in Uttarakhand's Joshimath caused by unbridled development, the threat has spread to Doda district in Jammu and Kashmir. Several houses in the Naya Basti locality of Thatri town has developed cracks. The team of geologists and senior officials from the district administration visited the spot. The reason for the cracks is being ascertained.
डैमेज बढ़ रही है, लेकिन वर्दी डेवकॉम साहब जो हैं डीसी साहब के साथ जो है इसमें पूरे इकदाम लिए जा रहे हैं। जो स्ट्रक्चर्स अभी डैमेज्ड हैं उनको इवैक्यूएट किया गया है, लोगों को बाहर निकाला गया है और असेसमेंट स्ट्रक्चर्स की जारी।
Affected people have moved in with their neighbors or relatives. They are demanding proper rehabilitation by the government.
मेहरबानी करके जो बच्चे हैं उनके बारे में सोचें और हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चों के बारे में सोचें। हमें बहुत परेशानी हो रही है।
तकरीबन 6 घरों में बहुत नुकसान हुआ है और साथ में जो ये इस प्लेट में पूरी बस्ती आ रही है। हमारी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से यह गुजारिश है कि ये जो 6 घर जिनका ज़्यादा नुकसान है इनको कहीं रिहेबिलिटेशन करें, कहीं इनको रहने के लिए फिलहाल जगह दें।
Thatri town is in the grip of fear as news of cracks spread. The administration has advised residents against panic. Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
Another Chinese balloon spotted in the US skies. The Pentagon said another Chinese balloon was observed over Latin America without saying where exactly. Remember, a suspected Chinese spy balloon has been flying over the United States for a few days now, and senior US officials are worried about this. They've advised President Joe Biden against shooting it down for the fear the debris could pose a safety threat. The US has reacted strongly, with Secretary of State Antony Blinken postponing his visit to China. He called it a clear violation of US sovereignty. China has expressed regret that an airship used for civilian meteorological and other scientific purposes had to be strayed into the US airspace.
Iran is a threat not only. Yesterday, the Department of Defense announced that we had detected and were tracking a high-altitude surveillance balloon that remains over the continental United States. We continue to track and monitor the balloon closely. We're confident this is a Chinese surveillance balloon. Once we detected the balloon, the U.S. government acted immediately to protect against the collection of sensitive information. We communicated with the PRC government directly through multiple channels about this issue.
Right now, what we're not going to do is get into a hour-by-hour location of the balloon. Again, we're monitoring it closely. As I mentioned, right now, it's over the center of the continental United States.
It appeared to be what looked kind of like the moon, but then I could see off to the right that the moon was, that clearly wasn't the moon. So then I started to tell everybody else, my coworkers, I started pointing up at it to see if they were seeing the same thing, and they did as well. So then we went into our shack and got some binoculars and started trying to get a closer look at it. And that's when we were able to tell that it appeared to be some type of balloon, like weather balloon of some sort, like that. So then I just frantically grabbed my phone, and I was going to try to see how good of a video I could get.
U.S. Secretary of State N.T. Blinken has postponed his visit to China, primarily due to a surveillance being undertaken of United States by a Chinese balloon, which is violative of international norms and is not acceptable. Chinese have been repetitively sending balloons over the United States, but this balloon is following a certain direction which takes it over very sensitive locations, missile locations, nuclear establishments, etc., and is something which is not acceptable to the United States at all.
Well, with that, it's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. And don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our India Today app. But stay with us. Coming up next is our lifestyle edit. We're bringing you all about sustainable living and sustainable lifestyle. Don't go anywhere after this short commercial break. That's coming up.
You are watching India Today.
In 1990, BJP leader Lal Krishna Advani started his Somnath to Ayodhya Rath Yatra. The route lay across India. But the chariot was stopped at Samastipur in Bihar by the then Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav. Advani was arrested. The twin towns of Ayodhya and Faizabad began to resemble a fortress as the then Janata Dal Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mulayam Singh Yadav, fortified the area around Babri Masjid to stop car sevaks from reaching the site. But it was not enough, as VHP and Bajrang Dal activists continued to pour into Ayodhya. On October 30th, 1990, thousands of car sevaks thronged the Hanuman Gadi crossing. Despite the curfew, first-time BJP MP Uma Bharti, VHP Joint Secretary Ashok Singhal, and Swami Vamdeo of the RSS led about 15,000 car sevaks towards the Babri Masjid. A few car sevaks even managed to climb the dome of the mosque and unfurl a saffron flag on top.
उस दिन मेरे ख्याल से दो जत्थे निकले थे, एक हनुमान जी के मंदिर के सामने से, एक थोड़ा साइड से ऐसे बगल से निकला। जो बगल से निकला था उसमें बिल्कुल लड़ाई ऐसे हो रही थी जैसे युद्ध हो रहे होते हैं, एक तरफ जनता और एक तरफ मुलायम सिंह का शासन।
With instructions from the Mulayam Singh government to not allow any damage to the mosque, the police resorted to firing at the crowd.
Car seva at the disputed site, they may force them in that particular, beyond the security cordon, and do the car seva at the disputed site, maybe the sanctum. create some kind of a trouble inside the disputed structure, break some walls and, things like that.
The incident earned the Chief Minister of UP the title of Mullah Mulayam and would cost him his seat in the polarized atmosphere.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
There is a whole new world waiting to be explored right there when it comes to wellness. In this week's episode of Health 360, we talk to you about collagen supplements, nutraceuticals, and also how can you achieve the glazed donut skin. Watch our wellness special, Health 360, at these times, only on India Today.
Hello and welcome to our special episode, The Lifestyle Edit, Sustainable Living. I'm Jackie Narula with my producer Vaishnavi Kaharwar, and this time around we're bringing you everything you need to know about how to live more sustainably to contribute to a better planet that we will leave behind for our kids. So when it comes to fashion, tourism, home decor, all of this can be sustainable. We're going to tell you exactly how you can be more sustainable to save the planet of the climate crisis and the landfills that are filling up. There are some very interesting schools of thought when it comes to sustainability. There are some designers who actually feel that buying more is more sustainable because that creates employment. But the caveat being, if you buy from India, because we're a developing economy, there are other designers who feel that the fabrics, where you source everything from, the supply chain, all of that leads to sustainability as well. So when you go out tomorrow to buy, how do you know whether what you're buying is sustainable or not? Take a look at the lay of the land first. The fast fashion industry is one of the biggest and most significant contributors to pollution globally. The extremely detrimental impact of fast fashion waste on the environment has been known for a while. According to earth.org, the fast fashion industry contributes to nearly 10% of global carbon emissions. Millions of clothes end up in landfills every day. While none of this is news, the debate on sustainability is an interesting one. Some of the senior members of this industry are extremely aware and sustainable and making an effort towards it.
If you are taking care of the people who are making the garments, who are weaving it, and then back end they are using the natural fiber to create the fabric, so they are not using plastics or polyesters, but they are using the green cotton and using that to create the fabric. Then I'm using those fabric, handloom fabric, to make fashionable garments. So ultimately it is sustaining the whole chain of the cycle. Even after usage, if it goes back to the earth, it disintegrates and turns into manure. So all these things are very much there, which I am very much supporting and doing from the beginning of my career. And I think that is what my bit can be.
Pranav Kirti, who owns a fashion label with a strong social commentary, has a rather interesting view. His philosophy is buy more as it contributes to employment in India.
Our dialogue and our narration of the entire story, that you buy less. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to preach and you buy less. I think I have a little bit of a conflict over there. I feel as creative intellectuals and as industry stakeholders, it is our responsibility to make better. So buy as much as you want, but then it's our houses which have to produce better. By just buying less, nothing is going to be so remarkably impactful in the West. But over here, people are going to lose their jobs, and it's literally going to come down to their livelihoods. So we as entrepreneurs and as leaders have to provide better avenues for their income and as well as for our customers so that they have better options in the market.
So is our Indian concept of sustainability borrowed? Yes and no.
Like in the previous years, like maybe 100, 200 years before, our country was so much more sustainable in terms of, you know, the way we used to have our cooking and food, our textiles, everything was having a certain meaning. How it should be going this much only and then it will return back to the earth. So because of the fast life and so much of, in the name of progression, we have kind of actually gone backwards.
Anju Modi, who is gearing up for another store launch, and Pranav, who just recently concluded a showcase in Mumbai, feel buying more Indian and slow fashion is far more sustainable as a practice.
We have to give better choices to our customers. And when I said that buy more Indian, since generations, India has been, sustainability has been a part of Indian culture. If you see, whether it's our mothers transferring their saris and shawls to their kids and daughters, and so on and so forth. The entire, how our houses are run. Use and throw is not our, has never been a way of living in India. So it's a very borrowed idea of sustainability. It's a very pressing issue at the moment, and we have to be very serious about this.
While it may be fashionable to be sustainable, the next time you go shopping, check if it's made in India. And also make sure slow fashion is your go-to option. In New Delhi, with inputs from Riya Modi and Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today. You must have already understood by now that slow fashion is better for the planet. But it is also very expensive. And hence most people prefer to buy fast fashion. But fast fashion is a big contributor to pollution around the world, with all these landfills filling up, and we've already shown you enough reasons why fast fashion can be extremely detrimental to our environment. That's not the planet we probably want to leave for our kids behind. You can reuse, you can repurpose your slow fashion, or there is a big new trend which has come into India, that of a pre-loved revolution. Something called as closet detox. We'll tell you how the pre-loved revolution works, and there is no shame in going ahead and buying pre-loved pieces which are a product of slow fashion. Celebrities in India are now leading the way and are showing us how pre-loved fashion works. Some of them are Deepika Padukone, Alia Bhatt, Anushka Sharma, Katrina Kaif. They've all started the pre-loved revolution in India. Take a look. Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive, and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one, so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulged in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today. Recently, one of the designers from India was a part of many designers who showcase off calendar in Paris. One of them, of course, was Vaishali Shidangule. And what really made headlines as far as we are concerned is how sustainable her fabrics are, how sustainable her weaves are, her entire supply chain that she takes care of, and the fact that her work ends up giving a lot of employment to rural India as well. What was more interesting than that was the way she accessorized her models as well. The models were wearing all sustainable fabrics, sustainable designs, beautiful silhouettes which are signature Vaishali, and the bags were not real bags. They were those Indian tin cans that they were carrying with really earthy bras, accessories as well. It was a very rather interesting take as an ensemble when it comes to sustainability. Just to give you a perspective, we've got these visuals and we've got this story to show you how you can even use buttons lying at home and make accessories out of them. Here's a look. The only woman designer to have ever showcased at Paris Couture Week. She did that last year. This year, she did it off calendar amidst many other designers. Abyss. Her collection was deeply inspired by what lies under the vastness of the ocean. As a diver, she loves exploring the colors in the beautiful world that lies under the ocean. And while her showcased collection may outwardly have reflected that, at a quote-unquote deeper level, it was all about rediscovery of the inner self. Art meets couture has always been at the core of Vaishali's creations, and the flow of the outfit is very similar to the way the water exists. Hand weaves by Indian artisans, coding techniques, choice of sustainable fabrics, and Indian heritage are the core of what she creates. The world has taken notice of how sustainable her creations are. She herself wore one of her outfits in a typical Indian hue with her sculptural technique. It was a dress for the Western world, and for Indians, it was a twist to our heritage saris with the drape coming over her shoulder. Teamed with vintage Indian jewelry and tin cans, very interestingly used in villages, made fashionable as bags, a showcase of Indian art and craft got pulled off by Vaishali in her work. Interestingly, Vaishali Shidangule has never showcased at FDCI India Couture Week, and she does hope to do that very soon. What I want viewers around the world to know this, and consumers rather around the world to know this, that when you're picking up a piece from a designer, whether it is you, whether it is, you know, some of the other stalwarts coming in from India who are also doing some fabulous work, and it's stunning, right? They need to understand the story that goes behind each and every one of these pieces, because how many brands today can stand up and say, number one, we're completely sustainable?
Designers, they have really big role to play to, I think, educate, and whatever they are selling, the story behind that piece, you know, it should be there very transparently.
While all her work is sustainable, she takes that beyond fashion into social impact, storytelling, and art. In fact, a flagship store in Mumbai stands testimony to sustainable decor. In Mumbai, Chaiti Narula for India Today. The pandemic is over, travel is opened up, but one new trend that has come up now as far as Indians are concerned is that sustainability as a trend is picking up, and traveling over tourism is picking up. If you're confused about what I'm talking about, we'll explain that to you in our next report. Sustainable tourism is gaining ground all over the world. So when you want to decompress and take a weekend off, say in Maldives and Sri Lanka and Dubai and places which are closer to India, or even within India itself, there are many options that have come up which give you the option of being sustainable while you're traveling. But what does sustainable tourism really mean? And what is the difference between a regular tourist and a sustainable traveler? Take a look. Decompression is important. De-stressing is essential, and we can't just stress this enough. The best way is shorter trips, domestic and international both. And the options are many and rather very exciting.
Maldives is constrained for 4 nights in a hotel, but Sri Lanka's experiences, whether you have the commercials to spend or whether you don't have commercials to spend. Sri Lanka offers you Hill Say Sri Lanka, and it also offers you beach, adventure, good food, and a connect for Indian. And I think anywhere where Indians go, they want to be connected by heart because we are raised on emotional values than anything else. So Sri Lankans understand that, and we perform that really well.
Add to that the trend of sustainability in tourism and how the consumer today is very discerning about responsible travel.
Sri Lanka is actually automatically sustainable. I mean, it's fairly low energy. The higher end resorts are, they understand that this is what the discerning tourist is looking for, and increasingly sustainability is coming and is there. I mean, the country is naturally sort of low carbon. We can save certain amounts by the way that we fly, and we're all doing that. Mangroves, I think, absorb maybe 12 times the carbon that a normal forest does. Seagrass is more like 36 times. So, blue carbon is a really important subject. And, where we are, we're an island, tropical islands, it's an obvious kind of thing to do. So those are the things that we're working on.
One big trend amidst the discerning traveler is the fact that the Indian traveler is more a traveler rather than just tourist.
Indians predominantly are becoming travelers to tourists. We were tourists all this while, but we are changing to become travelers. And tourists is which they go by recommendations of travel agents. But travelers are the ones who know what they want, but they still want assistance from a travel company to make their trip flawless. And they don't worry about a lot of money and bucks over there, because true depth of a vacation is also felt when you do things differently and not with the itinerary.
Sustainable tourism helps create jobs, and the location benefits by your travel by means of how you understand and contribute to the preservation efforts of the location's cultural history, wildlife preservation initiatives, reduction of carbon emissions, restoration of landscape and water bodies, and so much more. The discerning traveler today understands this, and the trend is palpable. For India's neighbouring country and island that has just come out of a tough couple of months, Sri Lanka, the doors are again wide open.
There is no better time than now to travel to Sri Lanka, because the reality is that you've got everything that was there before. Half the properties are half full, so they're really, really welcoming. It takes time to build reputations back again. So our focus at the moment is not so much about going out and promoting all the wonderful things that you can see in Sri Lanka, the beaches, the rainforests, the wildlife reserves, the history, the cuisine, the hospitality. Because the challenge, that there are people that know that. The challenge is making people understand that the country is open.
I think you must travel to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is a friendly neighbor. And Sri Lanka has from north to south to offer that any big country would offer. We underestimate Sri Lanka because once your first love is Sri Lanka, it will always be your forever love.
While there is no better joy for a traveler than traveling globally, traveling responsibly and ensuring sustainability is now picking up more than ever before. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. Sustainability is not just restricted to the clothes you buy, to the countries you visit. It also means the entire lifestyle turns sustainable. Now, a big part of sustainable living and lifestyle happens to be sustainable home decor. What does that really mean? It means that you use furniture picked up from, say, a market which has pre-loved furniture, you convert it, give it a nice distressed, chic, vintage look, or you have buckets lying around, bottles lying around, you want to throw them and put them in the landfill? I don't think so. You can use all of those, decorate them, upcycle and reuse all of them and make your home really beautiful with your waste. I'm not even kidding you. Vaishnavi Gaharwar will show you ways in which you can reuse, recycle and upcycle for great home decor in a sustainable way. Take a look.
Hello, I'm Vaishnavi and I am going to tell you ways to spruce up your home in a sustainable way. It's possible, it's way more affordable and it's great for the environment. So let's show you how you can make your home more sustainable. Reuse. You can always buy furniture from a thrift market. Get a carpenter to make it look distressed chic. It will help your home to look super international and add a old vintage character to your home. Also, it will help you save the trees from being cut. Go green. If you have a big house, plant some trees around it and do your bit. If you have a small home, nice and cozy one, you can always plant saplings around it. Have a mini garden. As a hobby, you can also try hydroponics. We have the CEO of the hotel to tell you more about it.
Hydroponics is a technology which is without the soil, which means you don't use any soil out there, which also means that whatever you're producing out of that, like the green leafy vegetables, you can actually produce fruits also from there. So this is without the soil, which means that also means there won't be any chemical, no fertilizer, no pesticizer. This is one of the cleanest technology of growing your own vegetables. The beauty of this technology is also that you do not wait for sunlight to come to produce your own vegetables. So the technology what we have right now in the hotel, we are actually growing it in the basement, our basements, in one of the rooms. And this only needs your AC to be maintained at a particular temperature. It's a basic monitoring which is required, and our chefs are super excited now, along with the gardeners, to take this technology to the next level.
So what they have actually started doing here is, they have started using only glass bottles. There are no plastic bottles. In this way, they're trying to save the environment by recycling the glass bottles. What they do first is, they clean the water bottles. They have been used before. The glass water bottles are then filled again with water of 7.42 pH level. And then these bottles are sealed. Upcycle. That does not mean cycling uphill. It simply means reusing the old stuff and making something new and creative out of it. Just like the sapling in this coconut shell. Do you have wine corks just lying around? Don't throw them. Instead, stick some cool shells and stones on it. Make bottle stopper out of it. You can even use an old cabinet lying around. Paint it. Convert it into a cool book library. You can also convert it into a magazine holder. It will give it a vintage chic look. So finally, if the shopaholic in you wants to buy something new, research. There are tons of others, billions of options in the market who are offering furniture which is sustainable and home decor options. Go for them.
It's not easy to adapt to this sustainable living. It is not easy to look away from fast fashion. It is not easy to stop yourself from buying furniture that you really love. But it is a way of life, and slowly and steadily we can all incorporate fashion, tourism, home decor, and so many other things into our life which are far more sustainable. Every drop in the ocean really counts. And here is Vaishnavi Gaharwar, the producer of the show, and me, Shaiti Narula, hoping that this show helps you into a better sustainable life. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll continue bringing you all these special shows week on week. Thanks so much.
It is often said, when women are empowered, whole society benefits. A group of women working for Shiv Shakti Foundation in Raisin town of Madhya Pradesh are proof of that.
सर्वप्रथम तो हमारा जो संगठन है उसका नाम शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन है, जिसके माध्यम से हमारा एक ही मात्र उद्देश्य है समाज सेवा, जिसमें हमारे द्वारा नेकी की दीवार का कार्यक्रम स्टार्ट किया गया है। दूसरा आपका नर्मदा सफाई अभियान हमारे यहाँ प्रत्येक रविवार को आयोजित किया जाता है।
The group works on multiple fronts. They donate clothes to school students so that they can fight the bitter cold wave.
शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन के द्वारा मुझे मिला है, स्वेटर मिली है आज। तो मेरे पास स्वेटर नहीं थी, तो मैम ने मुझे स्वेटर दी है आज। मुझे नहीं, इन सब लोगों को दी है।
They motivate other citizens to join social work.
हम ये सोचते हैं कि अगर हमसे हो सके जितनी मदद हो पा रही है हम उतनी मदद करें और लोग इसमें सहयोग करें और सभी की मदद हो सके और सभी हमें सपोर्ट करें।
Every Sunday they head towards the Narmada river to clean it. And they even help the traffic police.
आज बहुत अच्छा लगा कि हमारे शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन पूरा परिवार आया हुआ है और हम लोग हर रविवार आएंगे और 11 बजे से 2 बजे तक हम लोग 3 घंटे का समय इधर पर बिताएंगे और हम आप सभी से निवेदन करते हैं आप सभी आएँ और इधर पर गंदगी ना करें और हमारा सहयोग दें। हम सहयोग की आपसे अपेक्षा करते हैं।
These women from Raisin want to set a new example for women empowerment. Bureau Report, India Today.
Amazon, the company that delivers packages at your doorstep, could soon be seen delivering you the electricity. In order to trade clean energy in India, Amazon has established a new energy company called AEI New Energy Trading Private Limited that works with Indian energy producing firms. While the US-based company will utilize the energy to power its own operations, there's a chance it may also power your home. The largest corporate consumer of clean energy in the world holds a Category 3 trade license in India. The American company has contracted with private firms to supply it with 720 megawatts of power. Amazon will use this electricity to power its warehouses, cloud services centers, web centers, other operations, and to our homes through local electricity service providers. But why is this billion-dollar behemoth attempting to enter the electricity market when its primary business is thriving? The answer is to target of becoming a carbon-neutral firm by 2040. This would also assist India in achieving its carbon-neutral goal, which was set for 2070. By 2047, the nation also aims to revolutionize power generation through the development of green energy and enhance job growth. So soon, it could be a possibility that our Amazon OTT box is powered by Amazon itself.
Membership 1, खुशियां अनेक.
Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
We found this national hockey hero trapped in a life of menial labor. Forced to put aside his past glory and hockey dreams for his own son.
जो सपना मैंने देखा था मैं वही सपना अपने बच्चे में देखना चाहता हूँ.
The former hockey player is struggling to earn a living.
But after Rajdeep shone the light,
Thanks to India Today, राजदीप जी जिन्होंने इनकी स्टोरी को दिखाया.
Paramjit's pain went to the very top.
परमजीत कुमार के लिए एक पोस्ट क्रिएट करेंगे कोचिंग की, हॉकी की कोचिंग की.
Journalism of heart makes India's #1 channel of impact.
You are watching India Today.
Hey, good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Assam Chief Minister's massive crackdown on child marriage. The police have arrested over 2,000 people, including Hindu and Muslim priests. Finance Minister Sitharaman's big statement amidst the Adani row. In an India Today exclusive, Finance Minister says no effect to India's position. Highlights FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well.
कंपनी में हिस्सेदार हो गए हैं जिससे when कंपनी हमारी बढ़ेगी हमारे अपने भी मिलेगा.
Infighting between AIADMK and BJP out in the open before key erode polls. BJP opposes unity in OPS, EPS factions. AIADMK slams BJP, says party should stick to their own affairs. Hacking, spoofing, fake letters. Karnataka Congress under digital attack ahead of the polls. Official website vanishes. Spoof appears. Terms Congress committee as communal criminal. Congress lodges complaint with cybercrime unit. After Uttarakhand's Joshimath houses in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda developed cracks, 21 houses and 1 mosque cracked. 19 families shifted to safer locations. Jammu and Kashmir admin assessing the cause of these cracks. Second Chinese spy balloon spotted over skies of Latin America. Pentagon says assessing surveillance balloon. Blinken postpones his trip to China. Beginning this broadcast with Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and his crackdown on child marriages across the state. The Assam police have arrested over 2,000 people and 4,004 cases have now been registered against the accused so far. The police has said that they've prepared a list of 8,000 such accused and the drive will continue. Not only that, the police have also arrested 51 Purohits and Kasis who conducted such wedding rituals in religious institutions. The statewide crackdown announced by the Chief Minister began on Friday will continue for the next 6 days to come. Earlier, the state cabinet had decided that those having married girls below 14 years of age will be booked under POCSO Act. Meanwhile, politics has flared up on the crackdown. Calling Assam government bias, Asaduddin Owaisi asked what will happen in the future of those girls who have already been married.
তেওঁলোকলৈকে চৰকাৰে নটিচ দিব যে আমি বৰ্তমান 4074টা কেছ ৰেজিষ্টাৰ কৰিছিলোঁ আৰু ইয়াত সৰ্বমুঠ 8134 জন ব্যক্তিক আমি অভিযুক্তৰ শাৰীত ৰাখিছোঁ। ইয়াৰ কিছুমান ব্যক্তি এনেকুৱা আছে যি হয়তো বিবাহত আবদ্ধ হোৱা ব্যক্তিসকলৰ পিতৃ মাতৃ, তেওঁলোকলৈকে চৰকাৰে নটিচ দিব, তেওঁলোকক পোনছাতে গ্ৰেপ্তাৰ কৰা নহ'ব।
6 साल से आपकी सरकार है, फेलियर ऑफ द स्टेट है ये, ऊपर से आप और एक उन पे मुश्किलात के पहाड़ उन पे आप डाल दे रहे पूरा। उस लड़की का क्या करेंगे अब आप? क्या करेंगे लड़की को आप? कौन देखभाल करेगा उसका, चाहे किसी समुदाय के हो? ये आसाम में बीजेपी की सरकार जो है एक बायस सरकार है मुस्लिम्स के लिए।
Afrida Hussain is now joining us on the phone line. Afrida, it's a great crackdown, because underage marriage and child marriage needs to be cracked down. What's the problem as far as Asaduddin Owaisi is concerned?
See, the Assam government launched a massive crackdown on the child marriages, and where over 2,211 people have been arrested across the state so far. The statewide crackdown announced by the Chief Minister of Assam, which began on Friday and will continue for the next 6 days. Meanwhile, in Assam, women have come out in large numbers to protest against the arrest of their husbands and the sons. But the CM also said that the child marriages which are falling in the age bracket of 14 years and above are bailable offences. And the highest arrests so far in Assam were made in the 3 districts, like in Bishwanath, Dhubri, Barpeta, Kokrajhar and Hojai, out of which 3 are the minority-dominated districts, like Dhubri, Barpeta and Nagaon. But the CM Sarma has said that the main targets will be the mullahs, qazis and the pujaris who encourage this type of marriages. He also said that the women whose husbands were arrested would be enrolled under the government's Arunodaya scheme for financial assistance to the vulnerable women.
Right. And as far as the BJP is concerned, how do they respond to AIMIM?
See, this child marriage system is actually, especially prevails in the minority-dominated districts, especially in the lower Assam. And it's prevalent here because of the education system and all. And it's a major crackdown which is happening for the nation in the first time, actually. And regarding the CM had already announced that the Arunodaya scheme for financial assistance to the vulnerable women. And this will, it is an eye-opener for the next generation. They will not be now, it will create a fear psychosis before going ahead with the child marriage.
Right. Now, we also have Varis Pathan joining us on this broadcast. But Varis, before I come to you, let's first listen in to the politicking that is going on so we can discuss this better, Varis.
6 साल से आपकी सरकार है, फेलियर ऑफ द स्टेट है ये, ऊपर से आप और एक उन पे मुश्किलात के पहाड़ उन पे आप डाल दे रहे पूरा। उस लड़की का क्या करेंगे अब आप? क्या करेंगे लड़की को आप? कौन देखभाल करेगा उसका, चाहे किसी समुदाय के हो? ये आसाम में बीजेपी की सरकार जो है एक बायस सरकार है मुस्लिम्स के लिए।
All right, Varis Pathan is now joining us for the latest. Varis Pathan, you represent the AIMIM. When there is a crackdown that is going on as far as child marriage is concerned, what is the objection of the AIMIM exactly? Because one would imagine this would be very much welcomed by your political party.
Well, our party president has also given a statement to this effect, and let me add to it. The BJP government at the center as well as in Assam is anti-Muslim and against the minority. This is nothing but just to harass the minority. They are trying to create this kind of problems. They want to arrest people randomly, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. How can you just go on arresting people?
The only way you can call them biased is if they crack down on every religion, right? So do you have any proof that they're only cracking down on the minorities for that matter?
No, minority, the target is minority. Earlier they went on for madrasas as well. Earlier the Assam government, they went against the madrasas, they demolished the madrasas without following the due process of law as well. We also, without the court, without giving them notice, without the court's intervention, they went there with the bulldozer and they had. That is why we say this government just
But
trying
sir,
to
with
harass,
all due
harass the
respect,
minorities.
with all due respect, and I do agree with your madrasa point as well, and there is a lot of politicking that goes on that front, and I understand all of that. But what is your take as AIMIM as far as marriage is concerned of girls who are below 14 years of age?
Well, as far as I am concerned, my personal opinion, I would say, is that the law is there. That if a girl is to marry, as per the Indian law, she has to attain this age, and the boy has to attain that age, and they can marry. But there are other rituals, other things also which we know, you know, everybody knows that there are girls who are getting married at a very early stage. In Rajasthan also these things were being followed. Early child marriage. So let the law of the land take place and let everybody abide by it. That's it. But why against only one community? Why target only the Muslims and the minorities? Let a law be formed. Why you just want to go randomly target the minorities? That is why we say that the BJP government at the center is against the Muslims and the minorities, as well as the government in Assam is against the minorities.
All right, I take your point. We'll also get the BJP to respond to this. Thank you so much, Mr. Pathan, for joining us on this broadcast. Big statement by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the Adani crisis. The minister said that India's position or image has not been affected by the Adani crisis. She further said that FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well and assured that all measures are being taken against the regulator. While her colleague Anurag Thakur slammed the opposition, which has been creating a huge uproar in the parliament and demanding discussion on the issue in the House, he said that opposition has no other topic, which is why they are disturbing the House. It's been a tumultuous run for the Adani group ever since Hindenburg report accused the group of stock manipulation and accounting fraud. While the Adani group is half as valuable as it was just 7 trading sessions ago, a sharp rebound in 4 of the Adani group shares, including Adani Enterprises and Adani Ports, bounced back on Friday after facing heavy drubbing of late. Meanwhile, the central bank has allayed investor fears over the Adani rout, stating that the bank sector remains resilient, it remains stable. The RBI has also maintained it will keep a constant vigil on the Indian banking sector.
Trying to understand something. In wake of the FPO pullout and given the current situation, does India's position in the global financial markets get affected or does it get weakened in any way possible?
No, I don't think. Otherwise, how did our foreign exchange reserve grow? Was it 8 billion in the last 2 days? The foreign exchange reserve in the last 2 days has gone up by 8 billion. So our macroeconomic fundamentals or our economy's image, none of which has been affected. Yes, FPOs come in, FIS come out, get out. These fluctuations are there in every market.
Not regulators, but the banks and the LIC have themselves come out to say what their level of exposure is. So the regulators will do their job. And regulators are independent of the government.
SBI, LIC, वित्त मंत्री, RBI सबने इस पे अपनी बात कह दी है और बड़ा स्पष्ट कर दिया है। विपक्ष चर्चा से भाग रहा है और राष्ट्रपति भाषण और बजट पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। चलिए।
मोदी जी कहते ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा। ये है कि मैं खुद ही खाऊंगा, दूसरे को नहीं खाने दूंगा। यही है। और दूसरों में वो सब जो कि मोदी शाह जी के चहते नहीं हैं, टैक्स रेट बढ़ाई जाती है, घटाई जाती है, फायदा पहुंचाया जाता है। उसमें ये गौतम अडानी जी का भी यही प्रकरण है। जिन्होंने पैसा लगाया अडानी के शेयर बाजार में, उनके साथ उनका की सहानुभूति नहीं है। उनका जो पैसा लगा था उन्होंने निकाल लिया होगा।
Adani is a big factor that has caused the crash of the markets. The stock exchanges are under the severe pressure and attack from the Adani factor. And the money invested by the people in the share markets are thrown to somewhere, we don't know to where. And the government has to answer. Adani by himself is nothing. Adani was built upon the support given to him by the Modi government or Modi himself. The real man is Modi.
अत्यंत क्रूर पद्धतीनं राजकारण चालू आहे, निर्घृण पद्धतीनं राजकारण चालू आहे, फक्त विरोधकांचा आवाज दाबण्यासाठी. आता इतका मोठा हिंडनबर्ग घोटाळा झालेला आहे, झालाय ना. ईडी सीबीआय तिकडे जात नाहीये का? तिथे 30 मिनिटं चौकशी करून दाखवा.
As a road by polls draw closer, war of words intensifies after BJP wades into the ongoing tiff in AIADMK. AIADMK's IT wing secretary Singai Ramachandran lambasted the BJP. Lampooning BJP's state election performance, Ramachandran said that the Saffron party should not tell AIADMK, who has ruled Tamil Nadu for 30 years, how to run it. Not only that, Ramachandran warned the Karnataka BJP leader to stay in his limits. BJP has made it clear that they are not interfering in AIADMK's internal issues. Meanwhile, OPS faction has released a statement saying they will support whoever contests on AIADMK's two-leaf symbol. The war of words comes closely on the heels of BJP pitch to contest together with the AIADMK against the DMK in the Erode East by-poll in Tamil Nadu.
We have told O. Pannirselvam Anna also that the intention of this whole thing is to make one candidate win, stand behind that candidate, put our whole effort so that this huge anti-incumbency gets translated and reflected in the votes that gets polled in on February 27. So later, our National General Secretary, the C.T. Raviji, came here and he met the press people. He has read a prepared statement also to you that he has mentioned a unified ADMK for the election, meaning that a single ADMK candidate who is getting the symbol should contest. And BJP doesn't take any stand into other parties' internal functioning. And I have been consistently making it clear as the state president, party president here, that we don't advise nor do we interfere between two leaders to tell them how they should run their party. It is their business. So I hope and pray something good happens today, comes out today, and thereby the best candidate wins against the candidate put up by the Congress DMK coalition party.
என்பது உங்களுக்கும் தெரியும், மக்களுக்கும் தெரியும், எங்களுக்கும் தெரியும். நாங்கள் எச்சரிக்கையாக இருக்கிறோம்.
தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி இப்ப இருக்குதா உடைஞ்சிருச்சா? தேசிய முற்போக்கு கூட்டணிங்கறத பயன்படுத்தி இருக்காங்க.
உள்ளாட்சி தேர்தலிலேயே பிஜேபி தனியா தான் நின்னது. இந்த கேள்விக்கே பொருள் இல்லை.
அதிமுக ஆபத்து நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
என்னங்க?
பாஜக
I did not like the fact that someone else is suggesting how we should run our party, because we have our leader and he knows what to do it. And I also believe it is good for any party member to just stick to their own party affairs and not good to interfere in other party affairs, I suggest, because we are a party who have ruled for more than about 30 years in Tamil Nadu. And when they defined what is the Shakti, and that's why Purachit தலைவர் started the party, and then Amma has done, and these are the things we should do to win DMK. DMK has done all these things. But see, these are things we knew it like for ages, and I don't think we need anyone external to come and tell. They are in the alliance, of course, but I think there should be a line which no one should cross.
Every party has Lakshman Rekha. It is better the other party doesn't breach that. If we can have 1,000 advisors for BJP, we can tell BJP unity is good for the welfare of the state. Our job is to step down. Let Uddhav and Eknath Shinde join together and the state in a prosperous way. Will they take?
The Delhi Dangal gate explodes days after Arvind Kejriwal's name appeared in charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the excise policy scam. The BJP staged a massive protest outside AAP headquarters in Delhi and demanded Kejriwal's resignation as the Chief Minister. The workers of Saffron Party also raised slogans against Delhi Chief Minister, accusing him of corruption. The protests come after ED said the Aam Aadmi Party used the money generated from the alleged Delhi liquor scam for election campaigning in Goa. According to ED, cash payments amounting to 70 lakh rupees were made to the volunteers who were a part of AAP's survey teams. The probe agency said AAP's communication in charge Vijay Nair told certain persons involved in the campaign-related work to receive payments in cash. Meanwhile, Kejriwal responded to ED's charge and said it was completely fictional.
ये संघर्ष हमारा काफी समय से है। हम ये बात बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल आम आदमी पार्टी शराब घोटाले में लिप्त है और वो चोरी इनके सामने आ रही है। विजय नायर जेल में बंद है, बाकी लोगों के भी अब अरविंद केजरीवाल नाम का जो नाम आया है, ये नाम की जो दीमक है दिल्ली के विकास को 2015 से चाट रही है। मेरा मानना यह है अरविंद केजरीवाल नैतिकता को स्वीकार करें और इस्तीफा दें, दिल्ली को छोड़ दें।
जो आप एफआईआर की बात कर रहे हैं, चार्जशीट की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल का नाम कहीं पर नहीं है। इसको लेकर के
उन्होंने सीधा सीधा कहा है कि जो व्यक्ति, जो अरविंद का बयान है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर में मैं गया, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, और कैसे नाम आता है जी? ऐसे ही नाम आता है कि जो वो आरोपी है सीधे सीधे नाम बता रहा है कि मुझे अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, उनके ऑफिस में मुझे बुलाया जाता था, वहां बैठ के डील होती थी, और नाम कैसे आता है? तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
As we head into a very short commercial break, we're leaving you with these visuals. Bride to be Kiara Advani reaches Jaisalmer. Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani's wedding festivities begin in Jaisalmer today. Manish Malhotra with Kiara Advani at the airport. Sid Kiara wedding, a 2-day affair. Sid Kiara to tie the knot in Jaisalmer on 6th of February.
Are watching India Today.
तालिबानी अब संस्कृति यूपी जैसे राज्य के अंदर नहीं चल सकती है। यूपी है, भारत का हृदय स्थल है और यूपी की तर्ज पर आगे बढ़ेगा। स्टेट के रूप में आगे बढ़ सकते।
A comment from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath that will echo across the country, brimming with significance and already viral across the internet. A browbeaten Bollywood has a powerful new ally. After a season of cancel culture and boycott calls, Yogi Adityanath's warning is the biggest show of support for a beleaguered Bollywood. Coming as it does after the central government made a harsh pronouncement on the boycott culture. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's words of comfort will be very welcome in Tinseltown. The show of support comes weeks after Yogi Adityanath met with film stars in Mumbai to promote Uttar Pradesh's upcoming Film City project, part of an ambitious mission to create vast new infrastructure for international quality film shoots. At the time, he had listened carefully to film personalities like Akshay Kumar, Sunil Shetty, Subhash Ghai, Jackie Shroff and Bonnie Kapoor. The blockbuster success of Pathaan has breathed a new life in Bollywood after years of a Bollywood drought. And this was followed by all the right noises from the government heralding a tentative Achhe Din for Bollywood, both on social media as well as the box office.
वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है। जय हिंद।
तो मुझे लगता है भारत जैसे देश में जहां एक और हम कहते हैं कि हम अपनी सॉफ्ट पावर को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, हमारी फिल्में आज भारत से लेकर दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में अपना एक नाम और पहचान बना रही हैं, तब इस तरह की बातें आने से निश्चित तौर पर कुछ प्रभाव पड़ता है वातावरण पर भी। और अगर किसी को कोई शिकायत है तो निश्चित तौर पर डिपार्टमेंट के साथ अवश्य करनी चाहिए और डिपार्टमेंट भी उसको प्रोड्यूसर और डायरेक्टर के साथ उठाता है, उस हाउस के साथ। लेकिन वातावरण खराब करने के लिए कई बार तो पूरी जानकारी हुए बिना भी कई लोग कमेंट करते हैं, तो उसका भी नुकसान होता है, नहीं होना चाहिए।
are watching India Today.
Joshimath-like crisis strikes Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Total 21 structures have developed, including cracks of 19 houses, 1 mosque and 1 religious educational institution at Nai Basti village in Thatri area of Doda district in Jammu and Kashmir. One of the houses that developed cracks collapsed. 19 families whose houses developed cracks have already been moved to a safer location now. Most of them are staying at their relatives' homes. Distressed locals are protesting against the administration for not providing rehabilitation or taking any action. Doda district magistrate claimed that the cracks had started to increase in the area, which is gradually sinking. He said the government was trying to find a solution as soon as possible. Teams of geologists, senior officials from district administration who visited the spot said that they were ascertaining the reasons behind the cracks and asked the locals to not worry.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं ज़िला डोडा के ठाठरी के मुकाम पे, जो कि नई बस्ती है। यहाँ पे 3 दिन से यहाँ पे मकानों में दरारें आने शुरू हो गई थी और कल रात से इसमें काफ़ी शिद्दत पैदा हुई है और कल रात को 6 मकान टोटल डैमेज हो चुके हैं, जो गिर चुके हैं। इसके अलावा 15 जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आ चुकी हैं। तो उत्तराखंड की जो शिमत की तरह यहाँ पे भी मकानों में ऐसा ऐसा दरारें आनी शुरू होगी और उसके बाद काफ़ी ज़्यादा दरारें आ गई हैं। तो हम दिखाना चाहेंगे आपको कि यहाँ के जो हालात अभी हैं। ये देखिए, एक मकान बिल्कुल टोटल गिर चुका है। उसके अलावा इस इलाके में बाकी भी जो मकान है वो भी गिर चुके हैं और लगभग 15 मकान ऐसे हैं जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आई हुई हैं, जिसकी वजह से पूरे इस इलाके में लोगों में एक खौफ है। जिसे जो इन घरों में रहते थे वो यहाँ से शिफ्ट हो चुके हैं।
कुछ वैज्ञानिकों का दल उसके अध्ययन हेतु आया है। जिला प्रशासन ने जहाँ 19 भवनों की बात थी उनको खाली करा लिया गया, सुरक्षित स्थानों पर रख लिया गया है। मुझे लगता है कि कुछ ज़्यादा हाइप क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। पूरी तरह से पैनी नज़र प्रशासन की है और जो भी बेस्ट पॉसिबल होगा वो किया जाएगा।
रिलीफ कैंप इस्टेब्लिश्ड है, जैसे हम कल से ही बता रहे हैं। मेरे एसडीएम ने, तहसीलदार ने, एसएचओ ने मिलकर और बाकी भी जो बाकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उन्होंने मिलकर रिलीफ कैंप इस्टेब्लिश कर दिया। वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग पीपल कि वो वहाँ आ जाएँ। मोस्टली जिन लोगों ने अपने ये घर वेकेट किए हैं वो अपने रिलेटिव्स या अपने जान पहचान वालों के साथ रह रहे हैं, बट वी आर इन फुल प्रिपेयर्डनेस।
देखिए, यहाँ पर जो है एक बल्क मास फिनोमिनन देखा गया कि एक पहाड़ी का एक हिस्सा जो है सिंक हो रहा है। उस पर जितने मकानात थे वो उनमें दरारें पड़ रही हैं। पहले जो है पिछले महीने मामूली सी दरारें एक ही मकान में थी, लेकिन पिछले 4 दिन से जो है ये बढ़ते जा रहा है। अभी कल जो है इसमें 6 मकानों में दरार थी। जब वर्दी डीसी साहब, एसएसपी साहब जो है इंजीनियर्स की, एससी के साहब की हेडिंग इसमें सरबराही में टीम लाए थे। लेकिन आज हम फिर से आए सुबह तो हमने देखा दरारें बढ़ चुकी हैं। जो स्ट्रक्चर्स अभी डैमेज्ड हैं उनको इवैक्यूएट किया गया है, लोगों को बाहर निकाला गया है और असेसमेंट स्ट्रक्चर्स की जारी है।
तो जो लोग यहाँ पे रह रहे थे उनके लिए अभी क्या इंतजाम किए गए?
देखिए, जो लोग यहाँ पे रह रहे थे सारे नौकरी पेशा ही लोग हैं। वो अभी जो है पड़ोसियों के पास या अल्टरनेट अरेंजमेंट्स में जो है वो जा चुके हैं, एरिया को इवैक्यूएट किया जा चुका है।
That's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. Keep watching India Today.
watching India Today.
Ayodhya is the administrative headquarters of what used to be Faizabad district of Uttar Pradesh and is now renamed the district of Ayodhya. Ayodhya and Faizabad are also twin cities that in a way represented the age-old syncretic nature of how things had always been in this part of the country. Ayodhya on the banks of river Saryu, with its temple-dotted skyline. In consciousness lies somewhere between myth and history. It is a city that is said to go back eons, to times when history has no record but memory exists in its mythology. Till recently it was a city like any other, battling civic promises that were made but never kept. Yet for millions, Ayodhya was special, if not for anything else, but the fact that they believed beyond doubt, beyond reason, beyond time, that their God in his human avatar had been born in this very place. There is reason to celebrate for the devotees of Ram, because in the city of Ayodhya, a 200-year-old dispute over a plot of land had finally been put to rest. In the court of man was decided the abode of gods. And on 5th of August 2020, the foundation was laid to build the grandest, the finest temple to mark the spot where Ram was believed to have been born. Since those dramatic days of 1992 demolition, the devout have been visiting the site where the idol of infant Ram sat under a tent surrounded by heavy security.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
How can you get skin that has the shine of a glazed donut? How do collagen supplements really work? Did you know that IB therapy involves infusion of nutrients into your veins to give you those magical benefits? Well, there is a whole new world waiting to be explored right there when it comes to wellness. is our special edition of Health 360, and today we are talking wellness. I'm Sneha Moldani. Well, our first report gives you a lowdown about collagen, this very molecule that defines our existence. It is considered a supplement which is an answer to many our aging-related problems, wrinkled skin, aching joints and muscles essentially. But by far, on top of this list is wrinkled skin, and that's the reason why this is being offered as a solution to tackle wrinkled skin. Take a look.
Much has been spoken about skin and collagen, a protein naturally found in your body that is slowly reduced with age. And hence helping your body replenish it is essential. But do collagen supplements even work? And should you even bother taking them? Dermatologists say you must, but in a manner advised by them if you are supplementing yourself orally.
There are various ways of supplementing collagen. I mean, you could do it in the form of supplements which are available in the capsule form or also in a powder form. I prefer the powder form over the capsule because the powder can be sprinkled over salads, or you could mix it in your soup or even just in plain water.
The first factor is the source of the collagen, right? Then look for the type of collagen. Type 1 and type 3 are the most widely used for your skin, for your joints and your bones. Type 2 is most widely used for your gut health.
If you're consuming orally and you have a good digestion process, they'll absorb at least 70% of the collagen they're taking from food. But if you take like a capsule or if you take powder, there has to be higher quantities to be taken so that it can be, absorbed in the right amount which your body needs.
In case you are not fond of supplementing yourself orally, there are some procedures that you can do at your dermat's clinic to enable your body to produce natural collagen. The most famous ones are microdermabrasion, ablative lasers, and a procedure called HIFU.
If you want to induce collagen locally, like on the skin, on the face, then you can visit a dermatologist for certain collagen induction procedures like microneedling, RF, monopolar radiofrequency, and even HIFU, that is high intense focal ultrasound.
So the verdict clearly is, yes, collagen works. As you age, you lose it slowly, and restoration is an essential part of the anti-aging process.
If you apply collagen, it will only go until that skin depth. And you'll have to do like a microneedling or an abrasion to the skin to put the collagen inside.
It is a natural protein which is present in your body abundantly. It's present in the skin, bones, cartilage. Now, the quality of this protein is that it's extremely strong, means it's resilient and hence gives stretchability. So it makes your skin more elastic, it makes your bones a bit more pliable, and even the cartilage becomes really resilient.
While there are many marketing claims online of a whole host of products that promise a collagen boost, most of them are just hype. And you must consume what your treating doctor prescribes and in the quantity prescribed to you. After all, it is a protein naturally found in your body's connective tissue, skin, tendons, bones, and cartilage. And overdoing it can be harmful. Collagen is essential to keep your skin youthful, but in the right proportion. While all of this can really help the anti-aging process and help your skin achieve elasticity and youthfulness, be it an oral supplement or a microdermabrasion or a HIFU, do not forget a good wholesome diet that includes chicken, eggs, fish, citrus fruits and leafy vegetables. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Collagen is also found in foods that we consume. Foods that contain vitamin C, zinc and copper are good sources of collagen. Also, foods that contain amino acids. Collagen is found in animal protein. If you're a non-vegetarian, you should go for fatty fish. It's a great source of collagen. Also, skin of a fish is a good source of collagen. If you're a vegetarian, then spinach is a great source of collagen. Now, Jennifer Aniston is one celebrity who can just spark off an entire wellness trend by just one comment on what she eats, what she drinks, and how she exercises. Well, Aniston has spoken about the fact that she loves collagen peptide protein. Kate Hudson too has spoken about her love for collagen peptide protein. Well, by far it seems that experts are indeed giving a thumbs up to collagen supplements. Now, talking about internet trends, the other one that is really caught up is that of a glazed donut skin, a skin which is grease-free and glowing. How does one really achieve a glazed donut skin? Take a look.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin that is not just makeup but actually is a glow from within.
So you just have to be mindful about what you eat and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Nutraceuticals are fast gaining popularity. Nutraceuticals are derived from natural foods, often termed superfoods. They are being used to address certain deficiencies in a person's body and also improve one's health. Here's what experts say when it comes to picking the right kind of nutraceuticals.
Walk into a grocery store today and you will find a range of nutraceuticals that promise to aid your nutritional needs. You can buy them without a prescription too. But many of these are not clean label supplements.
Especially when you're buying lower quality products out there in the market that contain a lot of inactives, you're putting way too much stress on your kidney and liver to flush those inactives out. So first of all, to start with, buy clean label products. Look at the back of the product list, look at the ingredients, and look at the positioning of the ingredient list, right? You will notice that the ingredient that is mentioned first is of the highest quantity in that particular product, right? If it says sugar or any other chemical name, don't purchase that product.
Supplements can supplement your nutritional needs and fill gaps in certain deficiencies when taken under medical supervision, and they do work when taken in the right fashion. But doctors warn that excess of anything, and especially them, can lead to toxicity and should be ideally consumed under medical supervision.
there is a routine of daily some form of exercise as well as consuming a healthy balanced diet, then there won't be any need to consume such supplements. And yes, one should always remember that anything in excess will be harmful, so it should not be consumed without the supervision of your doctor.
If one is grossly deficient in certain vitals, docs themselves prescribe them to you. Some of the most popular nutraceutical supplements that have recently taken the market by storm include collagen, CoQ10, zinc, magnesium, ginseng, omega-3, amongst many others. When it comes to collagen, that many women are now turning to, the experts say, check the label properly.
When we start off, we will always go for the low-hanging fruit, which is these cheaper alternatives that are available. But as we get a better understanding of nutrition as a whole, we understand that the better products will always be a little bit more expensive. The ones that have no inactives in them, the ones that are used no sugar in them, the ones that use higher quality ingredients in them, we will always go towards that at a later stage.
It is also important to remember that when you are buying these, do not go for the cheapest options available, as often the ingredients can be compromised given the lack of regulation.
The first factor is the source of the collagen, right? Wild-caught marine collagen is the highest, so look for that first. Then look for the type of collagen. Type 1 and type 3 are the most widely used for your skin, for your joints and your bones. Type 2 is most widely used for your gut health.
The prolonged and unnecessary consumption of dietary supplements can cause damage to our kidneys, and hence one must exercise caution and consult your medical practitioner always.
During COVID times, we know that vitamin C and zinc supplements were taken by almost everyone. Now, zinc in excess when consumed can cause copper deficiency, and copper deficiency in body can lead to neurological problem. So we must understand the fact that anything in excess will be harmful to our body rather than helping us in getting a good health.
Net, picking them carefully, having them according to your deficiencies, having them all under medical supervision, and buying clean label supplements with good quality ingredients is key. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
We're pausing here for a quick break. On the other side, we're getting you details of how nutrients are now getting injected into your veins. Also, the magical benefits of acupuncture.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
The latest in the wellness trend is IV therapy, which involves infusion of nutrients into your veins. Well, doctors say that it is extremely beneficial in terms of better absorption. However, the criticism really is that it is an expensive procedure. Nevertheless, the trend has really caught up.
When it comes to wellness, the world can be your oyster. Look around. Whether it is spas, an ocean resort that helps you decompress, anti-gravity yogas, supplements and the works to leave you feeling rejuvenated. There are just so many options out there. The latest in wellness trend is the IV infusion. Kendall Jenner and Hailey Bieber are even hosting IV drip parties. The therapies are becoming popular to combat stress, chronic fatigue, give your skin a glow to enhance metabolism, to just giving you a hydration boost.
There is B vitamins to calm your nerves, calcium to increase conductivity through the body, magnesium to relax you, and then vitamin C to detox you. You know, it's an antioxidant. So when you have these together in a bottle of a liquid that you can give through the body, we are hydrating a person, we are giving good amount of vitamins and minerals, and that person can feel really charged up at that point of time.
The liquid IV therapy is the concierge IV. People get it done in clinics, offices, at their homes, and some celebrities on their yachts accompanied by qualified nurses. Never ever overdo them.
For a normal healthy person, maybe once a month. And if somebody who is dealing with stuff, even if it's like a small amount, like we all deal with toxins, right? So twice a month is more than enough.
Whether you're looking at post-COVID recovery or beating hangover, feeling exhausted or having chronic aches and pains, you can always consult a qualified doctor and get the right cocktail of vitamins, minerals, magnesium prescribed to you.
When we talk about hangover, we are looking at, giving them something which is stopping them from vomiting and giving them rest in the gastric area. When it comes to exhaustion, again, as I said, there are at cellular level we are missing certain minerals and vitamins. So when you give IV, you immediately go and the receptors will get charged up.
Many who take their supplements regularly may not need it, but there are times supplements do not work, and that's why bypassing the gut can help.
A lot of supplements out there are not having, like I know brands which I have given to patients and completely had no relief. So we don't know the bioavailability of these supplements. And anyway, orally you have to go through your stomach acids, how much is the absorption of that vitamin. So many times only 10 to 15% is absorbed and you don't get therapeutic benefit. That's why when you bypass the gut, then you can get immediate benefit because it's 98% absorbed via IV.
Madonna does it. Rihanna's done it. Katy Perry, Rita Ora and Gwyneth Paltrow have been known to dabble in it. The celebrity wellness trend is now gaining ground in India too. While getting intravenous therapy was always restricted to hospitals for their patients, today's vitamin and mineral cocktail versions are custom treatments even for people who are just fine and are just looking to hydrate, energize the body, especially when your sleep cycles, diet, regular supplements and water don't feel enough. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
It can help people battling infertility, anxiety, and also improve your gut health, amongst the many other wonders it does. We're talking about acupuncture and the magic it works.
There are some conditions in your body that are chronic in nature. Different kinds of pains, fibromyalgia, bloating, anxiety, issues with the gut, problems with fertility, and the list is endless. Increasingly, people are looking at alternative forms of treatment, and one such traditional treatment is acupuncture. JohnsHopkinsMedicine.org describes acupuncture as the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. According to them, the disruption of energy flow or the qi can cause diseases, and acupuncture can help balance it out. Since acupuncture works on your nerves, it can benefit patients with anxiety too.
Before I used to see 2 people in my clinic in a month with health anxiety. Now I see about 30 to 40 people in a month. I tell them that your subconscious mind has taken over your conscious mind, where your conscious mind is not being able to control your thoughts. That's how we calm down the central nervous system, which help them to relax.
The gut and the mind are connected through the vagus nerve, and acupuncture can subside inflammation that causes chronic ailments by stimulating the right points.
By stimulating that point, we can calm down that irritated vagus nerve, or we can calm down the pathway of the gut to brain. Acupuncture is very amazingly good in increasing the blood circulation that can help these organs to function at their maximum capacity.
The ear bleeding technique surprisingly helps detox the body.
Ear bleeding technique, where we on the helix of your ear we do few pricks to take out few drops of blood. It influence the microsystem that helps to boost the blood circulation in the whole body.
Many women and men who suffer from unexplained infertility can benefit from acupuncture. It can aid the process of conceiving a child.
The liver, chi, spleen and kidney. They are the 3 organs that help in fertility, reproduction and hormones. Anxiety kills fertility. All these females who comes to me, they are irrespective of what medical condition they have, they are all given this point where I calm down their subconscious mind or their central nervous system.
The National Institute of Health or the NIH studies have shown that acupuncture is an effective treatment alone or in combination with conventional therapies to stimulate the body's natural healing abilities and promote wellness. In New Delhi, with Vaishnavi Gaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Well, that brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We hope you enjoyed watching the show as much as we did putting it together for you. Also, we hope that you find some of these tips useful in your journey towards wellness. Until next time, stay safe, be well.
हाय
Hi.
ये तो फुल लाइन मार रही है मुझ पे क्या बोल रही हाय
From wacky one-liners to some light-hearted cheesy dialogues.
वाला हाय था
Looks like Ranbir Kapoor is all set to charm his way into his fans' hearts courtesy his new rom-com Tu Jhooti Main Makkar, the trailer of which went viral in no time.
लवेबल हम्बल रिस्पेक्टफुल रोमांटिक प्यारा
प्यारा और lovable same होता है.
मैं दोनों हूँ
With healthy dose of intimacy, the film stays true to its name and also manages to stick to the genre. This Love Ranjan directorial also stars Shraddha Kapoor, making it her first collaboration with the filmmaker as well as Ranbir Kapoor.
एकदम अच्छी ड्राइव है, मजे करेंगे।
गाड़ी खराब हो गई और होटल में सिर्फ एक कमरा हो तो मैं जमीन पे नहीं सोऊंगा।
तू बिस्तर पे सो जाना, मैं जमीन पे सो जाऊंगी।
Ahead of the trailer launch, the star cast including Ranbir Kapoor, Shraddha Kapoor and filmmaker Love Ranjan was seen posing for the cameras. During the same, Ranbir was also seen adding a piece of heart to the puzzle.
किसी मासूम के दिल से खेलने का नतीजा क्या होता है?
Tu Jhooti Main Makkar is all set to roll out in cinemas on March 8th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कदर ही नहीं रह गई दुनिया में प्यार की। मेरा तो दिल कर रहा है कूद के मर जाऊं। इतने फ्रिवलेस हो चुके हैं लोग, छी।
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Assam Chief Minister's massive crackdown on child marriage. The police have arrested over 2,000 people including Hindu and Muslim priests. Finance Minister Sitharaman's big statement amidst Adani Rao, and an India Today exclusive, Finance Minister says no effect to India's position. Highlights FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well.
कंपनी में हिस्सेदार हो गए हैं, जिससे when कंपनी हमारी बढ़ेगी, हमारे अपने भी मिलेगा।
Infighting between AIADMK and BJP out in the open before erode polls. BJP proposes unity in OPS, EPS factions. AIADMK slams BJP, says party should stick to its own affairs. Hacking, spoofing, fake letters. Karnataka Congress under digital attack ahead of the polls. Official website vanishes, spoof appears. Terms Congress committee as communal and criminal. Congress lodges complaint with cybercrime. After Uttarakhand's Joshimath, houses in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda developed cracks. 21 houses and 1 mosque crack. 19 families shifted to safer locations. Jammu and Kashmir admin assessing the cause of the cracks. Big breaking news coming in. PT Usha's alleged harassment by encroachers. She is also the IOA president. She says illegal construction at Athletic School in Kozhikode. She says some people barged into the compound of Usha School of Athletics and began construction work. When the management confronted them, they misbehaved. PT Usha also goes on to say, urging the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan to intervene. So there you go, big claim coming in from PT Usha. right there. She says illegal construction at athletic school, and some people barged into the compound of Usha School of Athletics and began construction work. When they confronted being management, the ones who were the encroachers, they ended up misbehaving with them. So this is a big claim coming in from PT Usha. This is a news that we're just breaking at this point of time. We're bringing you the latest as far as PT Usha is concerned. She's alleged harassment by encroachers. She's also urging Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in Kerala to take some stringent action against this. We'll wait and watch to see what action is taken by the state government ordered by the Chief Minister. PT Usha has alleged harassment by encroachers. She says illegal construction at an athletic school in Kozhikode. Some people barged into the compound of Usha School of Athletics. They began construction work. When management confronted them, they misbehaved. Shibimol is now joining us. Shibimol, my first question, how has the government intervened in this? Has there been a police complaint filed by the Usha School of Athletics?
Well, yes, Chaiti, there has been a complaint filed by the Usha School of Athletics. In fact, the police, so there was a construction, there was a forced construction that was happening in between the School of Athletics, Usha School of Athletics is what PT Usha has come out and said. So she said that they filed a complaint and the police interfered in the issue and they stopped the construction. They removed the people who barged inside the athletic school with this construction work. Now, she's requested Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan to interfere in the issue. Now, PT Usha goes on to say that this has been happening for a long time. It's a school where a lot of female students are staying and training. So earlier when it was constructed, many years back when it was constructed, considering the safety of the women, they had planned to construct a fence also, but that did not happen due to budget constraints. Now even with now it's become more expensive to do that. So that's why they had constructed an extra road for girls and students to come inside, and it's through that line or that way this unknown people coming inside, barging, randomly walking inside the school premises, what she's saying. Now, she says that this has increased after she's become an MP. Some years back, somebody near the school gate had kept a red flag also, which was removed after she complained to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Now, after that, it was a little peaceful, but again, this has started is what she's saying. And she goes on to say this has started or this has increased, in fact, after she became the MP. Now, who is behind this? Is this a targeted attack is what she's questioning. She says she needs justice or she needs a solution to this, and that's why she's requesting Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan to interfere in the issue and bring out a solution. Check.
All right, so that is what is happening at the moment. But if you could get us a little more details in terms of who were these encroachers, any information coming in on how they just barged into this particular campus and even started construction?
Well, what she is saying, from what we're understanding, is that whoever people randomly, like now that they've been using that area, the people from different panchayats nearby and all. The Usha School of Athletics in Kozhikode is inside a little rural area. It's not in the proper city part. It's a little inside. And she's saying that people in the nearby panchayats and everywhere come inside, treat it as a park. Like now, people who are in, she goes on to say that people who are lovers, they come around, they walk around that area. And if there's a wedding happening nearby, the waste from that wedding, the remaining food waste or whatever, that is being dumped into her area is what she's saying. So now from what we understand from her press meet is that people nearby, close by area is behind this, is what she is saying. But again, like she said, she goes on to say that there was a red flag that was planted a few years ago, and there's illegal construction work that happened. So is there a larger group of people than the locals there is something that we need to get a clarity from the police as well as the government side. Check.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details right there. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has launched a massive crackdown on child marriages across the state. The Assam police have arrested over 2,000 people and 4,004 cases have been registered against the accused so far. The police said they have prepared a list of 8,000 such accused and the drive will continue. Not only that, the police have also arrested 51 Purohits and Qazis who conducted such wedding rituals in religious institutions. The statewide crackdown announced by Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma began on Friday, will continue for the next 6 days. Earlier, the state cabinet had decided those having married girls below 14 years of age will be booked under POCSO Act. Meanwhile, politics has flared up on the crackdown, calling Assam government bias. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi asked what will happen to the future of the girls who have already been married.
যে আমি বৰ্তমান 4074টা কেছ ৰেজিষ্টাৰ কৰিছিলোঁ আৰু ইয়াত সৰ্বমুঠ 8134 জন ব্যক্তিক আমি অভিযুক্তৰ শাৰীত ৰাখিছোঁ। ইয়াৰ কিছুমান ব্যক্তি এনেকুৱা আছে যি হয়তো বিবাহত আবদ্ধ হোৱা ব্যক্তিসকলৰ পিতৃ মাতৃ, তেওঁলোকলৈকে চৰকাৰে নটিচ দিব, তেওঁলোকক পোনছাতেই গ্ৰেপ্তাৰ কৰা নহ'ব।
6 साल से आपकी सरकार है, फेलियर ऑफ द स्टेट है ये, ऊपर से आप और एक उन पे मुश्किलात के पहाड़ उन पे आप डाल दे रहे पूरा। उस लड़की का क्या करेंगे अब आप? क्या करेंगे लड़की को आप? कौन देखभाल करेगा उसका, चाहे किसी समुदाय के हो? ये आसाम में बीजेपी की सरकार जो है एक बायस सरकार है मुस्लिम्स के लिए।
My personal opinion, I would say, is that the law is there, ready for girl to marry as per the Indian law. She has to attain this age, and the boy has to attain that age, and they can marry. But there are other rituals, other thing also which we know, you know, everybody knows that there are girls who are getting married at a very early stage. In Rajasthan also these things were being followed. Early child marriage. So let the law of the land take place and let everybody abide by it. That's it. But why against only one community? Why target only the Muslims and the minorities? Let a law be formed. Why you just want to go randomly target the minorities? That is why we say that the BJP government at the center is against the Muslims and the minorities, as well as the government in Assam is against the minorities.
आसाम में जो चाइल्ड मैरिज एक्ट के खिलाफ कार्रवाइयाँ हो रही हैं, मैं समझता हूँ कि यह कानूनन सही हैं, क्योंकि हमारा देश संविधान से चलता है और संविधान की खिलाफ वर्जी और कानून की खिलाफ वर्जी करना एक जुर्म है, होना चाहिए कार्रवाई। लेकिन उन कार्रवाइयों को एक धर्म विशेष के साथ जोड़ना और ये कहने की कोशिश करना कि सिर्फ ये चाइल्ड मैरिज एक्ट का उल्लंघन जो है सिर्फ मुसलमानों में होता है, ये कहीं ना कहीं आपकी दोहरी मानसिकता को दोहराता है।
देखिए, जो उम्र बच्ची की पढ़ने की है, लड़की की पढ़ने की है, हम उसका पढ़ाई छुड़ाकर और उसे शादी कराते हैं और कानून के खिलाफ जाएं, तो ये कानूनी जुर्म तो है। और अगर कोई सरकार ऐसा कर रही है, वो बच्चों को पढ़ाना चाहती है और बाल विवाह के खिलाफ है, तो हम उसका समर्थन करते हैं और हमारी लड़की को जो है एक अच्छी शिक्षा हासिल करके IAS, IPS, डॉक्टर, वकील बनना चाहिए।
ये चाइल्ड मैरिज तो बंद होना चाहिए और बच्चों को वक्त से पहले शादी नहीं करानी चाहिए अभी। लेकिन सरकार बहुत देर से जगी है। ये काम अगर राउंड द ईयर होता तो आज हजार लोगों को गिरफ्तार कराना पड़ता। लेकिन इसमें एक सामाजिक समस्या भी क्रिएट होगा। अब हजार लोगों को आप उठा के ला रहे हैं, जो उनकी बीवियाँ है, बच्चे हैं, छोटे छोटे बच्चे, कई प्रेग्नेंट वोमेन है जो आके रो रही है, उनके हस्बैंड को जब गिरफ्तार किया है, छोटे छोटे बच्चे 1 साल 2 साल 6 महीने छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, उनको छोड़ के अब उनको फैमिली का देख रेख का एक मसला एक क्रिएट होगा। सरकार ने ऐलान किया है कि हम उसको अरुणोदय जो महीने में 1000 रुपया या 5 किलो चावल का इंतज़ाम करेंगे। सिर्फ 5 किलो चावल 1000 रुपया से एक फैमिली नहीं चलता। छोटे बच्चों का दवाई का मसला है, कपड़ों का मसला है, शिक्षा का मसला है। इसका हस्बैंड को गिरफ्तार करके जेल में डालने से फैमिली कैसे चलेगा, ये भी एक मसला है।
Afrida Hussain is now joining us from Guwahati. Afrida, AIMIM has been taking a lot of objection around this, but if this is a crackdown on child marriages and that is not permissible under the law of the land, then how can any political party for that matter start alleging that this is an attack towards minorities? The law is the law.
See, I'm just setting in one example where I think this allegation is baseless, because Majuli is an island where hardly any Muslim population is there. Okay, it is known to be as a Hotlo Nagori of Assam, where 43 FIRs has been filed and 20 4 arrests has been made so far. But as far as the arrest is concerned, regarding the numbers which the Assam government has launched, and over 2,211 people have been arrested across the state, and mostly the arrests are big numbers in the minority-dominated districts like Dhubri, then Nagaon and Vishwanath, because this problem exists actually mostly in the minority-dominated areas, especially amongst the alleged immigrant Muslim population, which is true. But that's why they are come out in large numbers. But it's not like that the Muslims are targeted only in Assam. It's not like that. Just setting you an example, there has been arrest in the upper Assam where there is hardly any Muslim community is there. It's like it's a mixed population. And Majuli is a specific example when I'm giving. It's known as a Satra Nagari, where 44 FIRs has been filed, 43 FIRs has been filed, and 24 arrests has been made.
Probably the question then is that who will take care of the brides? So does the Assam government have any plan of action to rehabilitate these child brides? All right, before that, let's listen to some reactions.
Members গাঁৱৰ মানুহবিলাক আহি পেলাই আমাক বাধা দিব খুজিছে আৰু আইনী প্ৰক্ৰিয়াত বাধা দিলে আমি কেতিয়া এইটো হেৰি নকৰিম তো আমি আইনমতে আমি কাম কৰি আছো প্ৰচিডাৰ কোনো ল্যাপছ নাই আমাৰ ইয়াতে তো তেনেকৈ তেওঁলোকক ফৰৱাৰ্ড কৰা গৈছে বাইদেউ হা হা বক্সৰ আইনত পৰিব 14 বছৰ ওপৰৰ যিকেইটা আছে একদম কিমান জন আছে বাইদেউ কিমান জন আছে টোটাল আমাৰ ইয়াতে 9 জন উঠোৱা গৈছে ইতিমধ্যে মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী গৰাকী আমাৰ অথৰিটি যেনেকৈ কি কৰে তেনেকৈ ৰাইজে কিবা পৰিস্থিতি অলপ বেলেগ ফালে ল'ব বিচাৰিছিল নেকি নচক তেওঁলোক
All right, there are protest visuals coming. People are protesting against the ones who have been arrested so far in Assam. We'll try to get a sense of who these protesters are as well. Do we have our reporter with us? All right, Afrida is with us. Afrida, what are these live visuals that are coming in? Who are these people who are protesting? Because if the government seems to have cracked down on something which is a legality, something which is illegal to even indulge in, which is child marriage, why these protests? What's happening? What are the reactions that you're getting?
Yeah, tension prevail actually outside the Tamarhat police station as a large number of
I think we're getting a live reaction also. Are we?
Let's child marriage.
We'll dip into that live reaction as soon as we get that reaction from the police. But Afrida, carry on.
Yeah, tension prevail outside the Tamarhat police stations today as the members of the arrested people accused in child marriage case protested outside the police station, demanding the release of their family members. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse the large gatherings, and soon after the arrest of 100 people, including the women, reached the police stations and staged protest demanding the release of their families' members.
But right now, the ones who are protesting, Afrida, we'll get those reactions too. So requesting you to get us those reactions in moments from now. And this is going to be our top focus. We will get you more as we go along the way. Big statement from Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the Adani crisis. The minister has said that India's position or image has not been affected by the Adani crisis. She further said that FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well and assured that all measures are being taken by the regulator. While her colleague Anurag Thakur slammed the opposition, which has been creating an uproar in the parliament and demanding discussion on the issue in the House, he said that opposition has no other topic, which is why they are disturbing the House. It has been a tumultuous run for the Adani Group ever since Hindenburg report accused the group of stock manipulation and accounting fraud. While the Adani Group is half as valuable as it was just 7 trading sessions back, a sharp rebound has been witnessed in 4 of Adani's shares, including Adani Enterprises, Adani Ports. They've bounced on Friday, bounced back after facing a heavy drubbing of late. Meanwhile, Central Bank has allayed investor fears over the Adani rout, stating that the banking sector remains resilient and stable. RBI also maintains it kept a constant vigil on the Indian banking sector.
try and understand something. In wake of the FPO pullout and given the current situation, does India's position in the global financial markets get affected or does it get weakened in any way possible?
No, I don't think. Otherwise, how did our foreign exchange reserve grow? Was it 8 billion in the last 2 days? The foreign exchange reserve in the last 2 days has gone up by 8 billion. So our macroeconomic fundamentals or our economy's image, none of which has been affected. Yes, FPOs come in, FIS come out, get out. These fluctuations are there in every market.
Not regulators, but the banks and the LIC have themselves come out to say what their level of exposure is. So the regulators will do their job. And regulators are independent of the government.
The regulators in India are very competent, and our financial markets are amongst the most respected and well-regulated markets in the world. As regards the loss, that's a share market valuation loss. That is not the loss of any individuals or people's wealth. Investment in shares and stocks go up, go down. That's a part of investment, but nowhere have the people of India lost any of those levels of sums that you have mentioned. The financial institutions have already clarified that their money is absolutely secure and safe. The two principal organizations, LIC and State Bank, have both come out with details. And I think it's a matter of a private company.
SBI, LIC, वित्त मंत्री, RBI सब ने इस पे अपनी बात कह दी है और बड़ा स्पष्ट कर दिया है। विपक्ष चर्चा से भाग रहा है और राष्ट्रपति भाषण और बजट पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। चलिए।
मोदी जी कहते ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा, ये है कि मैं खुद ही खाऊंगा, दूसरे को नहीं खाने दूंगा, यही है। और दूसरों में वो सब जो कि मोदी शाह जी के चहते नहीं हैं, टैक्स रेट बढ़ाई जाती है, घटाई जाती है, फायदा पहुंचाया जाता है, उसमें ये गौतम अडानी जी का भी यही प्रकरण है। जिन्होंने पैसा लगाया अडानी के शेयर बाजार में, उनके साथ उनका की सहानुभूति नहीं है। उनका जो पैसा लगा था उन्होंने निकाल लिया होगा।
The Delhi Dangal gate explodes days after Arvind Kejriwal's name appeared in the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate ED in the excise policy scam. The BJP staged a massive protest outside AAP headquarters in Delhi and demanded Kejriwal's resignation also as the Chief Minister. The workers of the Saffron Party also raised slogans against the Delhi Chief Minister and accused him of corruption. The protests come after ED said that the Aam Aadmi Party used the money generated from the alleged Delhi liquor scam for election campaigning in Goa. According to ED, cash payments amounting to almost 70 lakh rupees were made to the volunteers who were a part of AAP's survey team. The probe agency said AAP's communication in charge, Vijay Nair, told certain persons involved in the campaign related work to receive the payments in cash. Meanwhile, Kejriwal responded to the ED's charge and said it was completely fictional.
ये संघर्ष हमारा काफी समय से है। हम ये बात बार-बार कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल आम आदमी पार्टी शराब घोटाले में लिप्त है और वो चोरी इनके सामने आ रही है। विजय नायर जेल में बंद है, बाकी लोगों के भी। अब अरविंद केजरीवाल नाम का जो नाम आया है, ये नाम की जो दीमक है दिल्ली के विकास को 2015 से चाट रही है। मेरा मानना यह है अरविंद केजरीवाल नैतिकता को स्वीकार करें और इस्तीफा दें, दिल्ली को छोड़ दें।
जो आप एफआईआर की बात कर रहे हैं, चार्जशीट की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल का नाम कहीं पर नहीं है। इसको लेकर के
उन्होंने सीधा सीधा कहा है कि जो व्यक्ति, जो अरविंद का बयान है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के दफ्तर में मैं गया, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, और कैसे नाम आता है जी? ऐसे ही नाम आता है कि जो वो आरोपी है सीधे सीधे नाम बता रहा है कि मुझे अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये कागज दिए, उनके ऑफिस में मुझे बुलाया जाता था, वहाँ बैठ के डील होती थी, और नाम कैसे आता है? तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए.
Congress is now joining us live for the very latest. Akshay, bring us up to speed. What's going on? These protesters are now demanding Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. What is happening as the entire dangle over this liquor gate, which is just going on, is exploding again? Akshay, can you hear me?
Well, now I can hear you, Chet.
Go ahead and tell us about what's happening. What's the latest with this story?
Well, for the first time, Chetty, this is for the first time that the Enforcement Directorate has named the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as far as the excise policy scam is concerned. Now, the case has been going on for a very long time now. In the first charge sheet, the Enforcement Directorate had named the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia as far as the numbers of accused were concerned, but it did not name Arvind Kejriwal. However, in the second charge sheet, they have named him, but there is no mention of Manish Sisodia. But Arvind Kejriwal has not been named as an accused. He has been named in the ongoing investigation where a person's name has cropped up, Vijay Nair, who is one of the accused in this entire case. It is being said by the Enforcement Directorate that Vijay Nair is a close confidant of Arvind Kejriwal, and he in fact got Suvendu Adhikari, another accused in this case, in touch with Arvind Kejriwal, not physically, but through a video call. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party has gone all out. Yesterday, Meenakshi Lekhi held a press conference and questioned the role of Arvind Kejriwal in this entire controversy, in this entire alleged corruption case. But the Aam Aadmi Party, in return, has accused the Bharatiya Janata Party of misleading people by giving altered facts, and they are saying that it is because of the BJP, the exchequer had to bear a lot of loss, and in turn the BJP is saying that because of corruption there was loss to the exchequer. But the fact is, yes, there was loss, but it remains to be seen that who exactly was the reason behind this loss that has
oh yes, absolutely, Akshay. Thank you for joining us with those details from the national capital. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, infighting between AIADMK and BJP out in the open before they erode polls. BJP proposes unity in OPS and EPS factions.
You are watching India Today.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. Highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech. Most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
Days after land subsidence in Uttarakhand's Joshimath caused by unbridled development, the threat has spread to Doda district in Jammu and Kashmir. Several houses in the Naya Basti locality of Thatri town has developed cracks. The team of geologists and senior officials from the district administration visited the spot. The reason for the cracks is being ascertained.
डैमेज बढ़ रही है, लेकिन वर्दी डेवकॉम साहब जो हैं डीसी साहब के साथ जो है इसमें पूरे इकदाम लिए जा रहे हैं. जो स्ट्रक्चर्स अभी डैमेज्ड हैं उनको इवैक्यूएट किया गया है, लोगों को बाहर निकाला गया है और असेसमेंट स्ट्रक्चर्स की जा रही है.
Affected people have moved in with their neighbors or relatives. They are demanding proper rehabilitation by the government.
मेहरबानी करके जो बच्चे हैं उनके बारे में सोचें और हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चों के बारे में सोचें. हमें बहुत परेशानी हो रही है.
तकरीबन 6 घरों में बहुत नुकसान हुआ है और साथ में जो ये इस प्लेट में पूरी बस्ती आ रही है. हमारी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से यह गुजारिश है कि ये जो 6 घर जिनका ज़्यादा नुकसान है इनको कहीं रिहेबिलिटेशन करें, कहीं इनको रहने के लिए फिलहाल जगह दें.
Thatri town is in the grip of fear as news of cracks spread. The administration has advised residents against panic. Bureau Report, India Today.
Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's next it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, with New Year, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. According to India Today sources, the most anticipated wedding of 2023 will take place in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan in the first week of February. Sources further reveal that the couple is going all out to ensure they have a lavish Punjabi wedding. The wedding ceremonies will take place over 2 days. There will be Sangeet and Haldi on the same day, and the next day is Pheras. A lot of their common friends and family members have already started shopping for marigold and yellow-themed outfits for the Haldi. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Radha Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. Reports suggest that the guest list will include immediate family and industry friends like Karan Johar, Varun Dhawan, Katrina Kaif and Rakulpreet Singh. And after the wedding, the couple will also be hosting an elaborate reception in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. AIADMK leaders miffed with the BJP's call for unity. AIADMK leaders have lashed out at Tamil Nadu BJP for asking the warring Paneerselvam and Palaniswamy factions to unite ahead, of the Erode East by-polls. Take a look at this report coming in.
War of words ahead of Erode by-polls intensifies. The BJP wades into ongoing tiff in the AIADMK front, suggesting the two factions led by E. Palaniswamy and O. Paneerselvam to bury the hatchet and work together.
I conveyed some things on behalf of our national president, Thiru J.P. Naddaji. I will not disclose what we spoke individually to you now. We have argued both of them to work together in the interest of Tamil Nadu and defeat DMK allies in this by-election.
The BJP statement hasn't gone down well with the AIADMK.
I do not like the fact that someone else is suggesting how we should run our party, because we have our leader and he knows what to do it. And I also believe it is good for any party member to just stick to their own party affairs and not good to interfere in other party affairs.
Every party has Lakshman Rekha. It is better the other party doesn't breach that. If we can have 1,000 advisors for BJP, we can tell BJP unity is good for the welfare of the state. Our job is to step down. Let Uddhav and Eknath Shinde join together and run the state in a prosperous way. Will they take the state?
The AIADMK leadership also warned the BJP against any bid to split their party.
என்பது உங்களுக்கும் தெரியும், மக்களுக்கும் தெரியும், எங்களுக்கும் தெரியும். நாங்கள் எச்சரிக்கையாக இருக்கிறோம்.
தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி இப்ப இருக்குதா உடைஞ்சிருச்சா? தேசிய முற்போக்கு கூட்டணிங்கறத பயன்படுத்தி இருக்காங்க.
உள்ளாட்சி தேர்தலிலேயே பிஜேபி தனியா தான நின்னது. இந்த கேள்விக்கே பொருள் இல்லை.
கூட்டணி தொடர்ச்சி அதிமுக ஆபத்து நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
என்னங்க?
Reacting to AIADMK's scathing attack, the BJP said they are not interfering in the AIADMK's internal tiff.
And BJP doesn't take any stand into other parties' internal functioning. And I have been consistently making it clear as the state president, party president here, that we don't advise nor do we interfere between two leaders to tell them how they should run their party. It is their business.
Meanwhile, OPS faction has released statement saying they will support whoever contests on AIADMK's two-leaf symbol. The war of words comes closely on the heels of BJP's call for unity. In a bid to put up a unite fight against the Congress candidate fielded by DMK-led alliance, BJP leaders on Friday also met EPS and OPS separately. The truce bid came under cloud after AIADMK dropped BJP faces from campaign poster. The assembly by-elections is scheduled to be held on February 27th and counting will take place on March 2nd. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shilpa Nair now joins us. Shilpa, tell us what's going on. This row happening over the EPS-OPS rift and Tamil Nadu politics never...
Well, absolutely. In fact, it is only today that, we have some clarity about what the NDA alliance in Tamil Nadu is going to do about the Erode East by-elections that is, scheduled to take place on February 27th. In fact, yesterday the Supreme Court has said that for the purpose of this by-election alone, it is going to be the General Council members of the AIADMK who will decide on the candidate. And based on that order, the Presidium Chairman of the AIADMK has already started circulating the affidavit seeking support for KS Tenarisa, candidate fielded by EPS. Now, the OPS faction, of course, earlier in the day said that based on the Supreme Court order, they are willing to cooperate and they do not want a situation where the two-leaf symbol of the AIADMK is frozen. And for that matter, whoever the General Council decides, we will support that candidate is what the OPS camp, of course, has said. This is a huge setback for the OPS and, something that they did not want because the OPS camp had fielded a separate candidate, and that is when, of course, things became extremely complicated as far as the Erode East by-elections are concerned. But even as all these things are playing out, there is a war of words between the AIADMK and the BJP. It all started with BJP leaders K. Annamlai and C.T. Ravi meeting EPS and OPS separately yesterday. And after that meeting, of course, both the leaders said that united AIADMK is the need of the hour. They said if they need to take on the DMK and if they have to defeat the DMK, then AIADMK needs to be a united house, suggesting that OPS and EPS factions must come together. And this proposition, of course, has not gone down well with the AIADMK.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. That's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, do not forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our India Today app.
You are watching India Today.
आँखों में तेरी
अजब सी अदाएं हैं
हो आँखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं हैं
दिल को बना दे जो पतंग सांसें तेरी वो हवाएं हैं सलाम नमस्ते सलाम नमस्ते सलाम नमस्ते सलाम नमस्ते
पार्टी पठान के घर पे रखोगे तो मेहमान नवाजी के लिए पठान तो आया और पटाखे भी लाएगा
लव मेरा हिट हिट सुनिए तो बेबी बड़ी फिट फिट सुनिए लव मेरा हिट हिट सुनिए तो फिर कैसी हिट हिट सुनिए पठान तू जिंदा है धूम मचा ले come on you people पेन किलर है च्युइंगम नहीं तो मैं ये क्या है फिल्म इसमें एक्शन कब आएगा मैं वायलेंस आई डोंट लाइक वायलेंस
बट वायलेंस लाइक्स मी
अभी तो वापस आया हूँ अब कहीं नहीं जा रहा बेटा बैठो
An evening full of love.
मुझसे रहा नहीं जा
Emotions.
ओह मैंने कहा था ना देखो आंखों में आंसू आ जाएंगे
खुशी, yes, of course.
Humor.
बेशरम रंग का स्टेप आप करेंगे.
मैं 100% करता दोस्त, लेकिन कपड़े ज्यादा पहने हुए हैं.
Wit.
I love you too. मैं भी शुरू कर रहा हूँ डेटिंग सर्विसेज के बाद. नेक्स्ट वीकेंड से सब अपने टेलीफोन नंबर भेज देना.
And most importantly, wise words.
I was also low on confidence. ऐसा नहीं है कि शाहरुख खान बड़ा अच्छा बोलता है स्टेज पे तो कॉन्फिडेंट ही होगा. I'm very proud to say I get scared sometimes. I feel sad sometimes. I lose confidence many a times in a day. And that's why I keep going, because the weaker you are, the stronger you can become.
SRK not just returned to the big screen with blockbuster Pathaan, but also to a long-awaited media interaction post the thunderous success of his film. And boy, was it worth it?
जब मुझे दुख होता है तो मैं अपनी बैल्कनी पे आ जाता हूँ. जब मुझे सुख होता है मैं अपनी बैल्कनी पे आ जाता हूँ. कमाल की बात यह है कि मुझे गॉड ने इतना सराहा है कि मुझे उसने हमेशा के लिए बैल्कनी का टिकट दिया हुआ है.
The Russia-Ukraine war is nearing a year since it began in February 24th. While there has been a growing call to end the war where no side benefits, we'll talk about the one side that always benefited from a war: the weapons and arms industry and arms brokers. Hello and welcome, I'm Geeta Mohan and you're watching World Today. The full-scale Russian war against Ukraine gave a new impetus to the global arms market, challenging brokers to find Soviet-era arms and ammunition for Ukraine urgently, but also providing them with a remarkable cash flow.
The full-scale war between Russia and Ukraine has left economies in shock with global ripple effect. But one sector has been quietly humming: the arms industry. Eastern Europe's industry is churning out guns, artillery shells and other military supplies at a pace not seen since the Cold War, as governments in the region led efforts to aid Ukraine in its fight against Russia. While much of the military aid is coming from the US, the UK and Europe, but in the initial months of the war, Ukraine required Soviet-era arms and supplies, since that is what they have in their military stockpile. However, in the latter part of the year, the focus shifted to other options as well, with none other than US President Joe Biden promoting the American makes.
A big part of the reason they've been able to keep up fighting and to make this war a strategic failure for Russia is because the United States, together our allies and partners, have had their back. You know, some of the best, most effective weapons in our arsenal are those Javelin missiles, like the ones manufactured right here in Pike County. They're highly portable. They're extremely effective against a wide range of armored targets.
Still wary of Russia, their Soviet-era master, some former Warsaw Pact countries see helping Ukraine as a matter of regional security. But the conflict also presented new opportunities for the region's arms industry. Poland's state-owned PGZ controls more than 50 companies making weapons and ammunition, from armored transporters to unmanned air systems, and holds stakes in dozens more. It now plans to more than double its pre-war target.
We are developing, expanding our abilities. We're preparing for increased deliveries not only to the Polish market, and we are aware of that. We are in many discussions with potential customers from third countries who would like to equip their armies with Polish equipment.
Other manufacturers from Slovakia and the Czech Republic too are increasing production capacity. Some Eastern European militaries and manufacturers began emptying their warehouses of Soviet-era weapons and ammunition that Ukrainians were familiar with. As those stocks have dwindled, arms makers have cranked up the production of both older and modern equipment to keep supplies flowing.
Český obranný průmysl je jednoznačně konflikt na Ukrajině a česká pomoc.
For the Czech defense industry, the conflict in Ukraine and the assistance the industry provides to the defenders is clearly a boost that we have not seen in the last 30 years. It is not only that this year will be an absolute record in the export of military material,
vojenského materiálu, je to i o té kvalitě. To znamená,
but it is also about quality. It's about the fact that historically we can get access to technology, to a partnership with one of the world's largest arms industries, and that's a huge opportunity.
Meanwhile, the US is the largest provider of military assistance to Ukraine, having committed $27.4 billion since the start of the Biden administration. $26.7 billion of that assistance has been provided since February 2022. As the second largest donor, the UK committed £2.3 billion in military assistance to Ukraine so far and has pledged to match that assistance in 2023. The European Union has committed €3.6 billion. It is also providing non-lethal and lethal arms through its European Peace Facility. This is the first time the bloc has in its history approved the supply of lethal weapons to a third country. But much of the aid would go into procuring military equipment and be rerouted to the arms companies.
Supporting Ukraine's ability to fight off Russian aggression to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity is a worldwide commitment. Every member of that coalition for continuing to step up. The UK, the United Kingdom, recently announced that it's donating Challenger 2 tanks to Ukraine. France is contributing AMX-10s, armored fighting vehicles. In addition to the Leopard tanks, Germany, like the United States, Germany is also sending a Patriot missile battery. The Netherlands is donating a Patriot missile and launchers.
Desperate for arms, Ukraine is ready to buy at any cost. European private arms dealers saw an opportunity and drove the prices of their services. According to Kyiv Independent, in one case they found that one broker took 3 to 6 times the market average for mediation. It defeated the purpose of helping Ukraine since prices affected the allies' spending power. The higher the prices, the fewer weapons Ukraine ended up receiving to defend itself. Bulgaria, which is dependent on Russian gas, banned direct sales of its weapons to Ukraine back in 2016. But after Russia invaded Ukraine further, Bulgaria secretly sent arms supplies through intermediaries, according to Politico. Ukraine has a long history of corruption in military procurement. Now, amid martial law, bidding is no longer public, which makes it almost impossible to trace where the money goes. It does not help that the European arms market is secretive too and provides full anonymity to traders eager to charge extra.
Earlier, I spoke with a member of parliament from Germany, Tilman Kuban, and he spoke specifically on the tanks that Germany is sending to Ukraine. Listen in. Mr. Kuban, do you think that Germany, or for that matter, the European bloc or the West, has done enough? Because every time we see Ukraine is calling out for help in terms of weapons, and now Germany is sending tanks. How do you see the cooperation and the strengthening of Ukraine continue through Germany?
Actually,
The 24th of February has changed the world. Something happened which I've never thought that it would happen in my life, that there is a war in Europe back again. And I'm very, very close to the Ukrainians. I've been there a lot of times and have a lot of friends over there. And that is why I'm thinking of how we're supporting them and how much we can support them. Because these guys are fighting for our values. They're fighting for democracy. They're fighting for freedom against dictator Vladimir Putin. And we try to support them as much as we can. We know that the Russians have a huge military. They have a lot of soldiers. And that is why we need to support this smaller country, Ukraine, as much as we can. Now we're sending heavy tanks. That's quite good, but we are discussing about aircraft as well. Because
is there reluctance there for the aircraft?
Yeah, we're discussing it at the moment. So let's see what happens in the next weeks. But from my perspective, there will be aircrafts from the western side to support the Ukrainians in the end. It is always a checks and balances, because we don't want to have a conflict, a NATO conflict with Russia, but we want to support Ukraine because we know that Putin has an aim. His aim is not only Ukraine. Afterwards, he wants to have a bigger Russia. He's discussing about the Baltic states. He's also focusing on Poland.
So you're saying he's expansionist.
Yes.
It is not confined to Ukraine.
It is not Ukraine in the end, and that is why we are supporting them as much as we can.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine war and heightened tensions between Israel and Iran, concerns over nuclear threat have increased, and the raging debate over nuclear capabilities seems to be at the forefront of global conversations. But there is a bigger concern that certain countries are grappling with. In this day and age of advanced technology and weapon systems, the war or conflict has moved towards drones, drone technology and air defense systems. Recently, Israel struck deep inside Iran, targeting a drone manufacturing factory. Why? We tell you.
Amid heightened tensions engulfing Iran, a defense factory in its central city of Isfahan was attacked by bomb-carrying drones. It caused minor damage to the plant. The Iranian Defense Ministry said in a statement 3 drones were launched, 2 of which were shot down successfully. A third one, however, made its way to the plant. Iran claimed to have intercepted the drones and said there were no casualties or serious damage. The Iranian foreign minister called the attack a cowardly action.
The insecurity the enemies of Iran created in the Islamic Republic of Iran and in our country was a cowardly action that took place today. Our security organizations are bravely acting towards bringing about maximum security in the country. Such actions will not impact us.
A US official said Israel is suspected to have been behind the attack. Spokesperson for the Israeli military, however, denied to comment. Amid these tensions, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited Israel and met the top officials.
Continue to work together to confront and counter the dangerous and destabilizing influence of Iran. As President Biden has made clear, the United States is committed to preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. Iran is a threat not only to Israel and the region, but increasingly to the world.
His visit was appreciated by the Israeli leadership.
Thank you for coming. You are a true friend of Israel. Your visit comes at a critical time. It sends a clear message to the region. The United States and Israel are united, facing Iran or anyone threatening peace and stability in the region.
The West and Israel have been feeling the heat of Iran's advancement in drone technology. Iran's most rapidly advancing air capability, which it had not only been using against Israel, but also has been providing the same to Russia in the war against Ukraine. Isfahan, the site of the latest Israeli attack, is located less than 100 miles from Natanz, which is home to a major Iranian nuclear facility. It is the site of at least 4 small nuclear research facilities, drone and missile production, and other research and development projects for Iran. The growing military unmanned aerial vehicle program provides Iran with an additional means of lethal power projection outside of its borders, further enhancing its ability to threaten the US and its allies. With Arushi Moindra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll talk about the continued persecution of the Ahmadiyya community in Pakistan. Stay tuned.
It is often said when women are empowered, whole society benefits. A group of women working for Shiv Shakti Foundation in Resignation town of Madhya Pradesh are proof of that.
सर्वप्रथम तो हमारा जो संगठन है उसका नाम शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन है, जिसके माध्यम से हमारा एक ही मात्र उद्देश्य है समाज सेवा, जिसमें हमारे द्वारा नेकी की दीवार का कार्यक्रम स्टार्ट किया गया है। दूसरा आपका नर्मदा सफाई अभियान हमारे यहाँ प्रत्येक रविवार को आयोजित किया जाता है।
The group works on multiple fronts. They donate clothes to school students so that they can fight the bitter cold wave.
शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन के द्वारा मुझे मिला है, स्वेटर मिली है आज। तो मेरे पास स्वेटर नहीं थी, तो मैम ने मुझे स्वेटर दी है आज। मुझे नहीं, इन सब लोगों को दी है।
They motivate other citizens to join social work.
हम ये सोचते हैं कि अगर हमसे हो सके जितनी मदद हो पा रही है हम उतनी मदद करें और लोग इसमें सहयोग करें और सभी की मदद हो सके और सभी हमें सपोर्ट करें।
Every Sunday they head towards the Narmada river to clean it. And they even help the traffic police.
आज बहुत अच्छा लगा कि हमारा शिव शक्ति फाउंडेशन पूरा परिवार आया हुआ है और हम लोग हर रविवार आएंगे और 11 बजे से 2 बजे तक हम लोग 3 घंटे का समय इधर पर बिताएंगे और हम आप सभी से निवेदन करते हैं आप सभी आएँ और इधर पर गंदगी ना करें और हमारा सहयोग दें। हम सहयोग की आपसे अपेक्षा करते हैं।
These women from Resin want to set a new example for women empowerment. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back to World Today. Now in news from Pakistan, a shocking video has emerged where a group of miscreants from the extremist group Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan were seen destroying the minarets of an Ahmadiyya mosque in Karachi. This is the 5th such incident that has happened within the last 3 months. This is the same Ahmadiyya community or the mosque where TLP terrorists came last year demanding to destroy the minarets. The Ahmadiyya branch of Islam has been subject to various forms of religious persecution. They are considered non-Muslims by the mainstream in Pakistan. And some other important news from across the globe in World at a Glance.
After classified documents were found at former US Vice President Mike Pence's residence, the FBI conducted a thorough 3.5-hour search at Joe Biden's house. According to Biden's lawyer, no classified documents were found during the search. However, some documents have been taken for further view. Thousands of people took to the streets to oppose the pension reforms proposed by the French government. The protests severely impacted public transport and the police had to use tear gas to disperse the crowd. The French Labour Minister, however, said raising the retirement age from 62 to 64 was non-negotiable.
ड्रामा करके
A Pakistan provincial officer has revealed that the accused in the mosque bomb blast case that killed over 100 people was wearing a police uniform. He was caught on CCTV entering the high security area on a motorcycle. The accused is also believed to be part of a militant network. Actor Alec Baldwin has been charged with involuntary manslaughter for his alleged disregard for safety that proved to be fatal for cinematographer Helena Hutchins. This comes months after Baldwin accidentally shot Hutchins while rehearsing with a revolver on a film set. Australia's central bank said the country will be replacing the portrait of Queen Elizabeth II on its $5 notes. The image of British monarch King Charles, however, will not be replacing the Queen's image. It will be replaced with a design that will honour the history of Australia's indigenous culture.
That's all in this edition of World Today, but before I go, I'll leave you with visuals of this runway stunt that has gone viral at Fashion Week. On the first day of Copenhagen Fashion Week, a clothing brand went viral after the show's final model got up from her table where guests were seated and dragged the entire tablecloth, which was connected to her skirt, with her, causing plates and glasses to hit the floor. On that note, goodbye and take care.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Assam Chief Minister's massive crackdown on child marriage. The police have arrested over 2,000 people, including Hindu and Muslim priests. Finance Minister Sitharaman's big statement amidst the Adani row in an India Today exclusive. Finance Minister says no effect to India's position. Highlights FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well.
कंपनी में हिस्सेदार हो गए हैं जिससे when कंपनी हमारी बढ़ेगी हमारे अपने भी मिलेगा.
The BJP staged a massive protest outside AAP headquarters demanding Kejriwal's resignation as Chief Minister after Arvind Kejriwal's name appeared in the charge sheet filed by the ED in the excise policy scam.
Down, down.
Infighting between AIADMK and BJP out in the open before key erode polls. BJP proposes unity in OPS, EPS factions. AIADMK slams BJP, says party should stick to their own affairs. After Uttarakhand's Joshimath, houses in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda developed cracks. 21 houses and 1 mosque cracks. 19 families shifted to safer locations. Jammu and Kashmir administration assessing the cause of these cracks. Big statement by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman on the Adani crisis. The minister said that India's position or image has not been affected by the Adani crisis. She's further said that FPOs have been withdrawn in the past as well and assured that all measures are going to be taken by the regulator. While her colleague Anurag Thakur slammed the opposition, which has been creating an uproar in the parliament and demanding discussion on the issue in the House, he said that opposition has no other topic, which is why they're disturbing the House. It's been a tumultuous run for the Adani Group ever since the Hindenburg report accused the group of stock manipulation and accounting fraud. While the Adani Group is half as valuable as it was just 7 trading sessions back, a sharp rebound in 4 of Adani's shares, including Adani Enterprises and Adani Ports, bounced back on Friday after facing heavy drubbing of late. Meanwhile, central bank has allayed investor fears over Adani rout, stating the banking sector remains resilient and stable. RBI maintains it will keep a constant vigil on the Indian banking sector.
Try to understand something. In wake of the FPO pullout and given the current situation, does India's position in the global financial markets get affected or does it get weakened in any way possible?
No, I don't think. Otherwise, how did our foreign exchange reserve grow? Was it 8 billion in the recent last 2 days? The foreign exchange reserve in the last 2 days has gone up by 8 billion. So our macroeconomic fundamentals or our economy's image, none of which has been affected. Yes, FPOs come in, FIS come out, get out. These fluctuations are there in every market.
Not regulators, but the banks and the LIC have themselves come out to say what their level of exposure is. So the regulators will do their job. And regulators are independent of the government.
The regulators in India are very competent and our financial markets are amongst the most respected and well-regulated markets in the world. As regards the loss, that's a share market valuation loss. That is not the loss of any individuals or people's wealth. Investment in shares and stocks go up, go down. That's a part of investment, but nowhere have the people of India lost any of those levels of sums that you have mentioned. The financial institutions have already clarified that their money is absolutely secure and safe. The 2 principal organizations, LIC and State Bank, have both come out with details. And I think it's a matter of a private company.
SBI, LIC, वित्त मंत्री, RBI सब ने इस पे अपनी बात कह दी है और बड़ा स्पष्ट कर दिया है। विपक्ष चर्चा से भाग रहा है और राष्ट्रपति भाषण और बजट पे चर्चा नहीं करना चाहता। चलिए।
मोदी जी कहते ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा। ये है कि मैं खुद ही खाऊंगा, दूसरे को नहीं खाने दूंगा। यही है। और दूसरों में वो सब जो कि मोदी शाह जी के चहते नहीं हैं, टैक्स रेट बढ़ाई जाती है, घटाई जाती है, फायदा पहुंचाया जाता है। उसमें ये गौतम अडानी जी का भी यही प्रकरण है। जिन्होंने पैसा लगाया अडानी के शेयर बाजार में, उनके साथ उनका की सहानुभूति नहीं है। उनका जो पैसा लगा था उन्होंने निकाल लिया होगा।
Adani is a big factor that has caused the crash of the markets. The stock exchanges are under the severe pressure and attack from the Adani factor. And the money invested by the people in the share markets are thrown to somewhere, we don't know to where. And the government has to answer. Adani by himself is nothing. Adani was built upon the support given to him by the Modi government or Modi himself. The real man is Modi.
अत्यंत क्रूर पद्धतीनं राजकारण चालू आहे, निर्घृण पद्धतीनं राजकारण चालू आहे, फक्त विरोधकांचा आवाज दाबण्यासाठी. आता इतका मोठा हिंडनबर्ग घोटाळा झालेला आहे, झालाय ना. ईडी सीबीआय तिकडे जात नाहीये का? तिथे 30 तास काय 30 मिनिटं चौकशी करून दाखवा.
Dev Kotak now joins us for the latest. Dev, tell us about allaying these particular fears as far as the finance minister is concerned. Mainly it is the SBI and LIC also, and those are the real fears as well. So on that front, has there been a statement that's been made?
Well, yes, absolutely. There have been two kinds of statements and clarifications, one from the finance minister herself and one from the finance secretary. At the budget, a post-budget outreach program starting off with in Mumbai, Nirmala Sitharaman said that at the macroeconomics level, we are pretty safe. India's global image in the global financial markets as well has not really plummeted. But she said regulators are strong. So, of course, she said that they are well within the exposure limits, especially speaking of the LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India, and several other Indian banks were well within the exposure limit to Adani. Adani Enterprises Limited is the main parent company in question. It is also the flagship company of the Adani Group. Barring that, 6 other companies, as you know, their stocks have plummeted. Of course, sparking of fears amongst the investors' mind, and definitely, as you know, that in the wake of the Hindenburg report, the stocks have plummeted and they have tanked to quite a degree and extent, which is why the follow-on public offer was also taken back, and the investors were told that their money will be returned back to them and they must not worry. In fact, the financial institutions and the regulators are strong and independent is something that the finance secretary and the finance minister have repeatedly reiterated, saying that there is nothing to worry about. Whereas amidst speaking of stock speculation and other offshore accounts and tax havens where transactions were on by the concerned Adani Enterprises Limited, they have not made any statements on those issues so far. But the global financial markets and India's image in them continues to remain safe is something that Ms. Sitharaman said in Mumbai today afternoon, Chaiti.
All right, Dev, thanks for getting us those details. Breaking news coming in. Assam Chief Minister's massive crackdown on child marriage. 2,257 people arrested so far in Assam. 4,074 child marriages reported across Assam. That's the latest coming in as far as the crackdown on child marriages is concerned. The opposition training guns going on to call it an attack on minorities. Afrida is now joining us for the latest. Afrida, where does the crackdown stand?
See, the latest figure which is coming to us is that 2,257 people arrested so far in Assam. As you know, that the statewide crackdown announced by the Assam State Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma began on Friday and will continue for the next 6 days. This total case registered is 4,074 related to the child marriage and have been registered across the state, while 8,134 people have been identified as accused. But CM Sharma said that the child marriages which are falling in the age bracket of 14 years and above are bailable offences, and highest number of arrests were made in the district of Bishwanath Sariali, Dhubri, Barpeta, Hojai and Kokrajhar, out of which 3 are minority-dominated districts like Dhubri, Barpeta and Nagaon. And and that's why But Singh Samaj said that the main targets will be the mullahs, Qazis and the pujaris who encourage these marriages. He also said that the women whose husbands were arrested would be enrolled under the government's Arunodaya scheme for the financial assistance to the vulnerable women.
Okay.
But the point I would like to make is regarding the arrest which has been made in the Majuli in Upper Assam, which is considered to be the Hasra Nagori, where the 43 FIRs has been registered and 24 arrests has been made so far, where there is no Muslim population is there.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us with those details right there. We'll come back to you for more on these protests. AIADMK leaders miffed with BJP calls for unity. AIADMK leaders lashed out at the Tamil Nadu BJP for asking the warring OPS and EPS factions to unite ahead of the Erode East by-polls. Here's a look.
War of words ahead of Erode by-polls intensifies. The BJP wades into ongoing tiff in the AIADMK front, suggesting the two factions led by E. Palaniswamy and O. Pannirselvam to bury the hatchet and work together.
I conveyed some things on behalf of our national president, Thiru JP Naddaji. I will not disclose what we spoke individually to you now. We have argued both of them to work together in the interest of Tamil Nadu and defeat DMK allies in this by-election.
The BJP statement hasn't gone down well with the AIADMK.
I do not like the fact that someone else is suggesting how we should run our party, because we have our leader and he knows what to do it. And I also believe it is good for any party member to just stick to their own party affairs and not good to interfere in other party affairs.
Every party has Lakshman Rekha. It is better the other party doesn't reach that. If we can have 1,000 advisors for BJP, we can tell BJP unity is good for the welfare of the state. Our job is to step down. Let Uddhav and Eknath Shinde join together and run the state in a prosperous way. Will they take the state?
The AIADMK leadership also warned the BJP against any bid to split their party.
என்பது உங்களுக்கும் தெரியும், மக்களுக்கும் தெரியும், எங்களுக்கும் தெரியும். நாங்கள் எச்சரிக்கையாக இருக்கிறோம்.
தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணி இப்ப இருக்குதா உடைஞ்சிருச்சா? தேசிய முற்போக்கு கூட்டணிங்கறத பயன்படுத்தி இருக்காங்க.
உள்ளாட்சி தேர்தலிலேயே பிஜேபி தனியா தான நின்னது, இந்த கேள்விக்கே பொருள் இல்லை.
கூட்டணி தொடர்ச்சி அதிமுக ஆபத்துன்னு நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்களா?
என்னங்க?
Reacting to AIADMK's scathing attack, the BJP said they are not interfering in the AIADMK's internal tiff.
And BJP doesn't take any stand into other parties' internal functioning. And I have been consistently making it clear as the state president, party president here, that we don't advise nor do we interfere between two leaders to tell them how they should run their party. It is their business.
Meanwhile, the OPS faction has released statement saying they will support whoever contests on AIADMK's two-leaf symbol. The war of words comes closely on the heels of BJP's call for unity. In a bid to put up a unite fight against the Congress candidate fielded by DMK-led alliance, BJP leaders on Friday also met EPS and OPS separately. The truce bid came under cloud after AIADMK dropped BJP faces from campaign poster. The assembly by-elections is scheduled to be held on February 27th and counting will take place on March 2nd. Bureau Report, India Today.
Joshimath-like crisis strikes Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district. Total 21 structures have developed cracks and 19 families whose houses developed cracks have already moved to safer location. Here's a ground report on the plight of Doda land subsidence victims.
Uttarakhand's tourist hub, Joshimath, sinking. And now, similar horror stares Jammu and Kashmir's Doda in the face. fissures on the roads, cracks on houses, and panic-stricken people fleeing homes. An eerie rerun of Joshimath.
हम दिखाना चाहेंगे आपको कि यहाँ के जो हालात अभी हैं, ये देखिए एक मकान बिल्कुल टोटल गिर चुका है। उसके अलावा इस इलाके में बाकी भी जो मकान है वो भी गिर चुके हैं और लगभग 15 मकान ऐसे हैं जिनमें काफ़ी दरारें आई हुई हैं, जिसकी वजह से पूरे इस इलाके में लोगों में एक खौफ है। जिसे जो इन घरों में रहते थे वो यहाँ से शिफ्ट हो चुके हैं।
Over 20 structures at Nai Basti locality, including a religious educational institute and a mosque, have developed cracks. One of the affected houses even collapsing. The occupants moved to safety in time. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha is closely monitoring the situation.
कुछ वैज्ञानिकों का दल उसके अध्ययन हेतु आया है। जिला प्रशासन ने जहां 19 भवनों की बात थी उनको खाली करा लिया गया, सुरक्षित स्थानों पर रख लिया गया है। मुझे लगता है कि कुछ ज़्यादा हाइप क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। पूरी तरह से पैनी नज़र प्रशासन की है।
रिलीफ कैंप इस्टेब्लिश्ड है, जैसे हम कल से ही बता रहे हैं। मेरे एसडीएम ने, तहसीलदार ने, एसएचओ ने मिलकर और बाकी भी जो बाकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उन्होंने मिलकर रिलीफ कैंप इस्टेब्लिश कर दिया। वी आर रिक्वेस्टिंग पीपल कि वो वहाँ आ जाएँ। मोस्टली जिन लोगों ने अपने ये घर वेकेट किए हैं वो अपने रिलेटिव्स या अपने जान पहचान वालों के साथ रह रहे हैं, बट वी आर in full preparedness.
The distressed locals are living in fear of losing everything.
बड़ी परेशानी हो रही है, हमारा सारा सामान ख़त्म हो गया है, हम बहुत डरे हुए हैं। आप जैसे कि पीछे देख सकते हैं क्या हालत हुई है इन मकानों की। मतलब जो हो गया वो तो हो ही गया, लेकिन हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से यही दरख्वास्त करते हैं कि जो बचे हैं कम से कम उनके बारे में सोचें।
The Geological Survey of India team is in Doda conducting an investigation, but Joshimath, Doda, Karnprayag and other places in the hills have set off alarm bells across the sub-Himalayan region. With Syed Riaz in Doda, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping to a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, India Today exclusive with Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath.
Are watching India Today.
तालिबानी अब संस्कृति यूपी जैसे राज्य के अंदर नहीं चल सकती है। यूपी है, भारत का हृदय स्थल है और यूपी की तर्ज पर आगे बढ़ेगा। स्टेट के रूप में आगे बढ़ सकते।
A comment from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath that will echo across the country, brimming with significance and already viral across the internet. A browbeaten Bollywood has a powerful new ally. After a season of cancel culture and boycott calls, Yogi Adityanath's warning is the biggest show of support for a beleaguered Bollywood. Coming as it does after the central government made a harsh pronouncement on the boycott culture. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's words of comfort will be very welcome in Tinseltown. The show of support comes weeks after Yogi Adityanath met with film stars in Mumbai to promote Uttar Pradesh's upcoming Film City project, part of an ambitious mission to create vast new infrastructure for international quality film shoots. At the time, he had listened carefully to film personalities like Akshay Kumar, Sunil Shetty, Subhash Ghai, Jackie Shroff and Bonnie Kapoor. The blockbuster success of Pathaan has breathed the new life in Bollywood. After years of a Bollywood drought. And this was followed by all the right noises from the government heralding a tentative Achhe Din for Bollywood, both on social media as well as the box office. तो मुझे लगता है भारत जैसे देश में जहां एक और हम कहते हैं कि हम अपनी सॉफ्ट पावर को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, हमारी फिल्में आज भारत से लेकर दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में अपना एक नाम और पहचान बना रही हैं, तब इस तरह की बातें आने से निश्चित तौर पर कुछ प्रभाव पड़ता है वातावरण पर भी। और अगर किसी को कोई शिकायत है तो निश्चित तौर पर डिपार्टमेंट के साथ अवश्य करनी चाहिए, और डिपार्टमेंट भी उसको प्रोड्यूसर और डायरेक्टर के साथ उठाता है, उस हाउस के साथ। लेकिन वातावरण खराब करने के लिए कई बार तो पूरी जानकारी हुए बिना भी कई लोग कमेंट करते हैं, तो उसका भी नुकसान होता है, नहीं होना चाहिए।
You are watching India Today.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's mega exclusive on India Today. He has slammed cancel culture over films and warns there is no place for Talibani culture in UP. Here's a look.
तालिबानी अब संस्कृति यूपी जैसे राज्य के अंदर नहीं चल सकती है। यूपी है, भारत का हृदय स्थल है, और यूपी की तर्ज पर आगे बढ़ेगा। स्टेट के रूप में
A comment from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath that will echo across the country, brimming with significance and already viral across the internet. A browbeaten Bollywood has a powerful new ally. After a season of cancel culture and boycott calls, Yogi Adityanath's warning is the biggest show of support for a beleaguered Bollywood. Coming as it does after the central government made a harsh pronouncement on the boycott culture. The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's words of comfort will be very welcome in Tinseltown. The show of support comes weeks after Yogi Adityanath met with film stars in Mumbai to promote Uttar Pradesh's upcoming Film City project, part of an ambitious mission to create vast new infrastructure for international quality film shoots. At the time, he had listened carefully to film personalities like Akshay Kumar, Sunil Shetty, Subhash Ghai, Jackie Shroff and Bonnie Kapoor. The blockbuster success of Pathan has breathed the new life in Bollywood after years of a Bollywood drought. And this was followed by all the right noises from the government heralding a tentative Achhe Din for Bollywood, both on social media as well as the box office. तो मुझे लगता है भारत जैसे देश में जहां एक और हम कहते हैं कि हम अपनी सॉफ्ट पावर को बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, हमारी फिल्में आज भारत से लेकर दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में अपना एक नाम और पहचान बना रही हैं, तब इस तरह की बातें आने से निश्चित तौर पर कुछ प्रभाव पड़ता है वातावरण पर भी। और अगर किसी को कोई शिकायत है तो निश्चित तौर पर डिपार्टमेंट के साथ अवश्य करनी चाहिए, और डिपार्टमेंट भी उसको प्रोड्यूसर और डायरेक्टर के साथ उठाता है, उस हाउस के साथ। लेकिन वातावरण खराब करने के लिए कई बार तो पूरी जानकारी हुए बिना भी कई लोग कमेंट करते हैं, तो उसका भी नुकसान होता है, नहीं होना चाहिए। And with the rising star of the BJP, one seen to be close to Prime Minister and a next generation leader, assuaging fears expressed by Bollywood, Yogi Adityanath has made his stance clear.
cancel culture.
With India Today once again leading with the news and setting the agenda.
ये फिल्म कैंसिल कीजिए और आपके यहाँ पे अब फिल्म सिटी है, वहाँ पे फिल्म बन रही है। चीफ मिनिस्टर के तौर पे अगर कोई ऐसा हो कि इस फिल्म में हमें एक्टर का धर्म पसंद नहीं, लड़की के कपड़े पसंद नहीं, तो आप क्या कहेंगे?
को कहता हूँ कि कलाकार और साहित्यकार का सम्मान होना चाहिए। हाँ, ये जरूर किसी भी डायरेक्टर को ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि जन भावनाओं का भी सम्मान होना चाहिए। दूसरा, तालिबानी अब संस्कृति यूपी जैसे राज्य के अंदर नहीं चल सकती है। यूपी है, भारत का हृदय स्थल है और यूपी की तर्ज पर आगे बढ़ेगा।
His words tie in well with a stated mission to make Uttar Pradesh India's most film-friendly state. Could this be the end of the boycott culture and the villainization of Bollywood? Bureau Report, India Today.
That's a wrap from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or download our app.
You are watching India Today.
Ayodhya is the administrative headquarters of what used to be Faizabad district of Uttar Pradesh and is now renamed the district of Ayodhya. Ayodhya and Faizabad are also twin cities that in a way represented the age-old syncretic nature of how things had always been in this part of the country. Ayodhya on the banks of River Saryu, with its temple-dotted skyline. In consciousness lies somewhere between myth and history. It is a city that is said to go back eons, to times when history has no record but memory exists in its mythology. Till recently it was a city like any other, battling civic promises that were made but never kept. Yet for millions, Ayodhya was special, if not for anything else, but the fact that they believed beyond doubt, beyond reason, beyond time, that their God in his human avatar had been born in this very place. There is reason to celebrate for the devotees of Ram, because in the city of Ayodhya, a 200-year-old dispute over a plot of land had finally been put to rest. In the court of man was decided the abode of gods. And on 5th of August 2020, the foundation was laid to build the grandest, the finest temple to mark the spot where Ram was believed to have been born. Since those dramatic days of 1992 demolition, the devout have been visiting the site where the idol of infant Ram sat under a tent surrounded by heavy security.
Hello and welcome to a brand new episode of Battle Cry, the only show on Indian television that gets you up close with Indian weapons, Indian war fighters, and how this country defends itself. Late last month, a young Indian Air Force pilot, Wing Commander Hanumant Sarathi, lost his life in a tragic Air Force crash. His Mirage 2000 fighter evidently collided with another fighter jet. Today on Battle Cry, we're going to decode the anatomy of mid-air collisions.
In the long history of aviation, it's been every aviator's worst fear, the dreaded mid-air collision. A young Indian fighter pilot, the latest victim. But how do these terrifying accidents happen? And why can't mid-air collisions be eradicated? As we pay tribute to a brave Indian pilot, join us as we decode the anatomy of a mid-air collision.
The latest mid-air collision, taking the life of a young Indian Air Force pilot, has put the spotlight once again on this unbelievable phenomenon in aviation. Mid-air collisions have existed since the very dawn of aviation for over a century now. They're very rare, but they still do happen. Take a look at this report.
"34 years old. He was one of the finest fighter pilots in the Indian Air Force. Wing Commander Hanumant Rao Sarathi, consigned to the flames in his hometown last month. The young pilot is said to have died after his Mirage 2000 fighter collided with a Su-30 MKA fighter over Madhya Pradesh on the morning of January 28th. The pilots of the latter jet managed to eject safely, but for reasons still under investigation, Wing Commander Hanumant couldn't. But under investigation above all else is just how the two modern frontline fighters could have possibly collided. To be sure, mid-air collisions have taken place since the dawn of aviation, with the first collision taking place in Italy in 1910 between two monoplanes at an air show. The first fatal mid-air collision would take place 2 years later, in 1912 in France. Over a century of aviation, there have been hundreds of mid-air collisions. A rare occurrence, but still not entirely eradicated despite modern aviation technology and navigational aids. India is no stranger to mid-air collisions either. Did you know, for instance, that the world's deadliest mid-air collision took place in airspace just outside of Delhi in 1996, when two airlines from Saudi and Kazakhstan collided over Haryana's Charki Dadri village, killing all 312 people on board both aircraft. The last mid-air collision caught on camera in a series of disturbing video clips was this one, in November last year over Dallas of Texas, during a World War II heritage air display involving vintage airplanes. The footage capturing a tiny World War fighter smashing into a giant B-17 flying fortress. But how and why do mid-air collisions happen? There are several reasons why these mid-air collisions may occur. Communication errors are one of the chief causes of mid-air collisions. This could either be communication errors between aircraft or between aircraft and ground control. In some cases, mid-air collisions can occur due to errors in flight plans. For example, if two aircraft are assigned the same flight path, they could collide. Pilots sometimes rely on visual cues to navigate and avoid other aircraft. However, in some cases, the view of another aircraft can be obstructed by clouds, by fog or other weather conditions leading to a collision. Mid-air collisions can also occur if one or both pilots make navigation errors. For example, if a pilot flies into the airspace of another aircraft, mid-air collisions can occur due to control errors. For example, if one of the aircraft experiences an engine failure or some other control issue, it may collide with another aircraft. Disorientation in the cockpit would send planes into an uncontrolled collision course with other aircraft. And finally, there's always the possibility of pilot error, especially in the deliberately close situations demanded by formation flight and aerobatics.
Climb now, climb now.
Most modern airliners are fitted with traffic collision avoidance systems, or TCAS, a set of crucial technologies to prevent mid-air collisions between aircraft. The system operates by constantly monitoring the positions of other aircraft and issuing alerts to the flight crew when two aircraft are on a collision course. One of the reasons why TCAS has been so effective is because it operates independently of air traffic control. This means that even in situations where the air traffic control system is congested or unable to provide adequate separation between aircraft, TCAS is still able to provide a reliable and effective collision avoidance solution. Fighter jets avoid mid-air collisions through a combination of visual flight rules, air traffic control instructions, and onboard collision avoidance systems. Pilots are trained to maintain a visual lookout for other aircraft and to follow air traffic control instructions. In addition, many modern fighter jets are equipped with onboard radar and computer systems that can detect potential collisions and issue warnings to the pilot. In high traffic areas or in certain flight conditions, military aircraft may also fly in formations to increase their visibility to other aircraft and to enhance their ability to maneuver. Mid-air refueling missions, a common task in all major air forces of the world, have also led to collisions. In 2020, a fifth-generation F-35 fighter, the most advanced fighter in the US Air Force inventory, collided with a refueling tanker like this one. In 1966, a giant American B-52 heavy bomber collided with its refueling tanker over the Mediterranean Sea, dropping its load of thermonuclear bombs near Spain's coast, though thankfully the weapons did not detonate. What's clear is that while rare, these nightmarish accidents do happen. And while they will continue to be rare, there's no magic wand yet that can be used to fully eradicate mid-air collisions. Unless that new buzzword in the world of tech, artificial intelligence, plays a game-changing role in making aircraft totally collision-proof, no matter what the circumstances, error, or conditions of the pilot.
And to break down the anatomy of mid-air collisions and why they still happen, on Battle Cry we have a veteran fighter pilot and a veteran ground controller, the two key pieces of keeping aircraft safe in the air. Joining us on Battle Cry this week is Air Marshal Anil Chopra. He's a veteran fighter pilot on the Mirage 2000 and other types. He's also director of the Center for Air Power Studies. Also joining us is Major Prajakta Desai. She's a veteran of the Indian Army's Aviation Corps, and she happened to serve as an air traffic controller. So she knows more than a thing or two about ground control and what needs to be done by personnel on the ground to keep aircraft safe from mid-air collisions. Thank you to the both of you for your time. With the Air Marshal's permission, I'll start with the lady first. Major Prajakta, As a ground controller, the occasion of doing this episode of Battle Cry is a sad one. There has been a mid-air collision, we understand, in the Indian Air Force where, one pilot was tragically lost. We also do know that mid-air collisions are a rare occurrence because there are many safeguards. But as a ground controller, can you tell us, what are the things that are done to avoid mid-air collisions and why do they still happen?
Okay, thank you for the question, Shiv. So firstly, the main aim of any air traffic controller is to provide separation between aircraft and prevent the collision between two aircraft.
Yes.
So when we talk about separation, the separation is both given in air as well as on ground. Now, because we are talking about mid-air collision here, I will tell you about the separation that is given in air is both vertical and horizontal separation. With that, there is something known as a time separation also. So at one point, you will never find any two aircrafts which are reciprocal to each other within 30 nautical miles on the same route or on the same level. But at the same time, depending upon the situation, you can say the type of aircraft, the capability, weather, the mission, etc., the separation also keeps differing. Yes. And another thing here important is that as an air traffic controller, it is important thing for me that we maintain always a two-way communication. A radio communication is established between the aircraft flying in the air as well as the air traffic control tower. Now, coming up to the second question that you asked me, that why do these